Chapter 1294. It wasn't until the teleportation gate dissipated that the vice commander's heart finally relaxed. He turned to the commander of the Kirin army and said gratefully, "Thank you for pleading for me, Commander." The commander of the Kirin army said, "Get up." The vice commander nodded and stood up slowly, only to find that his legs had lost their strength. "You're paralyzed by this? How dare you offend him?" The commander of the Kirin army shook his head helplessly and pulled the vice commander up. "I didn't mean it." The vice commander felt wronged. The other vice commanders also surrounded him and looked at him with schadenfreude. The vice commander smiled bitterly and then frowned. "Commander, don't you think it's strange? Ahem." But without waiting for that deputy commander to finish speaking, the commander of the Qilin army gave a dry cough and turned his head to look at the head eunuch. He smiled and said, "Head eunuch, didn't His Majesty ask you to announce to the world? Why are you still standing here? Are you going to help us rebuild the throne room?" I'm going. The chief eunuch smiled embarrassedly, opened the portal, and left. Seeing the portal disappear, the commander of the Kirin army withdrew his gaze and looked at the vice commander. "Now tell me." "You see, the grudge between the imperial advisor and Qin Feiyang is not known to others, but we know it very well. They will not stop until one of them is dead." "But why did the imperial advisor protect Qin Feiyang in front of His Majesty? Is it really because of that mysterious powerhouse? If so, how do you explain the imperial advisor's hesitation in front of Qin Feiyang in the first district? You know, that mysterious powerhouse hadn't appeared at that time." The vice commander said. "To be honest, the imperial advisor's behavior today is really strange. It's not his style at all." The other vice commanders nodded as well. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Actually, I also want to ask this question, but I can't figure it out." One of the vice commanders suddenly said, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang has something on the imperial advisor?" "Don't say it. That's possible. Otherwise, why would he suddenly change?" The group of vice commanders began to discuss this all at once. "Blackmail," the commander of the Kirin army muttered to himself. Actually, that was what he thought as well. But he just couldn't figure out what kind of evidence could make the state preceptor so cautious. All right. Don't think too much. When the time comes, the truth will naturally be revealed to the world. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether Qin Feiyang and His Majesty will cause trouble in Bright Sky Palace again." The commander of the Kirin army looked in the direction of Bright Sky Palace, his face full of worry. "Bright Sky Palace. This is my child's bedroom. What right do you have to chase us away?" The current empress stood in front of the door, looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were standing at the bottom of the stairs. The guards guarding Dawn Heaven Palace also rushed over one after another, surrounding Qin Feiyang and company, as if facing a great enemy. "What right do I have?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "This is my, Qin Feiyang's bedroom to begin with. What right do you have? That was in the past. And now, you've been stripped of your position as a prince. What right do you have to stay in the imperial palace?" The current empress roared like a shrew. "You're talking about qualifications with me? Who do you think you are? Get lost right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang said coldly. "The one who should get lost is you. Impolite to me? Try touching me if you have the ability. I'm the empress now. If you dare touch a single hair of mine, His Majesty won't let you off." The current empress shouted, not feeling any fear at all. "Cripple her." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Lei Bao snickered, and a wisp of lightning power streaked across the sky like lightning, entering the current empress's abdomen. "Ah!" the current empress screamed immediately. "Empress!" The group of guards' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly pulled out the swords in their hands. "Who dares to touch me?" Qin Feiyang looked around, his eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper's. Those guards felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. No one dared to take a step closer. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, looked at the current empress, and shouted, "Slap her!" Wang Yangfeng immediately stepped forward and slapped the current empress's face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared. The current empress was stunned. Not only did he cripple her sea of qi, but he also slapped her in public? Qin Feiyang, I'm the mother of a country. How dare you let someone hit me? Are you rebelling? The next moment, she went crazy and screamed hysterically. You think you're worthy of being the mother of a country? Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of contempt, and he shouted, one is not enough. Continue until she can't scream. Wang Yangfeng's left hand shot out and grabbed the current empress's arm to prevent her from struggling. Then she raised her right hand and slapped the current empress's face one after another. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Screams resounded through the sky. Your Highness, I beg you, please have mercy. The empress's body is priceless. You can't continue to hit her. Those guards put down their weapons and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Sush. At this moment, the emperor came. Seeing this scene, he was furious. Unfilial son, how long are you going to fool around? Release her immediately and apologize to her. At the same time, the emperor swooped down like lightning and slapped Wang Yangfeng. Do you think I don't exist? Lei Bao chuckled. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yangfeng and attacked with his claw. Bang! The emperor was pushed back on the spot. Lei Bao also took a few steps back, but there was no trace of injury. He stood beside Wang Yangfeng and looked at the emperor with a smile. Before Boss Qin gives the order, no one can take a step forward. Your Majesty, save me. The current empress cried for help in despair. You can still shout? Continue. Qin Feiyang said. Smack. Wang Yangfeng raised her hand and slapped down mercilessly. The current empress's face was bleeding and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Preposterous, preposterous. Do you still have the law in your eyes? The emperor was furious. Sorry? What is the law? Lei Bao asked curiously. The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. You spat out blood just like that? You're too weak. It's my fault, my fault. However, I really don't know the law you're talking about. I only know that Boss Qin's words are the law. Lei Bao laughed sinisterly. The emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye. Why did you hit my mother? Let go of my mother. At this time, the little prince ran out of the hall. The emperor's face changed and hurriedly shouted, Don't come out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and sneered. Since you're already here, don't leave, Wang Yishan. Whoosh. Wang Yishan immediately flew out, grabbed the little prince, and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang, he's your biological brother. What are you trying to do? The emperor roared. Biological brother. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and looked down at the little prince. Suddenly, a wisp of battle qi flew out of his palm and went straight to the little prince's glabella. No, please, let him go, he's just a child. The emperor was desperate. The little prince also had a look of terror on his face. He's a child? Then when you used the evil spirit pill to destroy my cultivation and expel me from the capital, I was not a child. Qin Feiyang's entire body also emitted an astonishing amount of hostility. The wisp of battle qi stopped in front of the little prince's glabella, but the sharp edge tore the skin between the little prince's glabella, and drops of blood kept dripping. Don't kill him, please, the emperor murmured and collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect you to care about him so much. Since you care so much, you'd better protect him closely from now on. Because if I'm in a bad mood one day, I may kill him. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed the little prince, and threw him over. But no one noticed that when he threw the little prince to the emperor, he reached out and caught a drop of the little prince's blood. The emperor hurriedly got up and reached out to catch the little prince. The frightened little prince immediately burrowed into the emperor's arms and cried. Don't be afraid, father is here. The emperor comforted in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he whispered a few words in Wang Yishan's ear. Why is that? Hearing this, Wang Yishan's eyes were full of confusion. Just do as I say. Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Okay. Wang Yishan nodded, took out a dagger secretly, and then rushed toward the emperor like a sharp arrow. The emperor was concerned about the little prince and did not notice at all. Wang Yishan rushed in front of the emperor and directly stabbed into the emperor's left shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out. Before the emperor could react, Wang Yishan grabbed a few drops of blood and returned to Qin Feiyang's side in silence. Unfilial son, unfilial son. After the emperor came to his senses, he looked at the wound on his shoulder and immediately shouted at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the current empress. In just a short while, this woman had been slapped at least hundreds of times, and her face had long been unrecognizable. She could not scream anymore. If it were not for Wang Yangfeng holding her, she would not even have the strength to stand. Qin Feiyang said, "That's enough." Wang Yangfeng stopped, let go of the current empress, and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. And the current empress collapsed on the ground on the spot, like a pool of mud. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the emperor and said lightly, "From now on, this is my territory, Qin Feiyang. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step in, including you, the master of the imperial palace. Take her and get out." The emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang coldly, picked up the little prince, looked at the group of guards, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help the empress go." 2 guards immediately ran up, one on the left and one on the right, and helped the current empress up to the emperor's side. "You will be punished by the heavens." The emperor stared at Qin Feiyang and coldly threw down these words. Then he carried the little prince and left. "Heaven's punishment," Qin Feiyang murmured, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then looked at the current empress and transmitted his voice. "Don't think that you can hide your dealings with Zhuge Wuhou from the world. Prepare to die as soon as possible." The current empress was about to faint, but when she heard these words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she suddenly woke up. What did he mean? Did he know? But how was that possible? Chapter 1295. After the emperor and the rest left, Wang Yangfeng retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, whispering, "Do you feel uncomfortable seeing the emperor dote on the little prince so much?" "Uncomfortable?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and strode into the palace. Wang Yangfeng and the rest looked at each other and quickly followed. The decorations in the hall were extremely luxurious, with all kinds of agate, jade, and precious stones. However, to Qin Feiyang, these were just ordinary things that he was not interested in at all. He stood in the middle of the hall and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Yangfeng and said, "Go and find a bowl of water immediately." "What do you need water for?" Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "You'll know later." "All right, I'll go now." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to walk out of the palace quickly. "I'll go for a stroll too." Lei Bao chuckled and turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Yishan said, "It won't go and cause trouble, right?" "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang said indifferently and walked to a chair, sitting down and lowering his head to ponder. In a short while, Wang Yangfeng returned with a bowl of water and brought it to Qin Feiyang. "Don't move it," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yangfeng nodded. "Phew." Qin Feiyang looked at the water in the bowl and took a deep breath. Then he raised his arm and opened his palm. A drop of blood appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that drop of blood, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyang flipped his hand and the blood fell into the bowl. Then he looked at Wang Yishan and said, "Put the blood in your hand in too." Wang Yishan came back to his senses and ran to Qin Feiyang. Then he waved his hand and the blood in his hand dripped into the bowl. "Whose blood is this?" Wang Yangfeng was surprised. "The emperor and the little prince," Qin Feiyang said. "The emperor? The little prince?" Everyone was slightly stunned. "I understand." Wang Yishan suddenly showed a look of understanding and said, "So young master is dripping blood to identify relatives." Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, the first thing he had to figure out was whether this little prince was really the emperor's flesh and blood. Therefore, he came up with the idea of a blood test. If the little prince was really the flesh and blood of the emperor, then their blood could be mixed in the water. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have fused. Inside the palace. At this moment, There was a deathly silence. Qin Feiyang nervously looked at the 2 drops of blood in the bowl. To tell the truth, he did not dislike the little prince. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the little prince. This could be because every time the little prince saw him, he would affectionately call him brother. Therefore, he especially hoped that there was no problem with the identity of the little prince. Time passed by slowly. The 2 drops of blood gradually drew close to each other and then melted bit by bit until they were completely inseparable. Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and then at Qin Feiyang. This was enough to prove that the little prince was indeed the emperor's flesh and blood. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood in the bowl and suddenly shook his head with a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Go and pour it away." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yishan asked, "Young master, how do you plan to deal with the little prince now?" Qin Feiyang held his forehead and pondered for a while. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he said, "Try not to hurt the little prince in the future, but now the empress must die." Everyone looked at each other. What? Qin Feiyang looked at everyone in confusion. Wang Yishan said, "Young master, although the empress is indecent, she is the little prince's birth mother after all. If you kill her, the little prince may hate you in the future. If he is a reasonable person when he grows up, he won't blame me. But if he is as ignorant as the other princes, I don't mind getting rid of him too." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yishan and the others were shocked. This young master was really a decisive person. "Young master." At this moment, Wang Yangfeng hurried in and whispered, "When I was pouring water just now, I accidentally found that there were a few guards around the Bright Sky Palace. They were sneaking around and seemed to be monitoring us." Wang Yishan and the others frowned when they heard this. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all. He smiled faintly and said, "This is normal. After all, you are all 9-star combat emperors and are top experts in the entire Great Qin Empire. Of course, there will be people worried that we will mess around in the palace. Then should we get rid of them?" Wang Yangfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "No need. Let them monitor us. I don't plan to live here anyway." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. "If you don't plan to live here, then why did you snatch the Bright Sky Palace? This is the place where my mother and I used to live. All my beautiful memories are here. In the past, because I didn't have the ability, I let that woman occupy the Bright Sky Palace. And now, with all of you by my side to help me, I naturally won't allow anyone else to live here." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Yangfeng and the others also had a smile on their faces. From these words, it could be seen that the young master trusted them completely. Wang Yishan asked, "Then what is the young master's next plan?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He suddenly waved his hand and Fatso appeared out of thin air. "What are you doing?" "Fat Lord is trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm," Fatso said unhappily. "Trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Aren't you building the herb field?" "Yes. But not long ago, I suddenly felt that I was about to break through, so I prepared to break through in the village," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's put the matter of cultivation aside for now. You immediately take Elder Wang and the others to the spiritual state." "Why are we going to the spiritual state?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "The disappearance of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess can't be ignored like this. We must find out the results." "It turns out to be for them." Fatso suddenly realized and frowned, but Uncle Yen also said that there are no clues about their disappearance. "How do we investigate?" Qin Feiyang said, "There must be something that we missed. You go and check carefully." "Boss, can you let someone else do it? Look at you now. You are already a 1-star battle emperor, and Fat Lord is still a 5-star battle saint. If this continues, Fat Lord will have no value at all." Fatso complained again and again. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Is there anyone who knows the situation of the spiritual state better than you?" "Brother Wolf, Lu Hong, Pangolin. They are all the first to follow you. They know everything that I know," Fatso said. There is still a long way to go. There is plenty of time for cultivation. I'm letting you go now because I trust your brain. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso smiled and said, So, boss also thinks that Fat Lord is smarter than Brother Wolf and the others? Qin Feiyang nodded. He had never denied this point. Although Fatty could be a little annoying at times, he was never careless when it came to serious matters. He was definitely a person worth entrusting. Fatso smiled proudly and said, Since boss said so, then Fat Lord will go. Qin Feiyang took out the space-time gate and handed it to Wang Yangfeng and said, When you go to the spiritual state, you have to listen to Fatso. Also, keep a low profile. Wang Yangfeng and the others nodded. Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Wang Yishan hurriedly said, The Imperial Palace is full of danger. Should we leave a few people to protect you? It's okay. Lei Bao is here. Besides, there are seahorses and seals in the ancient tower, as well as those 9-star monarch beasts. They can all help me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay then. Wang Yishan nodded. There was no shortage of powerhouses around the young master now. Boom. Wang Yangfeng waved his hand, and his battle aura surged, opening the space-time gate. Then, the group walked in without looking back. After the space-time gate disappeared, a white-clothed young man in the temple disciple uniform suddenly appeared in the main hall. It was Lu Xingchen. You finally came out. Qin Feiyang looked up at Lu Xingchen as if he already knew that Lu Xingchen was hiding here. He didn't look surprised at all. Lu Xingchen glanced around and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, Your return this time is really surprising. Surprising? Qin Feiyang froze and asked, How so? Can you stop playing dumb? You're a smart person. How can you not know what I'm talking about? Lu Xingchen frowned. I really don't know. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly and said, Okay then, I'll get straight to the point. What do you have on the National Master in the Sea of Reincarnation? Something on him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The National Master is astute and astute. What can I have on him? Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer directly, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but become angry. He originally thought that the National Master would stop Qin Feiyang from returning this time. But he didn't expect that not only did the National Master not stop him, he even helped Qin Feiyang. He wouldn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I do have something on him, and it's a fatal one for the National Master. What is it? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously. Just. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Do. Lu Xingchen suddenly got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. Was there a limit to keeping him in suspense? Qin Feiyang said, Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to the temple. The temple? Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, Why are you going to the temple? Can I revisit an old place? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. With your current strength, which place in the imperial capital can't you go? Lu Xingchen said sourly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He opened a portal and strode in. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and he followed in. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, the National Master brought Yen Wei to Bright Sky Palace. Yen Wei walked to the gate and shouted, Qin Feiyang, the National Master has arrived. Please come out quickly to receive him. But after waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang didn't appear, and no one responded to him. What's going on? Chapter 1296. He's really arrogant. The Imperial Preceptor secretly snorted and said, Let's wait a little longer. It's not good to anger him now. There was no other way. Zhuge Shenfeng and Zhuge Mingyang were successively controlled by Qin Feiyang. He, the powerful Imperial Preceptor in the eyes of others, could only swallow his anger. Yes. Yen Wei responded respectfully. Ever since he clamored with Qin Feiyang in the First City District, the Imperial Preceptor began to take special care of him. There was even a tendency to nurture him as a trusted aide. After waiting for a while, seeing that Qin Feiyang still hadn't come out, the Imperial Preceptor finally lost his patience and said angrily, You're going too far? Go in and take a look. Yen Wei nodded and strode in. So, He hurriedly ran out again and looked at the imperial preceptor. He's not inside. Not inside? The imperial preceptor was stunned. Had he waited for half a day in vain? A burst of anger rose uncontrollably in his heart. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I can't sit and wait for death like this." Yen Wei's heart trembled and he asked, "Sir, what do you mean?" The imperial preceptor said, "Doesn't Qin Feiyang have a few good friends in the temple? Especially that woman called Ren Wushuang. Go and capture her." "That's not good. His Majesty personally ordered that no one is allowed to harm anyone related to him within these 10 years. Yen Wei said, "Of course I know, but so what? As long as His Majesty doesn't know that we did it, isn't it fine?" The imperial preceptor said, "I understand. I'll do it right away. I guarantee that no one will know." Yen Wei smiled sinisterly, opened the portal and left. The imperial preceptor looked at the bright heaven palace, sneered, and turned to leave. At the same time, the emperor's edict also spread in the imperial capital. Without a doubt, all the major cities were boiling. They didn't expect that the emperor would pardon Qin Feiyang. Good. Treasure Pavilion. Sun Dehai, who received the news, was overjoyed. Although Zhenbao Pavilion was also loyal to the emperor, as a businessman he was most concerned about profits. Now that Qin Feiyang was pardoned, it meant that in the future his precious treasure pavilion would no longer have to worry about not having potential pills. Furthermore, he could no longer be secretive about auctioning the potential pill. Some were happy while others were sad. For example, those who once had a grudge with Qin Feiyang had a worried look on their faces. For example, Marquis Qianwu. Back then, Qin Feiyang had killed his son, Feng Yun, and even caused a ruckus in the Marquis's estate. So he'd always harbored hatred towards Qin Feiyang. When he heard that Qin Feiyang had returned, he had wanted to meet the emperor to seek justice for him and avenge Feng Yun. However, he didn't expect that. Before he could enter the imperial palace, the emperor's decree of pardon came down. This was tantamount to shattering his hopes. There was also Lin Dian's father, who was also a marquis. Back then, Lin Dian followed the 13th prince and plotted against Qin Feiyang at the Black Dragon Lake. In the end, he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Lin Dian's father also bore a grudge against Qin Feiyang. But when he heard the decree of pardon, he knew that it was impossible to avenge Lin Dian. Forget about the fact that there was no hope of revenge. What made them even more worried now was that based on their previous grudges, Qin Feiyang might take the initiative to find trouble with them. If Qin Feiyang had come back alone, with the foundation and strength of a martial marquis, there would be nothing to worry about. But the key point was, this time, Qin Feiyang had brought back more than a dozen 9-star combat emperors. Such a lineup was beyond their reach. So, now they were all very nervous. Temple. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang? Didn't he go to the imperial palace? I heard that he destroyed the throne room again. What? Destroying the throne room once again? He's too bold. Isn't His Majesty going to do something about it? Do something about it? Tell me, what does His Majesty have to do about it? Could it be that he wants to gather the experts of the imperial palace and fight with him? That's not realistic. This will only hurt both sides. It won't benefit anyone. That's true. But now, why did he come to the temple? The person beside him seems to be Lu Xingchen, right? The relationship between the two is indeed not ordinary. The disciples of the temple ran out one after another and discussed animatedly. Qin Feiyang saw all of this, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He silently walked in the air above the shrine, looking at everything that was familiar to him. The past involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as if it had just happened yesterday. After you left, there weren't many changes here, but seeing that you're back, those martial marquis disciples should be very nervous now. Lu Xingchen laughed. I'm not interested in them. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Then why did you return to the temple? Lu Xingchen frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I just wanted to come back for a walk and meet some old friends. Old friends? Lu Xingchen was slightly taken aback and whispered, Speaking of this, I think of a few people. Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen said, Didn't I tell you last time that Ling Yu, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan, and Zhao Yu disappeared inexplicably? And now, Tan Wu and Dong Jingyang are also missing. Qin Feiyang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen and frowned. When did this happen? Just after you picked up Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, you know that Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren were picked up by me. Shen Mei told me. Lu Xingchen said. This silly woman. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly and took a step forward. As he walked, he lowered his head and pondered. Tan Wu's disappearance, without thinking, was definitely related to Uncle Yuan. But Dong Jingyang's disappearance made him somewhat puzzled. At that time in the Sea of Reincarnation, Dong Jingyang accompanied Ren Wushuang to visit him. He also sincerely urged Dong Jingyang to stay, but Dong Jingyang did not stay. At that time, he thought that Dong Jingyang did not want to stay by his side because of the complicated relationship between them. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Wait a minute. It couldn't be related to Uncle Yuan, right? He remembered that Tan Wu said in the Magic Dragon Mountain range that Uncle Yuan had been helping him cultivate a force. Could this Dong Jingyang also be the target of Uncle Yuan's training? But it shouldn't be. Uncle Yuan should be clear about the grudge between Dong Jingyang and him. Moreover, if Dong Jingyang really followed Uncle Yuan, then why didn't Dong Jingyang directly tell him? It was not like that. Dong Jingyang's disappearance had nothing to do with Uncle Yuan. Very soon, Qin Feiyang rejected the previous idea. Because Dong Jingyang knew about his relationship with Uncle Yuan. And with Dong Jingyang's character and arrogance, he would rather die than submit to Uncle Yuan. It seems that this person is also full of secrets. Qin Feiyang muttered, exhaled a long breath, and asked, then what about Feng Wuxie, Xuening and Xuerhua, that pair of sisters? They're also gone. Lu Xingchen said. Interesting, the people who entered the imperial capital together with me except for you and me, are all gone now. Do you think this is a coincidence? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Who knows? Lu Xingchen shrugged. That's right, who knows? But in this case, I don't have any old friends here. There's no need to go any further, let's go back. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, opened the portal, and was about to walk in. Lu Xingchen said, why are you going back so early? I'll take you to a place, I guarantee it will interest you. What place? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The War God Temple. Lu Xingchen said. Not interested. Qin Feiyang was disinterested when he heard it. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, what about the billboard list? Are you interested? Billboard list? Qin Feiyang frowned. You were born in the imperial capital, so you should know about the billboard list of the War God Temple. Only the top 10 of the War God Temple are qualified to be on the billboard list. As for Zhuge Mingyang, he's only ranked 9th on the Wind Cloud ranking. Lu Xingchen said. What? Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Xingchen and said in surprise, with Zhuge Mingyang's strength, he's only ranked 9th? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Is there a need for me to joke with you? Since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire, how many monstrous geniuses have been born? Most of them are in the War God Temple now. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for some people looking down on the billboard list, Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't even be qualified to be on the billboard list. Lu Xingchen said. In that case, the War God Temple is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feiyang muttered. That's right. Lu Xingchen nodded and asked, so, are you interested now? A little. Qin Feiyang said. Just a little? Lu Xingchen muttered. Buzz. At this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that the image crystal was moving. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to Lu Xingchen and said, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Swish. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to react, Qin Feiyang went to the ancient castle and took out the image crystal. Yan Wei's shadow immediately appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Yan Wei said in a deep voice, the Imperial Preceptor asked me to catch Ren Wushuang and the others. Qin Feiyang sneered, this old thing really doesn't stop at all, but I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Ren Wushuang is by my side now. I know. but this is my best chance to get close to him. Think about it, if I really bring Ren Wushuang to him, what will he do? He will definitely put me in an important position. Yan Wei said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Yan Wei and said, however, I can't let Ren Wushuang take the risk. Then won't I have to return empty-handed? Yan Wei frowned. I thought of someone. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. Yan Wei asked. Shen Mei. Qin Feiyang said. Isn't she Ren Wushuang's friend? Will Ren Wushuang blame you for doing this? Yan Wei frowned. I'm doing this for Shen Mei's sake. Because I want to test whether Lu Xingchen really likes Shen Mei. If he does, he will definitely try to rescue Shen Mei. And with his ability, it's easy for him to rescue Shen Mei. Besides, don't we have you? When the time comes, we can cooperate from the inside and outside. Shen Mei's life will not be in danger. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Yan Wei suddenly understood and said with a smile, okay, I'll go find her right away. Chapter 1297. With the help of Dan Wangkai, Wang Xiaojie had already embarked on the path of cultivation. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to become a 6-star martial artist. It could be seen that his talent was extraordinary. Of course, the biggest credit was still the elixirs. The body-tempering elixirs that Dan Wangkai refined basically had 4 or 5 patterns. The effect was naturally incomparable to ordinary body-tempering elixirs. At this very moment, Wang Xiaojie was sitting on the ground, reading a manual attentively. This manual recorded Dan Wangkai's understanding and experience in alchemy. One had to know, Dan Wangkai was the #1 alchemist in Qinghai. Even in the entire Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, he was a demon-level existence. It was not an exaggeration to say that in terms of alchemy attainments, Qin Feiyang was not necessarily much better than him. This was because Dan Wangkai was an alchemy maniac. He could be without extraordinary abilities or huge power, but he could not be without elixirs. Therefore, Dan Wangkai's understanding and experience was simply a huge treasure to Wang Xiaojie. He would benefit from it for the rest of his life. It could be said that Wang Xiaojie's current cultivation conditions were countless times better than Qin Feiyang's in the past. His starting point was higher than his peers. Feiyang. Suddenly, Yan Nanshan, Luo Qianxue and Lu Ji woke up from their cultivation. They got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yan, Auntie Xue, Auntie. Qin Feiyang bowed to them one by one. These 3 were the elders that he respected the most. Especially Luo Qianxue and Lu Ji. Besides respecting them, he felt guilty and blamed himself in his heart. Lu Ji stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. She smiled and said, Feiyang, there's something that I want to discuss with you. Auntie, please go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Look, we're already at this age. We feel that there's no point in cultivating. We might as well enjoy life. Therefore, we've decided to go to your ancient pagoda and spend the rest of our lives with old Master Ren and the villagers. Lu Ji smiled and said, Yeah. Right now, it's the world of you young people. Us old fellows can't interfere at all. Instead of making you worry and dragging you down, it's better to go to the castle and enjoy the rest of my life. Yan Nanshan and Luo Qianxue also nodded and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Yan. Thank you, Aunt Xue. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them gratefully and bowed deeply. The 3 of them had made this decision out of consideration for him, because in this way he wouldn't have any worries and could boldly wander the outside world. Silly child, we should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you taking care of us all these years, I'm afraid we would have already turned into a pile of yellow soil. How could we still have the peaceful life we have now? The 3 shook their heads and laughed. Qin Feiyang said, Although you are not my parents, I still regard you as my parents, so this is what I should do. The 3 of them smiled at each other. Yan Nanshan smiled and said, We are already very satisfied that you have such intentions. All right, send us to the ancient pagoda. To be honest, we are very curious about that place. Qin Feiyang nodded and personally led the 3 of them to the ancient pagoda. It's so big? Looking at the endless mountains and rivers, the three of them were immediately dumbfounded. A space divine item actually had such a large space? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "When I first saw it, I was also very surprised." "You're here." At this moment, Lu Hong flew up and greeted Qin Feiyang with a smile. Then she looked at Yan Nanshan and the other two and bowed. "Uncle Yan, Aunt Shui, Aunt Lu Ji." Yan Nanshan smiled and said, "Little girl, you're getting more and more beautiful." Lu Hong blushed. Yan Nanshan shook his head and smiled. "It must be very tiring to build the herb field. Later, we will all stay to help you." Lu Hong was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The three of you will stay here to enjoy the rest of your life." "What elderly? Do you know how to talk? Are we very old?" Luo Qianxue pretended to be angry. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand. "Not old, not old. With your looks and energy, even those 17 or 18-year-old young people can't compare." "Nonsense." The three of them rolled their eyes, but their faces were full of smiles. Yan Nanshan waved his hand and said, "Okay, go to your work. We will help to take care of the herb field." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Lu Hong. "Where are you going to build the herb field?" "Just outside the village. I'm mainly thinking about the people in the village. It will be more convenient for them when they need herbs," Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. He said, "I originally planned to plant the tree of creation in the village, but since you built the herb field outside the village, then I will plant it in the herb field." As long as the tree of creation was not sealed, the energy it emitted was enough to radiate tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, as the tree of creation continued to grow, the area it radiated would also increase. Therefore, even if it was not planted in the village, the people in the village could also enjoy the benefits of the tree of creation. He was also looking forward to how many geniuses would be born here in the future. Lu Hong took the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. "Right, there's also this." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an ice sculpture appeared. It was Zhuge Shenfeng. "Why did you bring him here?" Even if Zhuge Shenfeng was in a self-sealing state, Lu Hong could not help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said, "The space in the ancient castle is too small. It takes up space." "Then where are we going to put him now?" "In the village." "Of course not. There are so many children in the village. What if we accidentally wake him up?" Lu Hong was worried. "Definitely not in the village." Qin Feiyang shook his head and pondered for a while. He said, "Later, take him to the forbidden area of the cemetery. There is a black panther guarding it. The children in the village can't get close." Lu Hong nodded. "Okay then, you guys go ahead." Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient tower, appearing in the sky above the temple. He has appeared again. Although he used to be a disciple of the temple, he is no longer one. But he still dares to do whatever he wants in the temple. This guy's courage is really not something ordinary people can compare to. Don't worry, he won't be proud for long. Because Zhuge Mingyang will not let this go. Although Zhuge Mingyang is not his opponent, don't forget that there are many people in the War God Temple who have a close relationship with Zhuge Mingyang. The disciples below whispered, their eyes full of sneers. "Where is Lu Xingchen?" At the same time, Qin Feiyang scanned the void suspiciously. Why was Lu Xingchen missing? He couldn't have received the news that Shen Mei had been kidnapped so quickly, right? Just as he was about to open the portal and leave, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air and frowned. "What are you busy with? I've been waiting for you for so long." Qin Feiyang said calmly, "I want to ask you the same thing. Where did you go just now?" Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and he smiled faintly. "I had something to do, so I went back to the alchemy room." "I see." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go, we haven't drunk together in a long time. Let's go to the fragrant moon pavilion and have a few drinks." Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, "Aren't we going to the War God Temple?" "Why are we going to the War God Temple?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "There are so many experts in the War God Temple. Aren't you interested at all? It's their business if they are strong. As long as they don't provoke me, why should I care about them? Wait. Why do I feel that something is wrong? From the beginning, you've been urging me to go to the war god temple. Tell me honestly, are you plotting something again? Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Lu Xingchen. Am I? Lu Xingchen asked calmly. Stop pretending. How many years have we known each other? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? Lu Xingchen joked. The war god temple is filled with experts and can be considered the cornerstone of the great Qin Empire. If I'm not wrong, you're urging me to go to the war god temple because you want me to find out how deep the war god temple's waters are. There's a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. Knowing the true foundation of the war god temple, you'll be able to make sufficient preparations in advance when you want to destroy the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Qin, you're really smart. Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. That's right, that's what I'm thinking. It would be best if you can kill some monsters while you're at it. Qin Feiyang said, so tell me, why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? How can this be called harming others without benefiting yourself? You and the Emperor will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. At that time, these people will be your biggest obstacles. So, if you can get rid of some of them now, it will definitely be beneficial for you in the future. Lu Xingchen said. That seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, shall we go now? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it makes sense, then why not? The smile on Lu Xingchen's face froze as he asked in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, who said that I have to go if it makes sense? Lu Xingchen's face twitched fiercely. This bastard, why doesn't he play by the rules? There's still a long way to go. We'll talk about the war god temple later. It's rare that I'm in the mood today. Let's go and have a few drinks. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and dragged Lu Xingchen toward it. Okay, I can walk by myself. I really have to hand it to you. I don't know what you're thinking. Lu Xingchen looked at him helplessly and entered the portal. Qin Feiyang, I'll wait for you at the war god temple. Come and fight with me quickly. But at this moment, a loud voice rolled out from the depths of the temple like thunder. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look into the depths of the temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and immediately exited the portal. Standing beside Qin Feiyang, he looked into the depths of the temple and said with a smile, it seems that someone doesn't want you to leave. Is that so? Chapter 1298. The people from the war god temple are so fast. I wonder who it is that is challenging Qin Feiyang? Do you think Qin Feiyang will accept the challenge? Is there a need to ask? With his arrogant personality, he will definitely accept the challenge. The disciples below were in an uproar. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the schadenfreude in his eyes was undisguised. Although Qin Feiyang had brought many experts with him, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only a one-star combat emperor. In the war god temple, a one-star combat emperor was nothing. Even if he defeated Zhuge Mingyang, there were countless people who were stronger than Zhuge Mingyang in the war god temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, Brother Qin, this person is so arrogant. How can we tolerate it? Then, do you know who the person who's shouting is? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen pondered and said, judging from his voice, it seems to be Zhuge Jinghong, ranked 10th on the Fengyun list. Zhuge Jinghong? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, you might not be familiar with this Zhuge Jinghong, but if we are talking about Zhuge Nanhua, then you definitely know him. Zhuge Nanhua. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Of course, he knew this Zhuge Nanhua. Not only was he the confidant of the imperial master, he was also Zhuge Mingyang's great-grandfather. Now, he was guarding the pagoda on behalf of old man Qin, guarding the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, what is the relationship between Zhuge Jinghong and Zhuge Nanhua? Zhuge Jinghong is Zhuge Nanhua's adopted son. It is said that his background is very miserable, but he is very talented. Under Zhuge nurturing, he is now an 8-star combat emperor. Lu Xingchen said. 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he frowned and said, since he is an 8-star combat emperor, he must be stronger than Zhuge Mingyang. However, why is he ranked behind Zhuge Mingyang? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's to take care of Zhuge Mingyang. After all, he is the genius of the Zhuge family. Lu Xingchen said. Will the others agree to Zhuge Mingyang dominating the billboard? Qin Feiyang frowned. You still don't know, right? Half of the people on the billboard are from the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Xingfeng, who is ranked number 1, has even reached the 9-star combat emperor realm. It is said that he is the number 1 person in the war god temple. Say, with Zhuge Xingfeng here, who would dare to touch Zhuge Mingyang? Lu Xingchen sneered. Zhuge Xingfeng, Qin Feiyang murmured. He did not expect the Zhuge family to be so powerful. What do you think? Are you interested now? Lu Xingchen asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, being interested is one thing, going or not is another. Come drink with me first. Drink? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Xingfeng had openly issued a challenge, yet he did not accept it? Has this guy changed his personality? Qin Feiyang, don't be a coward. I will wait for you at the fighting arena. Zhuge Jinghong's voice boomed once again, filled with an insufferably arrogant tone. Brother Qin, he has already said so. Can you still bear it? Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, even if I can't bear it, I have to. After all, you said that he is an 8-star combat emperor. How can I, a mere 1-star combat emperor, be his opponent? Brother Qin, it's meaningless to pretend like this. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, how am I pretending? This is the truth. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. Let's go drink. Qin Feiyang opened another teleportation door and forcefully dragged Lu Xingchen in. Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Lu Xingchen wanted him to go, so he would not go. As for Zhuge Jinghong's clamor, he did not take it to heart at all. If you want to shout, then shout. Who has the ability to ignore you? This was actually a change in his state of mind. If it was in the past, in the face of such aggressive clamor, he would definitely not let it go. But now, he already had an indifferent attitude. Because in his eyes, his current opponents were the imperial tutor, the emperor, Mu Tianyang, the chief pagoda master, these supreme rulers. To put it in an arrogant way. Now, only these people could enter his eyes and make him treat them seriously. He left just like that? What the hell is this? I thought he was very powerful, but it turns out that he is just a weakling. It seems that we have all overestimated him. If not for those 9-star combat emperors helping him, what is he? When the disciples below saw Qin Feiyang open the teleportation door and leave, they could not help but mock him. War God Shrine. In the sky above a battle arena, a black-clothed youth stood proudly. His hands were behind his back, his long hair draped over his shoulders as he looked disdainfully at the sky. His 2 thick eyebrows were like sharp swords, emitting a shocking sharpness. That's right. This person was Zhuge Jinghong. The battle arena below was also filled with a sea of people. They were also disciples of the War God Shrine, and the lowest cultivation was a battle sage. There were even a bunch of combat emperors. Do you guys think that Qin Feiyang will come? Don't worry, this person is arrogant. Facing senior brother Jinghong's challenge, he will definitely come. When he comes, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone was discussing, their eyes filled with playfulness and anticipation. Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky and landed in front of Zhuge Jinghong. It was a short black-clothed man. Looking at Zhuge Jinghong, his face was full of respect. Xia Changjin, is Qin Feiyang here? Someone below immediately asked loudly. Zhuge Jinghong also retracted his gaze and looked at the short man. Xia Changjin glanced at the people below, looked at Zhuge Jinghong and shook his head. He didn't come. He didn't come? Everyone was shocked. This was really out of his expectations. Why didn't he come? Is he looking down on me? Zhuge Jinghong's face darkened as he asked. He is just a one-star combat emperor. How dare he look down on you, senior brother Jinghong? Xia Changjin smiled disdainfully and said, he knows that he is not your opponent, so he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Ha, he knows his own limits. Zhuge Jinghong smiled proudly and asked, then where is he now? Xia Changjin said, he went to the fragrant moon brothel with Lu Xingchen. I think they went to drink. What a good-for-nothing. Zhuge Jinghong sneered, and the disdain on his face became even stronger. He said, does he think that he can escape this calamity by going to the fragrant moon brothel? Get me a brush and ink. Xia Changjin hurriedly took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them in the air. Zhuge Jinghong waved his hand, and the brush landed in his hand. Then he quickly wrote, and two bold words appeared on the paper. Trash. Senior brother Jinghong is really domineering. He directly sent the two words Qin Feiyang. When he sees these two words, his expression will definitely be very interesting. The people below all laughed loudly. Zhuge Jinghong's face was also full of ridicule. He looked at Xia Changjin and said, immediately send this to Qin Feiyang. You must send it into his hands. Also, tell him that if he is not convinced, he can challenge me. I, Zhuge Jinghong, will always respect him. Understood. Xia Changjin smiled, folded the paper, and opened the portal and left. At the same time, in front of a courtyard, Yan Wei appeared out of thin air while holding a girl. The girl was Shen Mei. After all these years, she had become more mature and charming. However, she was currently unconscious. Lord, I have returned. Yan Wei looked at the pavilion in the courtyard and said respectfully, come in. The imperial tutor's voice came from inside. Yan Wei pushed open the door and entered. He walked to the front of the pavilion and pushed open the door. He saw the imperial tutor sitting alone beside the tea table in the hall. Yan Wei walked in with Shen Mei in his arms. Well done. The imperial tutor smiled. Then he looked at Shen Mei and frowned. He asked suspiciously, who is she? Didn't I ask you to capture Ren Wushuang? Why is she an unrelated person? I am incompetent. I couldn't find Ren Wushuang. Yan Wei's gaze trembled. He quickly put down Shen Mei and said in fear, why couldn't you find her? The imperial tutor raised his eyebrows. According to my investigation, Ren Wushuang went missing a few days ago. Her grandfather also went missing. This subordinate is thinking that it might be because Milord kidnapped Qin Feiyang's mother last time, causing Qin Feiyang to become alert and take them away. Yan Wei said calmly. That damn little bastard. He is really difficult to deal with. The imperial tutor snorted and looked at Shen Mei. Then who is she? Yan Wei said, her name is Shen Mei. According to my investigation, she has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, she and Ren Wushuang are like sisters. Like sisters? Since they are so close, why didn't Qin Feiyang take her away with Ren Wushuang? The imperial tutor frowned. This should be her personal reason. I don't know. Yan Wei said. The imperial tutor looked at Shen Mei and pondered for a while. Well, it's better than nothing. Go find Qin Feiyang immediately and tell him that this woman is in our hands. See his reaction. If he has a big reaction, it means that he really cares about this woman. Okay. Yan Wei nodded and immediately opened the portal and walked in. First District. Fragrant Moon Brothel. Young Master Qin, you just came back and you came to our Fragrant Moon Brothel to play. We are really flattered. Come in, please. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen enter the hall, two waiters hurried to greet them with flattering smiles. Qin Feiyang. Why did he come to the Fragrant Moon Brothel again? I just received news that he went to the Divine Palace. Hearing the voices of the two waiters, the guests in the hall all put down their bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses in their hands and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door, glanced at the crowd, and said with a smile, I hope I didn't ruin everyone's mood. No. It's our honor to be able to eat and drink in the same place as young Master Qin, don't you think so? Yes. Everyone nodded and flattered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the two waiters and said, arrange a quiet place for me, and bring me 2 pots of the best wine in your store. I want to properly entertain this good brother of mine." "Good brother?" Everyone's heart trembled. Looking at Lu Xingxin next to Qin Feiyang, their pupils contracted slightly. They didn't expect Lu Xingxin and Qin Feiyang to be so close. Some people even had envy in their eyes. Chapter 1299. A quiet place can only be the private rooms upstairs. I will arrange one for the 2 young masters. A waiter smiled. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, we'll just sit in the hall. It's a little quiet." The 2 waiters looked at each other. Although the cost of the private room was higher than that of the hall, was Qin Feiyang a person short of money? Obviously not. Then why did he have to sit in the hall? But the 2 didn't dare to ask. Glancing around the hall, they found an empty table in the left corner. "Let's sit there." "It's in the corner. It's relatively quiet. What do you think, young Master Qin?" The 2 waiters looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then please." One of the waiters led Qin Feiyang to the table and said with a smile, "I'll bring the food and wine to you right away. Please wait a moment." Qin Feiyang said. The waiter smiled, turned around and ran away. "Let's continue. Don't be so reserved." Qin Feiyang looked at the people in the hall and said with a smile. Then he sat down on a chair, pointed to the chair opposite him, and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, please sit down." Lu Xingxin glanced at Qin Feiyang, walked to the opposite of Qin Feiyang, and sat down, glancing at the people around. Although those people were minding their own business and eating and drinking, they would glance at him from time to time. That kind of strange look made him very uncomfortable. Phew. He took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said with a rather gloomy face, "Is this the purpose of you bringing me to Fragrant Moon House?" "Purpose?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. "What do you mean? I just asked you to accompany me to drink. What purpose can I have?" Keep pretending." Lu Xingxin snorted coldly. "Why should I pretend?" Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled. Lu Xingxin said angrily, "Then let me ask you, why did you say that I'm your good brother in front of everyone? Are we not on good terms?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Do you think we're close enough to call each other brothers?" Lu Xingxin was getting angrier and angrier. "It's not that good, but what's wrong with me saying that?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Nonsense. Of course not. What's your situation now? The imperial advisor, the emperor, and the Zhuge family are all trying to deal with you. But they can't do anything to you because you have someone protecting you. What about them? You can only start with those who are close to you. And now, you're publicly declaring that I'm your good brother. Aren't you clearly trying to drag me down with you?" Lu Xingxin was furious. This guy was really insidious and cunning. If he was not careful, he would be tricked to death by him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Your imagination is too rich. In fact, it's not as complicated as you think. I just want to treat you to a few drinks. Don't talk nonsense. You think I don't know who Qin Feiyang is? You're not having a good time now, and you don't want me to have a good time either." Lu Xingxin snorted coldly. "Young masters, the dishes are here." At this time, the waiter ran over with a few dishes, 2 pots of wine, and 2 wine glasses. After putting them on the table, he hurriedly ran away. Qin Feiyang chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled the 2 wine glasses. He put down the wine pot, grabbed a wine glass, and handed it to Lu Xingxin. He said with a smile, "Don't be like this. Even if the imperial advisor wants to deal with you, with your ability, what are you afraid of?" "So you admit it?" Lu Xingxin sneered. "If you insist on thinking like this, then wouldn't it be the same if I didn't admit it?" Qin Feiyang said. Phew. Lu Xingxin let out a long breath, took the wine glass and said, "This time you're better, I admit defeat. Look at what you're saying, it's as if I've taken advantage of you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled helplessly. He picked up the wine glass on the table and said, "How about this? If you really can't let it go, then I'll solemnly apologize to you and punish myself with 3 cups. After that, he raised his head and drank it all. Lu Xingxin rolled his eyes. He held the wine glass to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He was about to drink it. But at this moment, a cold shout sounded at the entrance. "Where is Qin Feiyang?" He saw a short man in black standing at the entrance, arrogantly scanning the hall. It was Xia Changjin. Lu Xingchen frowned. He put down the wine glass and turned his head. When he saw Xia Changjin, his eyes immediately became playful. Qin Feiyang and the other guests in the hall also looked at Xia Changjin with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "Young master, what brings you here?" A waiter ran in front of Xia Changjin and asked. Xia Changjin said proudly, "I'm Xia Changjin, a disciple of the War God Temple. I'm here to find Qin Feiyang." "Where is he?" "A disciple of the War God Temple." The waiter's pupils shrank. His expression immediately became respectful. He pointed at the corner where Qin Feiyang was and said, "Young Master Qin is there." Xia Changjin looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then he strode towards Qin Feiyang. Why is a disciple of the War God Temple looking for Qin Feiyang? Everyone muttered in their hearts. As for Qin Feiyang, when he heard that this person was from the War God Temple, he immediately looked away. He poured himself a glass of wine and leisurely savored it. This person was only a one-star combat emperor. He was not worthy of his attention. Xia Changjin walked in front of Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang's calm and leisurely appearance, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Is he really so calm that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? He took out the folded paper from his bosom and slapped it on the table. He sneered, "This is a big gift from senior brother Zhuge Jinghong." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a lackey who ran away." Lu Xingchen also laughed. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even look at Xia Changjin properly. That disdainful attitude and those sarcastic words made Xia Changjin furious. He shouted, "You better watch your words." Qin Feiyang still ignored him. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, whose kitten and puppy did not tie up properly and came to disturb us while we were drinking? Didn't he say that he came to deliver the gift on behalf of Zhuge Jinghong? Then he must be from the Zhuge family." Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "I see. Birds of a feather flock together." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile. The faces of the guests and waiters in the hall turned red. These two are really good. They don't even use vulgarities when cursing. However, Xia Changjin was about to explode in anger. He slapped away the wine glasses in Qin Feiyang's hands and shouted, "I dare you to say that again." Qin Feiyang's and Lu Xingchen's faces immediately darkened. They turned to look at Xia Changjin. Their cold eyes made Xia Changjin's body tremble. An indescribable fear emerged in his heart. However, when he thought of Zhuge Jinghong behind him, he became more confident. "What? Do you dare to touch me? Let me tell you, I came to deliver the gift on behalf of Senior Zhuge Jinghong. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, Senior Zhuge Jinghong will not let you off. I think that with Senior Zhuge Jinghong's status in the War God Shrine, I should tell you. His ranking on the War God Shrine's Wind God ranking list is..." Xia Changjin was full of himself. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and grabbed his neck. He said with a smile, "I really don't know what gave you the courage to bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The two of them released their battle chi and directly cut off Xia Changjin's arms. The piercing pain made Xia Changjin howl in pain. Blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain. Since you want to be a dog, then you should have the awareness of being a dog. Don't provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. A wisp of battle chi entered Xia Changjin's lower abdomen, shattering his sea of chi, cutting off his arms and destroying his sea of chi. This person is indeed cruel. We can't afford to provoke him. The pupils of the people in the hall shrunk. They were terrified. Lu Xingchen looked at Xia Changjin and laughed. "Look, giving a gift is a good thing, but you forced Brother Qin to make a move. Are you satisfied now?" Xia Changjin was scared out of his wits. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and released his 5 fingers. With a bang, Xia Changjin fell to the ground. His face was distorted from the pain. His blood also flowed to the ground. It was a shocking sight. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat, grabbed the piece of paper, and opened it. His eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. What's written on the paper? Everyone couldn't help but stand up and look around curiously. I saw it. The word, trash, is written on it. This Zhuge Jinghong actually gave him those 2 words. He's obviously looking for trouble. Everyone's heart trembled. This was forcing Qin Feiyang to make a move. Lu Xingchen looked at the 2 words on the paper and laughed. Brother Qin, you can't take it anymore, right? Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, and his expression was filled with a wisp of viciousness. He clenched his big hand and the paper immediately turned into ashes. Then he looked down at Xia Changjin and laughed. Go back and tell Zhuge Jinghong to stop playing such childish tricks. This will only make him look more childish and stupid. Yes. I'll definitely pass on the message. Xia Changjin nodded repeatedly. Then get lost, Qin Feiyang said. Xia Changjin hurriedly got up and ran outside. However, when he turned around, his eyes were filled with hatred. Is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Xia Changjin's body trembled. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Aren't I going to leave immediately? Lu Xingchen laughed. Looks like you didn't understand Brother Qin's meaning. He told you to get lost, not walk. Get lost? Xia Changjin was stunned. After all, he was a disciple of the Temple of War. If he was told to get lost in front of everyone, how could he face others in the future? I've changed my mind. Don't you like being a dog? Now crawl out. While crawling, you have to bark like a dog. Chapter 1300. Crawl out. Everyone's mouth twitched. Wasn't this making things difficult for Xia Changjin? How could he crawl when both his arms were chopped off? Xia Changjin's face turned green when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Although he wasn't as talented as Zhuge Jinghong, he was still a genius to be able to become a disciple of the War God Temple. He had pride. He had dignity. He had to crawl out in front of everyone and bark like a dog. How could he survive in the War God Temple in the future? Moreover, this matter would definitely spread out. At that time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of everyone's leisure conversations? This was simply forcing him to a dead end. He gloomily stared at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, It's best to leave some leeway as a person and not go overboard. Are you threatening me? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xia Changjin with a murderous look in his eyes. Xia Changjin's eyes trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape today. He clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. He didn't have hands, so he used his knees to slowly crawl out. Woof! He lowered his head and barked like a dog. He didn't dare to look at everyone because it was embarrassing enough. Qin Feiyang, I swear that I won't let you go. Although his head was lowered, he could clearly feel that everyone was looking at him with mocking eyes. This made him go crazy. His heart was filled with humiliation. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't let this matter go. At this moment, outside the door, a middle-aged man in black stood quietly and looked at Xia Changjin expressionlessly. However, if one looked closely, they would find that there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. This person was Yen Wei. He came to find Qin Feiyang under the orders of the imperial tutor, but he didn't expect to see such a good show. In his heart, he was also sincerely happy for Qin Feiyang. During this trip to the reincarnation ocean, not only did Qin Feiyang's strength increase, but he also subdued a large number of strong cultivators. Now that there were no false gods who could compete with Qin Feiyang, I didn't choose the wrong person. In the future, this child will definitely become a supreme existence that will make even the imperial preceptor tremble. Yen Wei mumbled. At this moment, Xia Changjin finally arrived at the door. He stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, then ran outside. Yen Wei lifted his leg and tripped Xia Changjin. With a bang, Xia Changjin staggered and fell flat on his face. 2 of his front teeth were broken. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen also looked at each other. My apologies. I didn't notice. Are you okay? Yen Wei's eyes flashed with ridicule. He hurriedly helped Xia Zhangjin up and apologized. Are you fucking looking for death? Xia Zhangjin was furious, but when he saw Yen Wei's face, his expression changed. At that time in the first district, Yen Wei was following beside the state preceptor, and many people saw it. Xia Changjin also knew. After all, Yen Wei had challenged Qin Feiyang in front of countless people. He was now considered a celebrity in the city. As such, seeing that it was Yen Wei, Xia Changjin could only swallow his anger. What did you say just now? I'm looking for death? Do you know who I am? However, Yen Wei did not want to let Xia Changjin off. He sneered. No, this is a misunderstanding. Xia Changjin hurriedly shook his head. Misunderstanding? I'm a law enforcer of the law enforcement hall, but I was insulted by a disciple in public. If this were to spread, wouldn't I become a joke? Yen Wei yelled angrily. You're a law enforcer? Xia Changjin's expression changed. Yen Wei directly took out the law enforcer token. This disciple has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me. Xia Changjin shivered and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. The law enforcers in the divine hall were like the god of death. The disciples basically stayed away from them. Looking at this scene, the people in the hall could not help but sigh in their hearts. He had just been severely humiliated by Qin Feiyang and now bumped into the muzzle of a law enforcer. One had to admit that this guy was really unlucky. You'd better be careful next time. Yen Wei snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, Get lost. Yes. Xia Changjin hurriedly got up. I'm asking you to get lost. Yen Wei yelled and raised his hand to slap Xia Changjin's face. Ah! With a scream, Xia Changjin immediately flew out and smashed into the street below. I'll get lost immediately. However, he did not dare to complain at all. He hurriedly curled up into a ball and rolled on the street like a rubber ball. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he rolling on the ground? Those who did not know what was going on could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Yen Wei smiled disdainfully. He tidied his clothes and turned to enter the fragrant moon house. Welcome, my lord. A few waiters went up to greet him respectfully. Yen Wei said coldly, I'm looking for Qin Feiyang. You can go back to your work. He's looking for Qin Feiyang again? When everyone heard this, they could not help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang. This guy was really a jinx. As soon as he came back, he caused a storm in the city. It was difficult to calm down. Law enforcer. Lu Xingchen looked at Yen Wei and his eyes flashed slightly. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, Why is he looking for you? He did not know that this law enforcer was Yen Wei. It's definitely not something good. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yen Wei strode to the table and glanced at Lu Xingchen. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Is it convenient for you to talk? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, If you have anything to say, just say it. After you're done, get lost. Don't hinder us from drinking. Everyone was stunned. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a law enforcer. As expected of Qin Feiyang. Yen Wei's eyes surged with a cold light. He did not hide it. Say it. Do you want to crawl out like Xia Changjin? Qin Feiyang said impatiently. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Yen Wei smiled coldly, leaned in front of Qin Feiyang and whispered, Do you know Shen Mei? She's in our hands now. He did not transmit his voice. But his voice was very soft. Only Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen could hear it. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. If you want to save her, you should know what to do. Yen Wei chuckled, got up and left. Qin Feiyang said, Go back and tell the state preceptor that if he dares to hurt her, I will make him regret it for the rest of his life. You'd better pray for yourself. Yen Wei said with a smile without turning his head. This guy is too good at acting. Qin Feiyang laughed and transmitted his voice. If the state preceptor really wants to take you as his confidant, he should use the blood soul technique to control you. But you don't have to worry, I have a way to remove the blood soul technique. Now I will help you remove the slave seal. Then with a thought, the slave seal in Yen Wei's soul directly dissipated. When he first met Yen Wei in the Black Dragon Glacier, Qin Feiyang used the slave seal to control him. And with the slave seal, the state preceptor's blood soul technique could not succeed. So, he had to remove the slave seal first. As for whether Yen Wei would betray him after the slave seal was removed, he was not worried at all. Because after all these years of getting along, Yen Wei was already dead set on him. Then I'll go first. Yen Wei transmitted his voice. Well, be careful. By the way, the blood soul technique can only control the power of the bloodline, it can't peek into one's thoughts. You don't have to worry too much. Qin Feiyang secretly warned. Yen Wei secretly replied. After Yen Wei left the fragrant moon brothel, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Lu Xingchen and transmitted his voice. You guessed right, that old thing has begun to make a move on the people around me. I don't care so much. This matter started because of you. You have to save Shen Mei, or I will not let you off. Lu Xingchen secretly said. It's not like you don't know the state preceptor. He is a cunning old fox. He will definitely hide Shen Mei immediately. How do you want me to save her? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen's face was as dark as water. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. To be honest, this matter is actually your fault. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. At first, I was worried that the state preceptor would make a move on them, so I wanted to take them away. But Shen Mei was willing to stay in the Divine Hall for you. I thought you would take good care of her, but I didn't expect that she would be taken away by the state preceptor. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen's fingers clenched tighter and tighter, making a cracking sound. Qin Feiyang said, I'm afraid I can't help in this matter, because I can't give the state preceptor what he wants. Only you can do it, and with the help of Mu Qing's all-seeing eye, I believe it won't be difficult for you to save Shen Mei. What does the state preceptor want? Lu Xingchen asked, his eyes flashing. I can't tell you now. But I can tell you with certainty that if the state preceptor gets this thing, you and I will be finished. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. So serious? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and added, to be exact, it's more serious than I said. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. After pondering for a while, he got up and said, I'm not in the mood to sit with you. Goodbye. After that, he opened the portal and walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen's back, and a smile flashed in his eyes. As soon as he returned to Imperial City, Lu Xingchen began to use the Temple of War to set up a trap for him. Frankly speaking, he really had a headache. But now, in order to save Shen Mei, Lu Xingchen wouldn't have time to harass him for the next period of time. He could also deal with business. That's right. He let Yen Wei kidnap Shen Mei to test whether Lu Xingchen was sincere or not, but that was only secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to use Shen Mei to stall Lu Xingchen for another matter entirely. And this time, he had to get to the bottom of it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he shouted, Waiter, the bill. In a courtyard, the state preceptor sat by the tea table and looked at Yen Wei with a smile. Well done. Yen Wei bowed and said, It's this subordinate's honor to serve you, sir. The state preceptor sized up Yen Wei for a moment and said, I have always seen your loyalty. From now on you will follow me. Really? Yen Wei was wild with joy. The state preceptor nodded and said, However, you also know my character. I don't trust anyone easily. This subordinate understands. As long as I can follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do. Yen Wei lowered his head and said, Very good. The state preceptor smiled happily. His hands formed a seal, and a blood-red mark appeared. Chapter 1301. This is the Blood Soul spell. It can control your bloodline power. Once controlled by the Blood Soul spell, you will be my servant for life. The Grand Preceptor said. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang was right. Yen Wei's heart skipped a beat as he bowed and said, This subordinate is willing to be controlled by the Blood Soul spell. Very good. The Grand Preceptor laughed and waved his hand. The mark turned into a stream of light and entered Yen Wei's body. After the Blood Soul spell was completed, Yen Wei cupped his hands and said, My lord, What's the next step? Since Qin Feiyang cares so much about Shen Mei, he will definitely come to me personally. The Grand Preceptor sneered. What if he doesn't come? After all, Qin Feiyang can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yan Wei said. You have a point. The Grand Preceptor nodded. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. It seems that I don't have enough chips in my hands. Go to the spiritual state again. Why do I go to the spiritual state? Yan Wei was surprised. When Qin Feiyang was stranded in the spiritual state, he must have made some good friends. If there are any, bring them to the capital. The Grand Preceptor said. This subordinate understands. But there's a problem. Elder Qin is now in charge of the Butterfly Valley. Will this subordinate arouse his suspicion if I go to the spiritual state? Yan Wei said worriedly. Isn't that simple? The 9 states are connected. You can go to the other 8 states first before entering the spiritual state. How about this? Go to the pagoda and find Zhuge Nanhua. He will make the arrangements. The Grand Preceptor said and gave the coordinates of the pagoda to Yan Wei. Yan Wei responded respectfully and opened the portal to leave. Somewhere in the void of the hall, there was a spatial divine item hidden. Mu Qing stood beside Lu Xingchen and frowned. My lord, is Shen Mei really that important to you? Is that something you should ask? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. Lu Xingchen looked at the state preceptor on the screen and asked, Are you sure Shen Mei is here? My all-seeing eye won't make a mistake. It's definitely here. However, I can't predict the exact location. I think the Imperial Preceptor must have set up a divine power barrier around Shen Mei. Mu Qing said. This old bastard. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor, who was drinking tea in silence, released his divine sense and instantly captured the divine spatial item hidden in the void. Lu Xingchen saw that the situation was not good and immediately drove the spatial divine item away. The state preceptor didn't pursue and murmured, It seems like you really care about this woman. He thought it was Qin Feiyang, but he didn't know that it was Lu Xingchen. Pagoda. Zhuge Nanhua sat in front of the pagoda with his eyes closed. His aura was unfathomable. Yan Wei appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the pagoda and bowed. Greetings, Lord Zhuge Nanhua. What are you doing here? Zhuge Nanhua opened his eyes and looked at Yan Wei suspiciously. Obviously, he knew Yan Wei as well. Yan Wei said honestly, the Imperial Preceptor is worried that he doesn't have enough chips in his hands, so he sent me to the spiritual state to look for Qin Feiyang's friend. Zhuge Nanhua nodded in realization and smiled. It seems like the Patriarch trusts you a lot since he gave you such an important mission. Yan Wei smiled. Follow me. Zhuge Nanhua stood up and opened the pagoda door. He led Yan Wei to the teleportation altar that led to Yuzhou. Elder Qin is guarding the spiritual state. That old bastard isn't easy to deal with, so it's best not to let him find out. Go to Yuzhou first, then to spiritual state. When you return, come back from Yuzhou. Zhuge Nanhua said. Understood. Yan Wei nodded and activated the teleportation altar. Soon, they arrived in the sky above a valley in Yuzhou. In the valley, a white-haired old man was guarding it. Who is it? Seeing Yan Wei appear, the white-haired old man immediately shouted. Yan Wei said, I'm an enforcer of the law enforcement hall of the imperial capital. Enforcer. The white-haired old man's expression changed. He quickly bowed and said, Greetings, sir. May I know why you have come to Yuzhou? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yan Wei glanced at him coldly. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew away without looking back. When he was far away from the valley, a person suddenly appeared in the void. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shouted, Yan Wei, wait. Yan Wei was slightly stunned. He stopped in the void and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he asked, Why are you here? I followed you here. Qin Feiyang smiled. Followed me? Yan Wei frowned and said angrily, I've followed you for so many years, and you still don't believe me? What are you talking about? I have something to do and need to go to the Forgotten Continent. So, I've been hiding in the pagoda looking for an opportunity. I didn't expect to meet you, so I followed you here. Qin Feiyang said. Go to the Forgotten Continent? Yen Wei was stunned and asked, So, you're not following me? Why would I follow you? Qin Feiyang asked. Yen Wei scratched his head and said awkwardly, I thought that you were doubting my loyalty to you after removing the slave seal. Qin Feiyang was speechless when he heard this. Yen Wei smiled and asked suspiciously, Don't you have the gate of space and time? Why did you go to the pagoda? The gate of space and time is in the hands of Fatso. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei said, Then why are you going to the Forgotten Continent now? To find the Mu clan's nest and understand the Mu clan's true strength. Qin Feiyang said. This was his purpose. Understood. You're preparing for a rainy day. However, we couldn't find the Mu clan's nest after investigating for so long. This time, you might not be able to find it. Yen Wei said. Don't worry, I'm confident this time. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Oh right, you heard my conversation with Zhuge Nanhua just now, what do you think I should do? Yen Wei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Now that you've gained the trust of the imperial tutor, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what I do, Yen Wei murmured and suddenly smiled and nodded. Understood, then I'll go. Don't let Lu Xingchen save Shen Mei too easily. Because once he saves Shen Mei, he'll immediately think of me. I don't want him and Mu Qing to go to the Forgotten Continent to mess things up. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei nodded. Then go. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. The Mu clan has more than one false god, you have to be careful. Yen Wei exhorted before turning around and leaving. After watching Yen Wei leave, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and directly descended on the Butterfly Valley. I was wondering why I kept sneezing today, so it's because we have a distinguished guest. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Man Qin sitting alone by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod. It seems that Old Man Qin is living a good life after coming to the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside Old Man Qin with a smile. Isn't this all thanks to you? But to be honest, this old man really likes this kind of carefree life. Old Man Qin chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Now that the great Qin Empire is facing internal and external troubles, I'm afraid it's impossible for Old Man Qin to live a carefree life. Old Man Qin looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, So, you've investigated everything? There's conclusive evidence that the national advisor is trying to usurp the throne. Mu Tianyang has also revealed his fangs. However, our current emperor not only doesn't realize it, but also thinks about his own desires all day long. To be honest, I'm really worried about the fate of the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang sighed. Old Man Qin asked with a smile, Then why don't you tell him? Will it work? Besides, will he believe me? Qin Feiyang said. Old Man Qin sighed and said, It's not just you, even I don't dare to be honest with His Majesty. His Majesty is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Then Old Man Qin smiled and said, But fortunately, there's still you. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely solve these problems. You're overestimating me. Let me say something that shouldn't be said. Most people at my age are still drinking and having fun. Why do I have to bear such a heavy responsibility? Qin Feiyang looked at the calm lake and said, This is the fate of people. Some people are born mediocre, some people are born rich, and you're born with the responsibility of the world. Perhaps this is unfair to you, but have you ever thought about what is fair in this world? It can be said that there is no fairness in this world. Old Man Qin sighed. Fate, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at the sky, and shook his head. I don't believe in fate, I only believe that man can conquer the heavens. Old Man Qin smiled and said, With your words, I believe that you can bear this heavy responsibility. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Old Man Qin asked, Why did you come to the spiritual state this time? To the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Just as he was about to explain, Old Man Qin waved his hand and said, From now on, I won't care about what you do, because I believe that you won't do anything to harm the great Qin Empire. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The meaning of Old Man Qin's words was obvious. He supported him unconditionally. By the way, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and said, Old Man Qin, can I ask you a question? What? Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What is the opportunity to become an immortal? Now, although he didn't lack powerhouses by his side, he didn't have a single false god. And now, only with a few false gods by his side would he have the capital to compete with the imperial advisor, the emperor, and the chief tower master. The opportunity to become an immortal? Old Man Qin was slightly stunned. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You are only a one-star combat emperor, isn't it too early to ask about this? I don't dare to boast. But I am confident that it won't be long before I can break through to the 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang said. Old Man Qin smiled helplessly. This was called not boasting? Even if he opened the door of potential, it was impossible to step into the 9-star combat emperor in a few years or decades. Because in the combat emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each small realm. Chapter 1302. But what Old Man Qin didn't know was that time had no concept for Qin Feiyang. Because the rules of time in the castle had changed. 10 days had passed inside, but only 1 day had passed outside. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't tell anyone else about the changes in the castle. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang smiled and said with a pleading tone. You little brat. Old Man Qin shook his head helplessly and said, I can tell you, but I hope you don't bite off more than you can chew. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Old Man Qin said, The opportunity to become a god is only 12 words. 12 words? Qin Feiyang was immediately stunned and asked, Is it that simple? Of course not. Only by comprehending the true meaning of these 12 words and doing it can you get the opportunity to become a god. Old Man Qin said. Then what are these 12 words? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve results. Old Man Qin said word by word, sonorous and powerful. Boom. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his head rumbling. Old Man Qin's words were exactly the same as what Uncle Yuan said last time. In other words, when Uncle Yuan appeared last time, he had already told him the opportunity to become a god, but he didn't comprehend it. In other words, Uncle Yuan's appearance last time might be to tell him the opportunity to become a god. What do these 12 words mean? Qin Feiyang asked. You need to comprehend it yourself, others won't help you at all. Old Man Qin said. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Old Man Qin. Go ahead, do what you want to do. Old Man Qin waved his hand and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned around and soared into the sky. While thinking, he flew toward the teleportation altar. Didn't forget his original intention mean that he shouldn't forget why he first stepped on the path of cultivation? And didn't forget his original heart mean that he shouldn't forget his true thoughts in the depths of his heart? According to the literal meaning, it should be so. But was it really that simple? If it was really that simple, then why were there so few people in this world who had successfully stepped into the war god realm? Very soon, he entered the secret room and arrived in front of the teleportation altar. It seems that with my current cultivation, I still can't understand the true meaning of this sentence. However, we can tell Wang Yangfeng and the others first. Qin Feiyang muttered as he took out the image crystal. A short while later, Fatso's phantom appeared. Fatso looked at the secret room behind Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Boss, where are you? Butterfly Valley. Are Elder Wang and the others around? Qin Feiyang asked. They split up and went to Pan County and Yen County to gather information. I'm about to sneak into the inner palace to take a look. What are you doing in Butterfly Valley? Fatso asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I'm going to the Forgotten Continent. Before I go, I have 2 things to tell you. Forgotten Continent? Fatso was taken aback and said, Go ahead. First, when Wang Yangfeng and the others come back, you tell them this sentence. Don't forget your original intention, Don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve success. These 12 words, Elder Qin told me just now, are the opportunity to become a war god. Second, after finding out the whereabouts of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess, you all return to the bright sky palace immediately. If anyone asks, just say that I'm in seclusion and won't see anyone. Qin Feiyang said. The opportunity to become a war god. Fatso's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When Uncle Yuan said this sentence, he was also present. At that time, he even pondered the meaning of this sentence. But he didn't expect it to be the opportunity to become a war god. Remember, especially Lu Xingchen, you must not let him know that I went to the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. Fatso nodded, but then frowned and thought, Lu Xingchen is easy to deal with, but Mu Qing has omniscient eye. How can it be hidden? If there is nothing important, will he use omniscient eye to spy on my whereabouts for no reason? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's true. Fatso nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, there is a problem that Fat Lord has never been able to figure out. What's the problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Back then, your mother said that the former emperor branded the word prisoner on the foreheads of the state preceptor and Zhuge Shenfeng. And this word, prisoner, can never be erased. But why didn't I see the word prisoner on the state preceptor's forehead? Is it a makeover? But your mother seems to have said that even a makeover won't work. Fatso said. I have also thought about this problem. I think he should be wearing a human skin mask. Qin Feiyang said. Human skin mask. Fatso's eyes suddenly became playful. He chuckled and said, say, if one day we tear off the mask on his face in front of everyone, how surprised will people be? Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and said, don't forget what I told you just now. Don't worry, Fat Lord will hold them back. But after you go to the Forgotten Continent, don't forget another thing. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Chu Xian. Fatso said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Qin Feiyang murmured. The people of this tribe hated them to the bone, especially Chu Xian. Back then, the resentful look in her eyes was as if she wanted to pull out their tendons and pull out their bones. If they kept them alive, sooner or later they would become a disaster, so it was necessary to get rid of them as soon as possible. I will find her. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, opened the teleportation altar, and strode up. Forgotten Continent. Glacier Forest. This place was still the same as before. The cold wind was bone-piercing and the snow was white. Swish. Above the ice lake, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Glancing around, he was about to leave. But suddenly, he faintly felt a wisp of dragon's aura under the ice lake. What's going on? Isn't this where the snow python stays? Qin Feiyang had a suspicious look on his face as he silently entered the ice lake. Get out. But at this time, a cold shout with a bone-piercing murderous intent suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly turned around and ran out of the ice lake. Because the owner of this voice was the snow python. Senior, Junior did not mean to disturb, please forgive me. Looking at the ice lake, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said a few words. He then flew away without looking back. What a joke! This snow python was a true god of war. Even the state preceptor could not resist it, let alone him. So, it was better to stay away from her. But what was with that dragon's aura? Could it be that a baby dragon was born under the ice lake? Dragon! Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The dragon's aura at the bottom of the ice lake reminded him of the little white dragon in the main tower. He did not know where the little white dragon was hiding. Looks like I have to talk to Li Yan. Because only Li Yan could find the little white dragon. This is the Forgotten Continent? But suddenly, a voice full of curiosity entered Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped in the air and turned his head to look. His body suddenly stiffened. He saw a young man with dark skin and bare upper body standing above the ice lake, curiously looking around. Who else could it be but Lu Zheng? Little cousin, long time no see, did you miss me? Lu Zheng also looked at Qin Feiyang and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Lu Zheng cut across the sky and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said unhappily, "You are too mean. We are brothers who have been through thick and thin. Why didn't you call me when you came to the Forgotten Continent?" Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and frowned. "Aren't you in the imperial capital?" "I am in the imperial capital." Lu Zheng nodded. "Then why are you here?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. From the imperial capital to the spiritual state, one had to pass through the pagoda. And the pagoda was guarded by Zhuge Nanhua. How did Lu Zheng come? Also, why didn't Elder Qin stop him? Lu Zheng touched his chin and laughed. "About this question, I can only say that I am too handsome. Zhuge Nanhua and Elder Qin are charmed by me." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and his veins bulged. He really wanted to slap him. "What do you want to do? Don't forget, I am your cousin. The eldest brother is the father. If you dare to touch me, you will be struck by lightning." Lu Zheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him warily like a frightened little girl. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and was speechless. He really didn't want to stay with this outrageous cousin. But he was helpless. This outrageous cousin was clearly going to pester him to the end. Actually, Lu Zheng's face suddenly became serious. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Actually what?" "It was Elder Qin who helped me," Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. In the past, he didn't know about the state preceptor's conspiracy, so Elder Qin didn't like our Lu family very much. But now, he has already sided with us. Speaking of which, this is still to your credit, Lu Zheng said with a smile. "I see," Qin Feiyang murmured. Lu Zheng asked, "By the way, where is Aunt?" "Mother? She's missing again." Qin Feiyang sighed. "What the hell?" Lu Zheng's face froze and he said, "She's not in your castle?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What are you doing? It wasn't easy to save Aunt. How can you abandon her?" Lu Zheng said angrily. "Who said that I abandoned Mother? Let me tell you, no one in this world cares about Mother more than I do." Qin Feiyang shouted. Lu Zheng also realized that he had said something wrong. With a trace of apology on his face, he asked, "Then what's going on?" Qin Feiyang briefly told him about the situation when his mother left. "Alas! Aunt, why did you do this?" After hearing this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed Lu Zheng's clothes and said anxiously, "From what you said, do you know where Mother went?" "How would I know?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes at him and sighed. "I'm just lamenting that Aunt's life has been too difficult. She should stop and have a good rest." A trace of disappointment crept into Qin Feiyang's eyes. He let go of Lu Zheng's clothes and nodded. "Yes, if Mother could stay by my side with peace of mind, I wouldn't have so many worries. Only with worries can there be pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Work hard, young man." Chapter 1303. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Lu Zheng. He was not young anymore. Was it appropriate to call him a young man? "You can only stay in the Forgotten Continent for half a month. If you do not report to me after half a month, I will personally come to find you. But at that time, you will have to pay a heavy price." Suddenly, the snow python's cold voice came from the ice lake. "What?" Qin Feiyang's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Senior, it was not like this before. You also did not brazenly bring people here before." The snow python said. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He hurriedly pointed at Lu Zheng and shouted, "I don't know him at all. He jumped out by himself." "What? You don't know me? Your words make me very angry." Lu Zheng glared at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and looked at the ice lake, saying, "Senior, I really don't know him. You can do whatever you want. Even if you kill him, I have no objections." "Bastard! You will be punished by the heavens sooner or later," Lu Zheng angrily roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng with disdain, and then looked at the ice lake, saying, "Senior, half a month is too short. Can you give me a few more days? However, no matter what he said, the snow python did not respond to him. It's all your fault. Qin Feiyang glared at Lu Jing angrily. It's none of my business. Lu Jing coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. He had to speed up. Wait for me. Lu Jing hurriedly caught up and asked in a low voice, Who was the woman who spoke just now? You seem to be very scared? Nonsense. Even the state preceptor could not fight back in front of her. Do you think I'm not scared? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. What? Then wouldn't she be? Lu Jing was dumbfounded and full of shock. As long as you understand. Qin Feiyang said. TSK TSK TSK. There are even real war gods. This forgotten continent is truly an interesting place. Lu Jing was speechless. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Interesting? Qin Feiyang snorted inwardly. Although it was interesting, it was also a place where people could lose their lives. Where to now? Lu Jing asked. Let's leave this glacier first. Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh! The two of them streaked across the sky like lightning and soon flew out of the glacier forest, arriving in the sky above a desolate tribe. Lu Jing scanned the tribe and asked suspiciously, Why is there no one here? Qin Feiyang said. The tribes in the first and second regions had all been massacred by the mysterious madam. It would be strange if there were people. He waved his hand, and a group of ferocious beasts appeared. There were at least 80 or 90 of them. They were all 9-star emperor beasts, including the seahorse and the seal. Qin Feiyang said, I want to find a tribe. Seahorse and seal, take a pair each and split up to look. What tribe? Is it easy to find? The seahorse and the seal asked. Because there is only one tribe in the first region. In short, as long as you find someone, he must be from that tribe. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Brothers, let's go. The seahorse and the seal nodded. Then, with a shout, the 89 9-star emperor beasts left in a mighty manner. Cousin, why is there only one tribe in the first region? Lu Jing asked suspiciously. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing had just come to the forgotten continent, so he would definitely ask endless questions along the way. Therefore, for the sake of peace, it was better to tell him everything about the forgotten continent at once. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 4 hours later, Qin Feiyang brought Lu Jing to the sky above the ruins of Sky Thunder City. The entire city had long been reduced to ashes. Now, it was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, looking extremely desolate. However, the pill tower was still standing on the ground, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This pill tower is not simple. When Lu Jing saw the pill tower, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, What do you mean? Lu Jing flew over and carefully observed for a moment, saying, According to my speculation, this pill tower has a history of at least 10,000 years. But if you look carefully, there is not even a trace of weathering on the surface. If it is just an ordinary stone tower, how can it be? You are right. This pill tower is indeed not simple. Back then, when we were fighting here, the entire city was razed to the ground. Only this pill tower is intact. Qin Feiyang said. Could it be a divine artifact? Lu Jing was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, If it is a divine artifact, even if it has not recovered, it should still have divine power. But do you feel divine power? Lu Jing shook his head and walked around the pill tower. Then, he stood in front of the door and asked, Do you want to go in and take a look? The door was wide open. The inside was full of dust and the walls were covered with cobwebs. Whatever. Qin Feiyang said. When Lu Jing heard this, he immediately rushed into the pill tower. In addition to the mess, there were many skeletons inside. Lu Jing asked, Were the owners of these skeletons killed by you back then? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The mysterious woman massacred the first area after he left, so the owners of these skeletons should have died in the hands of the mysterious woman. But it had been too long, so he could not remember clearly. Who can save me? The two of them had just reached the second floor when a cry for help suddenly sounded upstairs. Someone is here? The two of them were stunned. The next moment, the two of them used their fastest speed and rushed to the third floor like lightning. Immediately, they saw a 13 or 14-year-old boy curled up in the corner of an alchemy room. In front of him, there was a group of black spiders. Each of them was the size of a fist and looked quite ferocious as they hissed. Lu Zheng asked secretly, "He can't be from the Heavenly Spiral tribe, right?" "Most likely," Qin Feiyang mumbled. The boy also noticed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. As if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, he immediately shouted, "Big brothers, please save me." Qin Feiyang stepped forward and stomped on the ground. The spiders on the ground were all killed instantly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The boy was dumbfounded. These ferocious creatures that almost killed him were killed by a single stomp? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the blood mist dissipated. Then he looked at the boy and asked, "What's your name?" The boy stammered. It seemed that he was frightened by Qin Feiyang's methods. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned around and said, "Come out with me first." The boy stood up and followed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng timidly. They walked up the stairs and went to the first floor. However, when they reached the second floor, the boy suddenly raised his head. His eyes that were originally filled with fear were filled with a shocking murderous glint. Following that, he took out a dagger from his Qinkuan bag and stabbed towards Qin Feiyang's back. The boy only had the cultivation of a martial master, while Qin Feiyang was a war emperor. The difference was like heaven and earth. How could the boy succeed? Qin Feiyang stopped and released a wisp of aura. The boy was sent flying and crashed into the stone stairs behind him. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of hatred and madness. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the boy and said indifferently, "I saved you. Why aren't you grateful? Instead, you want to assassinate me? Because you deserve to die." The boy roared, "Why do I deserve to die? Do I have a grudge against you?" Qin Feiyang said, "You devil, don't think of getting any useful information from me." The boy sneered, "You have a good backbone, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. If I'm not wrong, your surname should be Chu, and you're from the Heavenly Spiral tribe. And since you're here, the Heavenly Spiral tribe should be nearby, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "My surname is not Chu, and I don't know what the Heavenly Spiral tribe is." The boy roared, but his expression was full of panic. "He's so young, but he's already so vicious. It seems that this Chu Xian has instilled a lot of hatred into him." Lu Zheng sighed. "That's normal. If it weren't for me, the Heavenly Spiral tribe wouldn't have been expelled to the first district." Qin Feiyang said, "So you still know? What did my Heavenly Spiral tribe do wrong? What right do you have to do this?" The boy went crazy when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang said, "You only know that I was the one who expelled your Heavenly Spiral tribe, but you don't know why I did it. It seems that Chu Xian deliberately hid this matter from you. The Patriarch didn't hide it from us. Isn't it because the Patriarch offended you back then, and you used your position for personal gain to take revenge on us? You're a damn devil." The boy roared hysterically. "Patriarch?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Chu Xian actually became the Patriarch of the Heavenly Spiral tribe? But thinking about it, Chu Xian's father was already dead, and as a former disciple of the main tower, Chu Xian naturally had the ability to do so. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boy and said indifferently, "Tell me, where is your tribe? You'll die a horrible death. Just you wait." The boy smiled ferociously and slammed his head into the stairs. Blood splattered 3 feet and he died on the spot. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded and muttered, "How much hatred do you have with the Heavenly Spiral tribe that he would rather die than say it?" Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang was even more determined to kill Chu Xian. On one hand, it was for his own sake. Although the Heavenly Spiral tribe wasn't very strong, he always remembered one sentence, and that was not to underestimate anyone. As long as it was an enemy, he had to eliminate them completely. On the other hand, It was because Chu Xian was instilling this hatred in the people of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. For example, this boy was blinded by hatred and even his nature was distorted. Once such a person became powerful in the future, he would definitely lose his mind. You want to continue? Qin Feiyong turned to look at Lu Zheng and asked. Lu Zheng looked up at the upper floors and said, "Since we're already here, we have to go up and take a look. Go do your thing, don't worry about me." Chapter 1304. But looking around, there was nothing except for the vast mountains. It must be nearby. Qin Feiyong muttered. With the youth's cultivation, it was impossible for him to go far. Swoosh. He turned into a stream of light and searched within a radius of a few hundred miles around the Pill Pagoda. A few hundred breaths later, he found a huge canyon. The canyon covered an area of several miles and was lush with vegetation. In the canyon, wooden buildings were arranged in a picturesque manner, forming a huge tribe. "I've finally found you," Qin Feiyong muttered. He stood on the peak of a mountain on one side of the canyon and scanned the area below. At the same time, in the canyon in a square, a young woman in a purple dress stood on the high platform, her face as cold as ice. That's right. She was Chu Xian. Below the high platform, there were many youths standing in an orderly manner. The oldest of these youths was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 6 or 7 years old. Chu Xian glanced at those youths and shouted, "All of you must remember this. The reason why our Heavenly Spiral tribe has fallen to such a state is all because of him." Chu Xian pointed to the opposite side of the square. There was a statue standing there. The statue's appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feiyong's. Those youths turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyong's statue with hatred in their eyes. "It's him who chased us out of the central divine kingdom. It's also him who killed our old patriarch. But he's very strong. He can even destroy our Heavenly Spiral tribe with one hand. However, our Heavenly Spiral tribe never admits defeat and will never give up on returning to the central divine kingdom. So, I want all of you to remember him. I want all of you to work hard in your cultivation. Because only by becoming stronger can we take revenge on him. Understand?" Chu Xian shouted. "Understood." Those youths roared with murderous intent. Even those 5 or 6-year-old children were full of murderous intent. There were many adults around, their eyes filled with hatred. "Hurry up and cultivate." Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. After the youths left, a middle-aged woman walked up to the stage and said, "Xian, I know you hate Qin Feiyong, and we all hate him, but you can't tell the children these things every day. It will make them lose their happiness." "Happy? Do we still have the right to be happy now?" Chu Xian snorted coldly. The woman was her birth mother, but there was no emotion in her eyes, only coldness. Alas! The woman sighed deeply, then silently turned and left. Chu Xian glanced at the woman's back and clenched her fists. She sneered, "Qin Feiyong, I swear I'll make you pay. Do you have the ability?" But before he could finish his sentence, a voice filled with mockery sounded. Chu Xian looked up and saw a white figure descending from the sky. "It's you." Immediately, her eyes were filled with killing intent, but at the same time, there was also a trace of panic. Damn it! How did he find this place? The other people in the tribe also changed their expressions. Qin Feiyong landed on the square and looked at the statue opposite him. He shook his head and said, "You're really unscrupulous in order to take revenge. What are you doing here? Get out of here right now, you're not welcome here." Chu Xian shouted. "There are too many people who don't welcome me, and you're just the most insignificant person among them." Qin Feiyong waved his hand and the statue shattered. Chu Xian trembled and said angrily, "You've already driven us out of the central divine kingdom, what else do you want?" Qin Feiyong turned to look at her. His cold eyes made Chu Xian despair. She never thought that Qin Feiyong would find this place. And Qin Feiyong's purpose of coming here was very obvious. He wanted to eliminate the source of the problem. "If you can turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf, I'll consider letting the Heavenly Spiral tribe go. But what you've done has disappointed me. It's not fair for you to impose your hatred on those children." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fair? Ha, if there's such a thing as fairness in this world, why would the heavenly spiral tribe end up like this? Chu Xian had gone crazy. Until today, you still haven't realized your mistake. You're really hopeless. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed at the air. A wisp of red sword chi appeared and swept toward Chu Xian's chest. Everyone go. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to take him down with us. Chu Xian shouted as she retreated in panic. The woman who had left earlier returned and blocked in front of Chu Xian. The red sword chi directly pierced through her heart. A scream and blood splattered in the air. You demon beast will kill you. Looking at the woman who had fallen, the surrounding people's eyes suddenly turned red. They roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang without caring about anything else. Even those youths were grabbing all kinds of ice blades as they charged towards Qin Feiyang with extreme hostility. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper appeared. You know what to do, right? Of course. Viper licked his lips and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Qin Feiyang rose into the air and stood on the top of the mountain. He looked into the distance with a trace of inexplicable sadness in his eyes. There were many things in this world that made people helpless. Take the heavenly spiral tribe, for example. If he didn't eliminate them today, these people would definitely try their best to take revenge on him in the future. As for right and wrong, they didn't care. Because they only remembered that it was he, Qin Feiyang, who drove the heavenly spiral tribe out of the central divine kingdom. And this hatred was something they would never forget. And it would be passed down from generation to generation. Finally, this hatred would only grow deeper and deeper. Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. A moment later, accompanied by a vicious roar, Chu Xian finally ended this evil life. Viper also ended the battle. With a wave of his hand, the valley collapsed and the earth sank, covering everything. Viper landed beside Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Young master, it's all done. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't look back. He flew toward the Pill Pagoda with Viper. Lu Jing studied in the Pill Pagoda for a long time but couldn't find anything, so he gave up. After the seahorse and seal brought the 9-star emperor beasts over, Qin Feiyang changed his appearance and opened a portal. He and Lu Jing directly appeared in the Ice Crystal City in the 9th region. Outside the city, it was covered in snow and the cold wind was biting cold. Strange. Why is this place covered in snow and ice? Lu Jing disguised himself as a thin young man wearing a large cotton-padded jacket. He walked on the main road and looked around suspiciously. I've thought about this question, but I can't figure it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had disguised himself as a burly man with bulging muscles all over his body. He was filled with a valiant aura. Moreover, both of them hid their cultivation and aura. Lu Jing glanced at him and muttered, It seems that if I have the chance, I really have to study this continent properly. It's too abnormal. The two of them walked up to the city gate and were stopped by the 4 guards in front of the city gate. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. One of the guards took out a heaven's eye stone and said, Please accept the interrogation. But Qin Feiyang was puzzled. See for yourself. The guard pointed to the side of the city gate. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. Next to it were 3 big words, extremely eye-catching. When Lu Jing saw the wanted poster, his face couldn't help but twitch. He secretly joked, The great Qin Empire is looking for you, and the Forgotten Continent is also looking for you. Why are you so unpopular? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Looking at the wanted poster, he frowned slightly. The reason why he changed his appearance was because he didn't want to be found out. Because there were several fake gods in the main tower. The Mu family's foundation was also unfathomable. Once his identity was exposed, the main tower and the Mu family would definitely come to settle the score with him. He thought that it would be easy to fool them, but he didn't expect that the main tower's wanted poster had already been issued to the 9 regions. This was not going to be easy to deal with. Most importantly, even the city gate was so heavily guarded. The teleportation altar to the central divine kingdom would definitely be even more difficult to fool. Didn't you enter the main tower before? If you show your identity token in the main tower, won't they let you in immediately? Lu Zheng said with a smile. It's useless. My identity token is the direct disciple of the main tower master. It's different from the token of an ordinary disciple. Now, the main tower master doesn't have a single disciple. If I take it out, it will directly expose my identity. Qin Feiyang secretly said. In my opinion, you are a jinx. No matter where you go, you will always be in trouble. Lu Zheng looked at him helplessly. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged. The 4 guards screamed and died on the spot. Hearing the screams, the people inside and outside the city immediately looked over. When they saw the 4 guards lying on the snow, their faces immediately changed. Murder! Someone killed the city guards! Exclamations constantly sounded in the city. Since we can't fool them, we will directly kill our way in. This is in line with our character. Lu Zheng laughed cruelly. He turned into a stream of light and directly flew to the sky above the city gate. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He also flew into the sky and flew into the city. How dare you kill the guards of the city? Did you eat a leopard's guts? Along the way, there were guards constantly intercepting them, but they were all easily dealt with by Lu Zheng. After a while, the 2 of them arrived above the teleportation altar. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, this place was even more heavily guarded than the city gate. More than 100 guards of the city lord's mansion surrounded the square. Each of them had the cultivation of a battle saint. Beside the teleportation altar, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. The 4 of them were wearing long robes. Their white hair was mottled, and their auras were unfathomable. They all wore a pure gold token on their waists. And on the token, there was a flame pattern. Although the faces of the 4 people were unfamiliar, Qin Feiyang was able to identify them with a single glance. Because that token was the Master Tower's Oracle token. In other words, Chapter 1305. The 4 divine messengers were here. And their cultivation levels weren't bad. 2 3-star combat emperors and 2 4-star combat emperors. With such a lineup, even a fly wouldn't be able to get past them. Similarly, this lineup was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang in the past. However, the main pagoda underestimated Qin Feiyang's current strength. With his current foundation, no matter how many 5 or 6-star combat emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the people from the main pagoda never dreamed that Qin Feiyang would be able to recruit so many powerful subordinates in such a short period of time. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in Ice Crystal City? The 4 divine messengers stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng with cold eyes. Qin Feiyang didn't answer as he sized up the 4 of them. What are you looking at? Hurry up and answer our questions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We aren't ordinary people. We are the divine messengers sent by the main pagoda. If you provoke us, even the heavenly king won't be able to save you. The 4 of them shouted. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, You finally said something right. What do you mean? The 4 of them raised their eyebrows. Even the heavenly king won't be able to save your lives today. Qin Feiyang grinned and took a facial restoration elixir. His appearance immediately changed. It's you, Qin Feiyang. The 4 of them turned pale with fright. They never thought that it would be him. Qin Feiyang. He actually dares to come back. Doesn't he know that the main pagoda is looking for him? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Just as Qin Feiyang regained his original appearance, the seal appeared. Kill him. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. No problem. The seal laughed. The aura of a 9-star combat emperor erupted like a volcano and instantly shrouded the entire Ice Crystal City. Everyone was imprisoned at this moment. This is a 9-star emperor beast. Quickly report to the main pagoda master. The 4 divine messengers' expressions changed as they hurriedly activated the teleportation altar. But how could they make it in time to revive the teleportation altar? The seal's emperor's aura rolled out, and the 4 divine envoys were also restricted, unable to move. Immediately, The seal's emperor's aura pressed down on the four of them from all directions. Following a series of miserable cries, the four died one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving behind only 4 cosmos bags and 4 divine envoy medallions. He actually killed Kill. When the guards of the city lord's mansion saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale. The position of the god envoys in the Forgotten Continent was equivalent to the Great Qin Empire's law enforcement palace, and each god envoys had the power to kill. Even the super tribes of the Central Divine Kingdom had to be respectful when they saw the divine envoys, let alone the 9 regions. To kill to die. Everyone was scared out of their wits. But there was an old man in the crowd outside the square who was not imprisoned by the seal's aura. His body was stooped, his clothes were tattered, his hair was unkempt, his face was dirty, and he smelled like a beggar. But if one looked closely, they would find that there was a glimmer of light in his turbid eyes. He stood silently in the crowd, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng landed beside the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Battle chi surged, and the teleportation altar was activated. 2 people and 1 beast stepped onto the altar in a grand manner and disappeared from sight. Little guy, you're amazing. You actually dared to enter the Central Divine Kingdom so openly. It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. After the seal disappeared, the old man in ragged clothes with unkempt hair and a dirty face chuckled. Main Pagoda. Pill Pagoda Square. The old man in black guarding the teleportation altar was staring at the teleportation altar. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng, and the seal appeared on the teleportation altar. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the old man in black suddenly stood up, and a strong murderous intent emerged in his eyes. He didn't say a word. He directly released his emperor's aura and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. A trace of disdain flashed in the seal's eyes, and it suddenly broke through the air. The next moment, it rushed in front of the old man in black, raised its claws, and slapped the old man's head. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the old man in black's head burst open on the spot, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? Many disciples came and went in the Pill Pagoda Square. Hearing the scream of the old man in black, they all turned their heads to look. Without exception, when they saw the old man in black fall, their faces changed color. When they saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. He's Qin Feiyang? No, the chief pagoda master is now looking for him. How could he come back? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Everyone couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. It's Qin Feiyang. Everyone, quickly report to the elders. Suddenly, someone roared. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, then took Lu Zheng and the seal to the castle, and then steered the castle into the chief pagoda. What? Qin Feiyang is back? He dares to come back at this time? Did he eat a leopard's guts? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The news of Qin Feiyang's return quickly spread in the chief pagoda and the divine city, causing an uproar. There was no suspense. Everyone who received this news was extremely shocked. The Oracle Hall. A oracle hurriedly ran to the front of a hall and shouted, "Hall Master, this subordinate has something to report." "What's the matter?" Gong Sun Bei walked out of the hall and frowned. "Qin Feiyang is back," the oracle said. "Qin Feiyang?" Gong Sun Bei was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. He disappeared as soon as he arrived at the Pill Pagoda Square. No one knows where he's hiding now," the oracle said. Gong Sun Bei said angrily, "Isn't the teleportation altar guarded? How did he get in?" "I'm afraid you won't believe me even if I tell you, Hall Master. The 4 oracles we sent and the elder at the Pill Pagoda Square all died at the hands of Qin Feiyang," the oracle said. "How is that possible? When did he have such strength?" Gong Sun Bei was surprised. This subordinate doesn't believe it either, but it's the truth. However, it said that the one who killed them wasn't Qin Feiyang himself, but a 9-star Emperor Beast by Qin Feiyang's side. The oracle said. 9-star Emperor Beast. Gong Sun Bei murmured and said in a deep voice, Immediately gather all the oracles and guard the teleportation altar at the Pill Pagoda Square. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave. The oracle replied with a bow. Gong Sun Bei continued, in addition, inform everyone that the news of Qin Feiyang's return is to be kept a secret from junior brother and you. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will do it right away. The oracle nodded and turned around to leave. Gong Sun Bei suddenly thought of something. Hallmaster, do you have any other instructions? The oracle stopped and turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Gong Sun Bei pondered for a while and said, don't let the oracles below the 9-star combat emperor realm go. After all, Qin Feiyang has a 9-star emperor beast by his side. If a fight breaks out, it won't do us any good. Understood. The oracle nodded and hurriedly left. Qin Feiyang, since you've already left, why did you come back? Don't you remember what I said to you back then? When we meet again, you and I are enemies. I won't show any mercy. Gong Sun Bei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he opened a teleportation gate and walked in without looking back. Lord, this subordinate wishes to see you. In front of a courtyard, Gong Sun Bei stood at the entrance, looking at the closed door of the pavilion and respectfully said, come in. The Chief Tower Master's voice came from inside. Gong Sun Bei pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked to the front of the pavilion. He gently pushed open the door of the pavilion, and the Chief Tower Master immediately entered his sight. The Chief Tower Master was sitting in front of the tea table in the hall. Not only was his face pale, but his eyes were also extremely gloomy. Lord, you've already received the news. Gong Sun Bei glanced at the Chief Tower Master and walked into the hall. He stood in front of the Chief Tower Master and asked. The Chief Tower Master nodded and slammed his palm on the tea table. He said angrily, not only did he kill my Chief Tower's oracle and the enforcement elder, but he also brazenly entered the Central Divine Kingdom. Is he provoking me? Lord, please calm down. Gong Sun Bei's eyes trembled. The Chief Tower Master looked up at Gong Sun Bei and said in a deep voice, this time, I don't care what method you use. You must capture him for me, understand? This subordinate will do his best. However, this subordinate feels that the Oracle Palace's strength is not enough to capture him. Gong Sun Bei said, what do you mean? I know that he came back this time with a 9-star monarch beast, but can a mere 9-star monarch beast stump the Oracle Palace? The Chief Tower Master said angrily. If there was only one 9-star monarch beast, this subordinate naturally wouldn't say such a thing. However, Lord, have you thought about it? With Qin Feiyang's intelligence, will he recklessly enter the Central Divine Kingdom with just one 9-star monarch beast? Gong Sun Bei said. The Chief Tower Master frowned and said, you mean that he has more than one 9-star monarch beast? I don't know if he has more 9-star monarch beasts, but I know him. He never does things that he's not confident in. Therefore, this subordinate concluded that he must have other means. Gong Sun Bei said. Then what do you think we should do? The Chief Tower Master asked. Gong Sun Bei said, go to the land of inheritance and ask the 3 patriarchs to come out of seclusion. They are all false gods. It will be a piece of cake for them to deal with Qin Feiyang. The Chief Tower Master pondered for a while and nodded. All right, go and tell them the truth. I think they will definitely take action. Yes. Gong Sun Bei responded respectfully and was about to turn around and leave. Don't go. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded in the hall. Qin Feiyang. Gong Sun Bei and the Chief Tower Master's expressions changed as they immediately looked around. The next moment. Chapter 1306. The Chief Pagoda Master immediately became furious and shouted, you still dare to come here? Gong Sun Bei's eyes flashed. He walked to the Chief Tower Master's side and looked at the man and beast warily. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and sat opposite the Chief Tower Master. He smiled faintly. This is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come here? Arrogant. The Chief Tower Master flew into a rage. Qin Feiyang said faintly, I didn't come back to cause trouble. Then why did you come back? Gong Sun Bei asked. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know where the Mu family's base is. Both the Chief Tower Master and Gong Sun Bei were stunned. They thought that Qin Feiyang had come back this time to continue fighting against them. They didn't expect that it was for the Mu family. Why are you asking about this? Gong Sun Bei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry about this. Anyway, it will only benefit you. Only benefit? Are you joking? You used Hao and you to steal the divine crystals and heavenly flames. You even massacred millions of creatures in the 9 regions. Do you think I will believe you now? The Chief Tower Master sneered. Then what do you want? If you don't like it, then let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. The seal was overbearing. It didn't put the master of the forgotten continent in its eyes. Shut up. I am talking to your master. Who are you to interrupt? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my chief tower just because you are a 9-star combat emperor. Let me tell you, you are not qualified. The Chief Tower Master yelled. You're still being arrogant? Boss Qin, bring out our main force and flatten this bullshit chief tower. The seal was furious. Main force. Gong Sun Bei's pupils shrank as he looked at Qin Feiyang. It seemed that the seal wasn't the only 9-star combat emperor around this kid. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He looked up at the Chief Tower Master and said, I want to make a few points clear. Firstly, I'm not the owner of the seal. He and I are friends. So what it says is equivalent to what I want to say. If you're not convinced, let's play. Let's see who will lose out in the end. Qin Feiyang said. So confident? Gong Sun Bei's heart trembled. How many experts were there in the army that the seals mentioned? Was that powerful and mysterious madam hiding by Qin Feiyang's side right now? Secondly, I was indeed the one who stole the divine crystal. As for the profound sky flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame, they are all in my hands. As for the other alchemy fires, such as the Big Dipper flame and the bloodbath in the 1st and 2nd regions, whether you believe it or not, I didn't do it. Qin Feiyang added. Gong Sun Bei frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sun Bei frowned and pondered for a moment. You mean it was the Mu family? It was the mysterious madam who massacred the 1st and 2nd regions. It was the Mu family who stole the Big Dipper flame and the other alchemy fires. And the role I played at that time was just a chess piece in their hands, taking advantage of them a little. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Chess piece? A chess piece can get the heavenly thunder flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame. In my opinion, you are in cahoots with them. You are in cahoots with them. The Chief Tower Master sneered. Whatever you say. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Now, can you tell me where the Mu family is? Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sun Bei didn't answer. Who has the divine crystal now? The mysterious madam. Qin Feiyang didn't hide it because there was no need to. The mysterious madam's strength was beyond imagination. Even if the Chief Tower Master knew, he couldn't do anything to her. Of course. If the Chief Tower Master really fought with the mysterious madam, then he would be happy to see it. Because in this way, he could sit back and reap the benefits. After all, he was also very interested in the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master asked, Where is the mysterious madam? Qin Feiyang said lightly, I don't know. After I gave her the divine crystal, we parted ways. He was a little puzzled. Originally, after he left the Forgotten Continent, Mu Qin should have used the all-seeing eye to predict the mysterious madam's location. So, Mu Qin must have known that the mysterious madam was hiding in the Endless Sea. At that time, the Mu family and the Chief Tower Master were in a cooperative relationship. If the Mu family knew, then the Chief Tower should also know. But now, why did the Chief Tower Master come to ask him? Could it be that the Mu family didn't tell the Chief Tower Master the whereabouts of the mysterious madam? After thinking about it for a while, it was really possible. Because the Mu family also wanted the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said in a deep voice, You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Is it so important to tell the truth? If you really want to know, I can show you the way to monitor the Mu family. If I'm not wrong, the Mu family is also looking for the mysterious madam now, and they will find it before you. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Mu family, I kindly took them in and gave them a place in the central divine kingdom, but they pretended to obey in front of me. They really deserve to die. The chief tower master clenched his hands, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. This Mu family's people have always been ambitious. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and sighed. In fact, he had long suspected the Mu family, and he had told the chief tower master about this before, but there was no evidence. However, even if there was evidence, what could he do? The Mu family's strength was unfathomable, and the chief tower might not be able to fight them. Suddenly, Gong Sun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashed slightly, and asked, Qin Feiyang, how about we join forces? Join forces? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The chief tower master also looked at Gong Sun Bei in astonishment. Although all of this was done by the mysterious madam and the Mu family behind the scenes, Qin Feiyang was also a participant. The heavenly thunder flame, the mysterious sky flame, and the ice flame were indeed in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, shouldn't they first get rid of Qin Feiyang and take back the 3 kinds of alchemy fire? But why did Gong Sun Bei take the initiative to ask for Qin Feiyang's help? My lord, at this point, it doesn't make sense for us to deal with Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang's position is already very obvious. He wants to deal with the Mu family. Instead of continuing to fight with him, it's better to join forces with him to deal with the Mu family. Gong Sun Bei thought to himself. If the chief tower continued to fight with Qin Feiyang, then the biggest winner in the end would undoubtedly be the Mu family. This point. In fact, the chief tower master could also think of it. But for him to put down his pride and cooperate with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't do it. He was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. How high was his status? And what about Qin Feiyang? Although he was the descendant of the Qin Emperor had disappeared, maybe even died. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang used to be his disciple. The master-disciple relationship suddenly became an equal partnership. No matter who it was, they couldn't accept this kind of change. My lord, I know what you're thinking. But do you really think that Qin Feiyang relied on his ancestor, the Qin Emperor, to get to where he is today? I can tell you that he didn't. I don't need to tell you how strong the Mu family and the mysterious madam are, my lord, you know. However, this kid was able to rely on his own brain to deal with them until now, and even took advantage of them. Just this ability alone is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Moreover, this time he came back without fear, so I think that he is fully qualified to cooperate with us. My lord, you don't need to be so rigid about the master-disciple relationship. Gong Sun Bei said. The chief tower master fell silent. Also, I don't believe that he doesn't know where the mysterious madam is. He must be lying to us. And if we cooperate with him, then we can use him to find the mysterious madam and take back the divinity crystal. Gong Sun Bei said telepathically, his eyes flashing. Take back the divinity crystal. The chief tower master's eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, secretly saying, how can you be sure that he wants to deal with the Mu family? Because he's asking about the Mu family's base. Gong Sun Bei said. What does this mean? The chief tower master raised his eyebrows. It means that his relationship with the Mu family is not that good, otherwise the Mu family wouldn't hide the location of their base from him. If my lord is still worried, I can ask him in person. Gong Sun Bei said secretly. The chief tower master said. Gong Sun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, since we're talking about cooperation, then we must be honest with each other first. What are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang said. He was also surprised that Gong Sun Bei would propose cooperation. Gong Sun Bei said, are you asking about the Mu family's base to deal with them, or for something else? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, well, I'll tell you. The Mu family is my mortal enemy. Since you're mortal enemies, then why are you helping them? The chief tower master said angrily. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I just said that I was just a chess piece before, and I had no choice. The Chief Tower Master's face sank. Although it was the Mu family and the mysterious madam who had been adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, to be honest, Qin Feiyang was the one who deserved to be killed the most. Because without him, it would be difficult to accomplish all of this. Gong Sun Bei glanced at the Chief Tower Master, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "One more question. What's your situation in the Great Qin Empire? In the past, the whole world was my enemy, but now, I can do whatever I want." Qin Feiyang said casually. "Do whatever I want?" The two of them were shocked. The Great Qin Empire actually allowed a mere one-star combat emperor to do whatever he wants. I can imagine how bad the Great Qin Empire is now. The Chief Pagoda Master suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with ridicule that couldn't be dispersed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently as if he was looking at a clown. Gong Sun Bei was also silent as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1307. When he heard the first half of Gong Sun Bei's words, Qin Feiyang was still calm, but when he heard the second half, his face immediately became gloomy. Wasn't it because of the current emperor? And he didn't want to think about this unbearable past. Seeing this, Gong Sun Bei's heart trembled. Could there be some hidden story here? But what kind of hidden story could cause Qin Feiyang and the Great Qin Empire to become enemies? However, Gong Sun Bei was a smart person. Seeing the change in Qin Feiyang's face, he tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Gong Sun Bei smiled. "Since it's a cooperation, then I will personally take you to the Mu family's nest." Qin Feiyang was stunned and joked, "I don't think I agreed to cooperate with you yet, right? If you cooperate with the head tower, not only can you eliminate our past grievances, but you can also get rid of the Mu family. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. To be honest, I really can't think of a reason for you to refuse." Gong Sun Bei smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed and cupped his hands. "Brother Gong Sun is wise and capable. This one admires you." "You flatter me." Gong Sun Bei waved his hand and smiled. No, I'm telling the truth." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the head tower master and sneered. "To be honest, it's a big loss for you not to pass the position of head tower master to Brother Gong Sun." The head tower master's face immediately became gloomy. When Gong Sun Bei heard this, his eyes trembled slightly, and he immediately glanced at the head tower master with an uneasy expression. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. This was disdain for the head tower master. As the ruler of the Forgotten Continent, if he only had this little vision, he would be suppressed sooner or later. Qin Feiyang got up, looked at Gong Sun Bei and asked, "When do we leave?" "So, Brother Qin agrees to cooperate?" Gong Sun Bei asked. "Brother Gongsun, how could I refuse your kind invitation?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Gong Sun Bei was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and smiled. "We can set off at any time." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then let's wait a few days. Besides, since it's a cooperation, shouldn't the arrest warrant be removed?" "It will definitely be removed, but not now. After all, everyone knows that you have come to the Central Divine Kingdom. If we remove the arrest warrant now, the Mu family will definitely suspect our relationship." Gong Sun Bei smiled. "You can even think of this. Impressive." Qin Feiyang raised his thumb and said, "When I'm ready, I'll come and find you. Goodbye." "I won't see you out," Gong Sun Bei said. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Chief Pagoda Master and disappeared with the seal. Gong Sun Bei let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. Negotiating with this guy is really troublesome. The Chief Tower Master turned to look at him and said, "Then do you feel a sense of accomplishment?" Gong Sun Bei was stunned and quickly bowed. "This subordinate dares not." Chief Pagoda Master's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Just now, Qin Feiyang said that it would be a great loss for me if I don't pass the position of Chief Pagoda Master to you. Tell me honestly, do you also think the same?" Gong Sun Bei's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "This subordinate has never thought so. Please understand. It's best not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, if I can cultivate you, I can also make you fall into the abyss." The Chief Tower Master said. "This subordinate will bear it in mind." Gong Sun Bei bowed. "Go, prepare well. This time, No matter what, we must get the divine crystals back. If there is a chance, it would be best to kill Qin Feiyang as well. The chief tower master ordered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Gong Sun Bei respectfully replied, then turned around and strode away. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the chief tower master on the screen in front of him, and his eyes flashed coldly. Lu Zheng stood beside Qin Feiyang, shook his head and said, "This person is too narrow-minded. Even if he has the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor, it will be difficult for him to achieve great things. I don't care about him at all. The only person in the chief tower that I am afraid of is Gong Sun Bei, other than the few fake gods." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Zheng said suspiciously, "This Gong Sun Bei has both ability and talent. Why would he follow the chief tower master so loyally? It should be for his belief. Gong Sun Bei's belief is the chief tower. For the reputation of the chief tower, he can sacrifice everything. Perhaps in our eyes he is a little foolish, but sometimes, aren't we the same?" Qin Feiyang muttered. Everyone had their own beliefs. They would fight for their beliefs and die for their beliefs. The only difference was that everyone's beliefs were different. Gong Sun Bei's belief was the chief tower. The commander of the Kirin army believed in the emperor. His belief was to protect his family and the empire left behind by his ancestors. Belief, Lu Zheng muttered to himself. Everyone had their own beliefs, but what was his? Qin Feiyang began to cultivate in the ancient castle. Although the snow python only gave him half a month, he was confident that he could imitate the first stroke of the Xing character formula in less than half a month. Time passed quietly. 80 days had passed in the ancient castle. Only 8 days had passed in the outside world. Buzz. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang's fingertips trembled. The first stroke of the Xing character formula suddenly erupted with a dazzling divine light that illuminated the entire ancient castle. Boom! His cultivation soared like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the level of a 2-star combat emperor. 10 days in the ancient castle is 1 day outside. This is really a cheat. Lu Zheng exclaimed. In the past few days, his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng and said, "I have a question that I can't figure out." "What question?" Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Where did your Lu family get the recipes for the various pills that can unlock the door of potential?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and said jokingly, "It's a long story. Listen to me slowly." "I'll listen to you slowly when I have time." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Do you want to go out and join in the fun?" 8 days had passed. There were only 7 days left. They could not delay any longer. "It's such an interesting thing." "Of course," Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he appeared in the hall again with Lu Zheng. In the past 8 days, the news of his return had spread throughout the central divine kingdom. But no one knew that he was in the chief tower. As for Wang Yuer and young Master Hao, ever since they turned against Qin Feiyang, they had entered seclusion. And they were in seclusion. In addition, Gong Sun Bei had deliberately concealed it, so they had not received any news until now. And now, in the entire central divine kingdom, only the two of them did not know that Qin Feiyang had returned. In the attic, sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, the chief tower master immediately walked out of the cultivation room inside. He glanced at Lu Zheng suspiciously, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Have you been here all this time?" "I've been dealing with some personal matters these past few days," Qin Feiyang said. The chief tower master secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Feiyang had been hiding here all this time, then the conversation between him and Gong Sun Bei that day would have definitely been heard by Qin Feiyang. In that case, the plan to snatch back the divine crystals would undoubtedly be ruined. Qin Feiyang certainly knew what the chief tower master was thinking. So he did not show any abnormalities and said indifferently, "Time is of the essence. Quickly inform Gong Sun Bei." The chief tower master took out an image crystal and informed Gong Sun Bei. Then he looked at Lu Zheng and asked, "Who is he?" "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Lu Zheng laughed arrogantly. A hint of hostility flashed in the Chief Tower Master's eyes. Lu Zheng continued, I'm not bragging, but with the forces behind me, I can destroy your Chief Tower with a wave of my hand. So you'd better be polite to my little cousin. What a big tone. The Chief Tower Master laughed sinisterly. Not only a big tone, but also a strong fist. How about it? Do you want to try? Lu Zheng looked at him provocatively. Good. You've successfully infuriated me. Killing intent flashed in the Chief Tower Master's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, Gong Sun Bei arrived. Seeing the atmosphere, he hurriedly said, Sir, please calm down. Sir, you're the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. Why bother with a junior? The Chief Tower Master snorted through his nose. Suppressing the killing intent and anger in his heart, he said, Take them and leave immediately. Gong Sun Bei respectfully replied. He waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, he said telepathically, Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation gate. Lu Zheng looked at the Chief Tower mockingly and followed in. Gong Sun Bei smiled helplessly and cupped his hands, saying, Sir, if a battle breaks out later, I may ask the 3 ancestors of the Legacy Land for help. Please allow it. Do as you deem fit. The Chief Tower Master said expressionlessly, meaning he gave Gong Sun Bei full authority to deal with it. Thank you, sir. Gong Sun Bei thanked him and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the teleportation gate. Little bastard, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you regret what you did today. When the teleportation gate dissipated, the Chief Tower Master muttered to himself, his killing intent undisguised. Obviously, he bore a grudge against Lu Zheng again. At the same time, above a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 appeared one after another. Below, the mountains rose and fell as far as the eye could see. As for the mountain streams, the vegetation was verdant, the rivers were surging, and the aura of berserk beasts was everywhere. Moreover, the weakest one was a War Master-level berserk beast, and saint beasts were everywhere. One could even sense the aura of an emperor beast. Where is this? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains and rivers suspiciously. Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. Gong Sun Bei said, What? You mean, the Mu family's lair is in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Gong Sun Bei nodded. This, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Of course, he knew about the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. Back then, Fatso and Li He were in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range, helping Yen Wei open the door to potential. He had heard of the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range more than once. It was said that berserk beasts ran rampant here, and it was a very dangerous place. But he never thought that the Mu family's lair would actually be here. Chapter 1308. Gong Sun Bei glanced at the mountain range and smiled. Although the Mu family's base is here, if no one leads the way, you won't be able to find it even if you turn the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range upside down. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Zheng also looked at him curiously. There's only one entrance to the Mu family's base, and the Mu family set up an illusion at the entrance. This illusion can confuse people's eyes and minds. If you're lucky, you can walk out alive, but if you're unlucky, you'll be trapped inside and die. Gong Sun Bei said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were enlightened. Let's go. Gong Sun Bei took the lead and flew into the depths of the mountain range. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other and quickly followed. After flying for a while, Gong Sun Bei suddenly slowed down and walked side by side with Qin Feiyang. He said, I think you should be more polite to the Chief Tower Master. He's a selfish bastard. Why should we be polite to him? Lu Zheng said in disdain. Gong Sun Bei said, but he's the ruler of the Forgotten Continent after all. Angering him won't do you any good. Lu Zheng said, I'm really not afraid of him. Gong Sun Bei looked at Lu Zheng in surprise and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Aren't you going to introduce him? My cousin. Qin Feiyang said 3 simple words. Lu Zheng said unhappily, Hey, is this how you introduce people? You should say, my cousin is a talented man, unparalleled in the world, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see him. Scram. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. How shameless. Cousin, Gong Sun Bei murmured and looked at Lu Jing meaningfully. Lu Jing rolled his eyes and suddenly looked at Gong Sun Bei. He asked, Brother Gong Sun, don't you feel wronged staying with the chief tower master? Wronged? Gong Sun Bei was stunned. He asked in confusion, why do you say that? My cousin told me about your situation. With your ability, you're definitely qualified to be the next chief tower master. Yet now, this head pagoda master has excluded you for the sake of his own selfish desires. Could it be that you do not have the slightest complaint? Lu Jing said angrily, feeling that it was unfair to Gong Sun Bei. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled. You're really open-minded, but why don't you consider following my little cousin? Although my little cousin is a bit of a good-for-nothing, he's much better than the chief tower master. I can guarantee that if you follow my little cousin, you will definitely be able to display your true talent. And your stage will become even bigger. Lu Jing instigated. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. To be honest, if Gong Sun Bei was really willing to follow him, he would warmly welcome him. But what he valued was not Gong Sun Bei's ability and talent, but Gong Sun Bei's character. Because Gong Sun Bei was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Back in the chief tower, when he snatched the divine crystal, Gong Sun Bei let him go on account of his ancestors' kindness to the forgotten continent. This was the best proof. At the same time, hearing Lu Jing's words, Gong Sun Bei was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Jing would ask him to join Qin Feiyang. Moreover, if you follow my cousin, you can open the door of potential that everyone dreams of. This is a great benefit that others can't even ask for. Lu Jing continued to tempt him. However, Gong Sun Bei just smiled indifferently. If I were just an ordinary person, I would definitely be tempted by your offer. But I'm not an ordinary person. I'm the temple master of the Oracle Temple. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. No matter how tempting the offer was, he would not leave the chief tower. You're really stubborn. Lu Jing was a little annoyed. This is not stubbornness, it's responsibility, Gong Sun Bei smiled. Lu Jing still wanted to say something, but Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. He smiled faintly. Everyone has their own aspirations, there's no need to force yourself. However, he was more and more satisfied with Gong Sun Bei. Responsibility. Everyone understood the meaning of these words, but how many people could really do it? Fire Phoenix Mountain Range, layers upon layers of mountains, majestic and magnificent. The three of them continued to go deeper. The beasts they encountered were also getting stronger and stronger. Battle Master level beasts were basically nowhere to be found. They were all sacred beasts. As they continued to go deeper, gradually, even sacred beasts could not be found. They were all emperor beasts. However, the cultivation of the three of them was not ordinary. Ordinary emperor beasts were not a threat to them. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. The three of them had already entered the deepest part of the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. The lowest cultivation of the beasts here was a 5-star battle emperor. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Feiyang could only call out the seal and the seahorse. With the seal and the seahorse, they could basically do whatever they wanted in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. Not there yet. Lu Jing began to get impatient. Soon, Gong Sun Bei looked ahead and said, Qin Feiyang followed his gaze and saw a majestic mountain range at the end of the earth. The mountain range stretched up and down. Some places were as high as thousands of feet, and the shortest place was 700 to 800 feet. It was like a giant dragon lying on the ground, emitting a mysterious aura. The entrance is somewhere in the mountain range. But when we get here, we should try not to get entangled with the beasts here. Because here, we might encounter the Mu family at any time. Gong Sun Bei whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded and whispered, Seahorse, seal, quickly restrain your aura. What are you afraid of? If one comes, we'll kill one. If two comes, we'll kill two. The seahorse and the seahorse laughed. As the beast kings of the Sea of Reincarnation, they were ruthless characters like wolves and tigers, so they didn't put the Mu family in their eyes at all. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he said playfully, I hope that when we see the fake gods of the Mu family, you can still be as powerful as you are now. What? Fake gods? As soon as the two beasts heard this, they immediately retracted their aura. Do you know what you're doing? Lu Zheng looked at them in amusement. What? The two looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng said disdainfully, You're a typical bully. Aren't you the same? Not convinced? Then go and fight the fake gods of the Mu family for 300 rounds. If you really dare to go, we'll call you uncle. The two snorted coldly. Lu Zheng's mouth kept twitching. Fight the fake gods for 300 rounds? Isn't that courting death? You don't dare, right? Then don't talk about us. You're no different from us. The two despised him. Despised? Lu Zheng smiled bitterly. These two guys are not easy to deal with. What? Boom! Crack! In front. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of fighting. There's someone. Gong Sun Bei was shocked and hurriedly said, Quickly enter the jungle below. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the two beasts, and said, Come to my shoulder. The two beasts quickly shrank to the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, each occupying one side. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Zheng and Gong Sun Bei and directly activated the concealment technique. The three men and two beasts immediately disappeared into the void. In front, above a jungle, two young men in black and a black eagle were fighting crazily. The terrifying battle fluctuations rushed in all directions like mountains and seas. In less than a few breaths, the jungle and mountains below were destroyed, and it was a scene of devastation. The berserk beasts in this area fled at the sight of the battle. The two men and one beast were locked in a fierce battle and did not notice that a group of people was quietly approaching. This group of people was naturally Qin Feiyang and the others. I recognized them. Gong Sun Bei transmitted his voice after seeing the faces of the two young men in black. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked. The Mu family has many monstrous geniuses, and they are two of them. They have only cultivated for 500 years and have the cultivation of a 3-star combat emperor. Gong Sun Bei said, To the people of the Mu family, to cultivate to a 3-star combat emperor in 500 years, can they be considered monstrous geniuses? I think they are idiots. Lu Zheng snorted. This, Gong Sun Bei's face was filled with astonishment. To cultivate to a 3-star combat emperor in 500 years, they were considered idiots in this person's eyes? What a joke! If they were idiots, then what was he? A trash that was worse than an idiot? Qin Feiyang said, I agree with cousin's words. What? You agree? Gong Sun Bei was speechless. These two fellows were really talking without knowing their own backsides. He admitted, to Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, cultivating to a combat emperor in 500 years was indeed not a difficult thing. This was because Qin Feiyang had the method to unlock the door of potential. However, in this world, not everyone had unlocked the door of potential. It wasn't an exaggeration. To be able to step into a combat emperor in 500 years without unlocking the door of potential was definitely a rare and monstrous existence. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two young men in black, then turned to Gong Sun Bei and asked with a smile, Do you know why I agree? Gong Sun Bei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, Because they have unlocked the door of potential. What? Gong Sun Bei's gaze trembled as he sized up the two young men in black and asked, Have you seen them before? Never. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then how do you know? Gong Sun Bei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, Because the ancestor of the Mu family also had the method to unlock the door of potential. This, Gong Sun Bei was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. The ancestor of the Mu family was called Mu Tianyang. This person was an existence that could be compared to my ancestor when he was alive. He had a pill scripture that recorded all the pill recipes in the world. It included the pill recipes of all the major pills that could unlock the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said, Mu Tianyang? Gong Sun Bei was stunned as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I've heard of this name." "You've heard of it?" This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. Chapter 1309. That's right. He lost to my ancestor. But he's not dead. Qin Feiyang said. Not dead? Gong Sun Bei was surprised. He's still alive and well. He's hiding in the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang nodded. Do you know where he's hiding? Gong Sun Bei asked. We're still in a cooperative relationship now. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. You're cooperating with him? Gong Sun Bei was dumbfounded. As a descendant of the Qin Emperor, he was actually cooperating with the Qin Emperor's mortal enemy? Was this kid crazy? Don't think too much. Although we're in a cooperative relationship, we're just using each other to get what we need. Qin Feiyang said. Even so, it's still too risky. You're asking a tiger for its skin. If you're not careful, you'll be eaten by him. Gong Sun Bei was speechless. Even if he wants to eat me now, his stomach won't be able to hold it. Qin Feiyang sneered. Why do you say that? Gong Sun Bei was puzzled. Although my ancestor didn't kill him back then, his soul was shattered and his vitality was greatly damaged. His current strength is probably less than 1% of his peak strength. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Gong Sun Bei was relieved and smiled. If that's the case, then we can still act according to the original plan. The original plan? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Gong Sun Bei strangely. Don't tell me you're going to change the plan after hearing that Mu Tianyang is still alive? Gong Sun Bei smiled bitterly and didn't deny it. After all, Mu Tianyang is a true god of war. My chief pagoda can't afford to offend him. Qin Feiyang was helpless. How much do you know about Mu Tianyang? I just heard it from the chief pagoda master. How much can I know? I just didn't expect the Mu family to be a descendant of Mu Tianyang. Gong Sun Bei sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Does the chief know the details of the Mu Jia? Is there even a need to ask? He definitely doesn't know. Although the chief tower master is somewhat selfish, I know that he cares about the safety of the forgotten continent more than anyone else. To put it bluntly, he cares about power and influence. He won't let anyone threaten his position. So, if he knew, he definitely wouldn't allow the Mu family to remain in the forgotten continent. Gong Sun Bei said. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. Even though he hadn't known the chief tower master for long, he still had a good grasp of the latter's personality. If someone really threatened his position, he would find a way to get rid of them immediately. Furthermore, if the chief pagoda master really knew about it, he wouldn't let go of a good opportunity to extort the Mu Jia, such as the potential pill. However, even young Master Hao hadn't been able to unlock his potential before he had met him. From this, it could be seen that the chief pagoda master was indeed unaware. These damned bastards, they actually deceived us for so many years. This time, we must catch them all in one fell swoop. Gong Sun Bei coldly harumphed, his hands tightly clenched, killing intent surging in his eyes. Only today did he know that the Mu family was originally using the forgotten continent to rest and build up strength, waiting for Mu Tianyang's return. Lu Zheng indifferently glanced at him. Then now, are you still going to deny my words? Gong Sun Bei was stunned, then bitterly smiled. Even though they have unlocked their potential, but to be able to cultivate to the level of a 3-star combat emperor in such a short period of time, they can't be considered idiots. Their talent is still not bad. Lu Zheng disdainfully raised his middle finger. Qin Feiyang sized up the two black-clothed youths. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned his head to look at Gong Sun Bei. Oh right, why did the chief tower master take in the Mu family? If you say that he was kind enough to take them in, I really don't believe it. Because the chief tower master wasn't that kind of person. This I really don't know. A few times I've asked him indirectly, but the chief tower master has always been secretive and unwilling to answer directly. Gong Sun Bei said. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that there was some kind of unknown benefit relationship between them. Boom. Crack. The battle between the two black-clothed youths and the Black Hawk had reached its climax. The Black Hawk was a 4-star combat emperor beast. Even though it was a minor realm higher than the two youths, both of them had mastered several perfect battle arts. Therefore, the Black Hawk was gradually losing. Qin Feiyang asked, "What are their names?" Mu Xing, Gong Sunbei said. Qin Feiyang said, "Not only do you know their names, but you also know their cultivation base. Looks like you're quite concerned about the Mu family." Gong Sunbei said, "To tell you the truth, I've been monitoring the Mu family all these years." Qin Feiyang was startled, then smiled. "Then what did Brother Gong Sun find out?" Gong Sunbei shook his head and smiled. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Even though I've been monitoring them all these years, I've only managed to sneak into the Mu family's base once, and I was almost discovered in the end." Qin Feiyang smiled. This wasn't out of his expectations. Who was the Mu family? There would definitely be experts guarding the entrance. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to sneak in. Even though Gong Sunbei had only managed to sneak in once, it was already very rare. Qin Feiyang looked at the two black-clothed youths again with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why were these two fighting the Black Hawk? Training? However, there were countless ferocious beasts that were more powerful than the Black Hawk. Training here was definitely not a wise thing to do. "Mu Xing, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, we'll attract those powerful 9-star combat emperor beasts. Quickly use your full strength." Mu Xing suddenly shouted. Mu Xing nodded. Boom! Both of their bodies shook as they activated their fighting souls at the same time. Both of their fighting souls were humanoid fighting souls. They were more than 100 feet tall and emitted a monstrous murderous aura. However, their bodies were shrouded in black mist, and their true appearance could not be seen clearly. "Kill!" Both of them shouted. The two humanoid fighting souls raised their giant hands and slapped at the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk knew that it was no match for them, so it turned around and fled. However, the two fighting souls were extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Accompanied by a wail, the Black Hawk's huge body was immediately split into 4 or 5 pieces. Blood stained the sky. After killing the Black Hawk, the two of them immediately broke through the sky and left. Lu Zheng said, "Follow them." Qin Feiyang nodded and led Lu Zheng and Gong Sunbei behind the two of them silently. Soon, an inconspicuous small valley entered their line of sight. Mu Sheng and Gong Sunbei directly rushed into the small valley. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed behind. The small valley was only about 100 feet wide and was covered with weeds and shrubs. It looked extremely desolate. "What are they doing here? This doesn't look like a place with treasures." Lu Zheng frowned. "There's the Black Hawk's aura here. This means that this is the Black Hawk's nest." Qin Feiyang muttered. There was a saying that one could not judge a book by its cover. Sometimes, the more inconspicuous a place was, the more likely it was to have treasures. At this moment, Mu Xing and Gong Sunbei were walking towards a shrub on the right side of the valley. The closer they got to the shrub, the more excited they became. It was as if there was a treasure hidden in the shrub. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and flew over silently. They lowered their heads and scanned the shrub. This shrub was no different from an ordinary shrub. The ground was a little damp and covered with a thick layer of dead branches and rotten leaves. It emitted a rotten smell. And within the shrub, there was a strange grass. This grass was only as long as a finger and had 3 slender leaves. The reason why it was strange was that this grass was completely black and emitted a cold aura. "What's this?" Gong Sunbei was suspicious. This was the first time he had seen such a strange grass. At this moment, Mu Xing and Gong Sunbei also came to the shrub and locked their eyes on the black grass. The excitement on their faces could not be concealed. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and then looked at the black grass again. His eyes were full of doubts. He was sure that he had never seen this grass before, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. "This is the Darkeen grass." Lu Zheng suddenly transmitted his voice. "Darkeen grass." Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Lu Zheng. He found that Lu Zheng was looking at the Darkeen grass with greed in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Darkeen grass? Why did this name sound so familiar?" Suddenly, his eyes trembled and looked at the Darkeen grass again. His eyes were shining. Wasn't the dark een grass one of the herbs in the Great Creation Pill? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, it was one of the most important herbs. He was excited. He did not expect to encounter such a treasure on the way. The most important herbs of the Great Creation Pill were the creation fruit, white jade fruit, purple spirit flower, dark yang grass, and dark een grass. The dark een grass was ranked 5th. It could be seen how rare it was. The dark een grass is rare in the world. When we hand it to the family head, we will definitely be able to exchange it for a generous reward. Mu Xing and Gong Sun Bei cleared the shrub happily and squatted beside the dark een grass. They took out their daggers and started digging. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to get this reward. But at this moment, there was a laugh. Who is it? The two of them were shocked. They looked up and scanned their surroundings. They didn't notice that there was someone else hiding here. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared. What? Qin Feiyang. Gong Sun Bei. The two's face changed. Qin Feiyang joked, "Are you surprised? Aren't you in the Great Qin Empire? When did you come to Forgotten Continent?" The two were shocked. 8 days ago. Qin Feiyang said. Then what are you doing here? The two were surprised. Qin Feiyang grinned. Of course I'm here for your Mu family. Damn it. Let's go. The two secretly cursed and turned around to escape. Gong Sun Bei hurriedly said, "Don't let them escape." Once the two escaped, the Mu family would know that their tower has joined forces with Qin Feiyang. At that time, they would be prepared in advance. Don't worry, they can't escape. Qin Feiyang chuckled and glanced at the seal and seahorse lying on his shoulder. He said, "What are you still doing lying there? Go and deal with them." The two beasts lazily responded and left Qin Feiyang's shoulder and flew towards Mu Xing and Gong Sun Bei. To be honest, they weren't interested in such a small fish at all. They couldn't raise their spirits at all. There was no suspense. Chapter 13:10. Boring. Boring. The two beasts returned to Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said uninterestedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, you'll have a chance to show off soon. After that, Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui and uprooted the Xianin grass. Seeing this, Lu Zheng hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist and asked, "Little cousin, you're not going to take it for yourself, are you?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at Lu Zheng and said, "You want a share?" "Nonsense. I've never heard of it. Everyone who sees it gets a share?" Lu Zheng snorted. "Sorry, I've never heard of it." Qin Feiyang smiled and put away Chang Shui and the Xianin grass. "You?" Lu Zheng stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Such a rare treasure was hard to come by in 100 years. He didn't even give him a leaf. It was too much. Gong Sun Bei looked at the two suspiciously and asked curiously, "What's the use of this Xianin grass?" "It looks good." Lu Zheng glanced at Gong Sun Bei indifferently and then turned to search the valley. Gong Sun Bei's face suddenly twitched. What is he looking for? Seahorse looked at Lu Zheng and asked Qin Feiyang secretly. If I remember correctly, it is recorded in the pill scripture that yin and yang exist together. Where there is Xianin grass, there must be Xianin grass. I think he must be looking for Xianin grass. Qin Feiyang said secretly. Hearing this, the two beasts suddenly became spirited and said secretly, "What does Xianin grass look like?" "It's similar to Xianin grass, but the color is different. Xianin grass is as black as ink, while Xianin grass is as red as fire." Qin Feiyang said. "Look for it. Don't let them get it." Seahorse said secretly. The two beasts immediately flew out and began to search the valley. Qin Feiyang glanced around and also stepped forward to search carefully. "What's the situation?" Gong Sun Bei looked at them suspiciously. "Bastard brat, how dare you take the profound yin grass for yourself? Wait till I find the profound yang grass, I won't share it with you." Lu Zheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and the two seals. He snorted inwardly and quickened his pace. His eyes swept around, not missing a single spot. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the cliff on his left. On the cliff a dozen meters above the ground, there was a half-meter wide crack, and within the crack, there was an imperceptible flame. He hurriedly flew up and saw a fiery red blade of grass in the crack. The shape of the grass was almost exactly the same as the profound Een grass. The 3 leaves looked as if they were cast from lava, emitting a crimson luster. Found it. Lu Zheng was overjoyed and was about to grab it. Whoosh! But just then, the seal and seahorse flashed across the sky like lightning and swept behind Lu Zheng. Get out of the way! Seahorse raised its hoof and kicked Lu Zheng's butt. Ow! Lu Zheng immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. He covered his butt with both hands and flew into the sky like a meteorite. At the same time, the seal shrunk its body, swept into the crack, and pulled out the profound yang grass. You 2 bastards, I found it first. What right do you have to take it away? Seeing this, Lu Zheng was furious. He roared and rushed toward the 2 beasts, ignoring the pain in his butt. The 2 beasts laughed, turned into a stream of light, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Here you go. The seal waved its paw and the profound yang grass fell into Qin Feiyang's hand. Not bad, not bad. This is the profound yang grass. Qin Feiyang chuckled. His face was blooming with joy. Little cousin, you've gone too far. Lu Zheng was furious. Who dares to barge into my Fire Phoenix mountain range? But suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. The 3 men and 2 beasts were shocked. They looked up and saw a white figure rushing toward them like lightning. It was a middle-aged man. He was 2 meters tall and muscular like a small giant. It's him. Gong Sun Bei's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang asked. Gong Sun Bei said in a deep voice, the guardian of the illusion, Mu Dui. He has the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Your cousin's roar must have alarmed him. 9-star combat emperor, Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes flashed coldly and he said to the 2 beasts, you 2 hide and prepare to kill him in 1 blow. Piece of cake. The 2 beasts laughed sinisterly. Then, they disappeared into the underbrush below in an instant. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and also landed beside Qin Feiyang. Gong Sun Bei also immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. A 9-star combat emperor was not someone Mu Xing and the other 2 could compare to. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Finally, Mu Dehui came to the sky above the valley. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, hurry up and pretend to run away. After that, he immediately turned around and ran away in a panic. Lu Zheng and Gong Sun Bei looked at each other suspiciously and also began to run away. Seeing the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, Mu Dehui's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he shouted. The 3 of them stiffened and stopped. Qin Feiyang lowered his voice and changed it slightly. Senior, we didn't mean to break in here. Please have mercy. But the 3 of them did not turn around. Mu Dehui could still only see their backs. Mu Dehui glanced at Lu Zheng's back, then stared at Qin Feiyang and Gong Sun Bei's backs. I feel that your backs are somewhat familiar. Turn around and let me see. This is the first time we have entered the Fire Phoenix mountain range. Senior must have mistaken us for someone else. Qin Feiyang said fearfully, but he still changed his voice. Don't talk nonsense. Turn around right now. Mu Dehui shouted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This, Qin Feiyang was hesitant. It seems that I have to use some means to make you obedient. Mu Dehui smiled coldly. His emperor's aura poured out and instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang and the other 2. He swooped down and landed behind Qin Feiyang and the other 2, reaching out to grab Qin Feiyang and Gong Sun Bei's shoulders. Boom! However, at this moment, 2 terrifying auras erupted. The seahorse and the seal rushed out, their battle chi surging. Like 2 sharp arrows, they pierced through Mu Dehui's lower abdomen. A scream resounded through the sky. Mu Dehui immediately lay on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen, his face twisted in pain. 2 fist-sized bloody holes penetrated his front and back, blood spurting out like a fountain. Lu Zheng and Gong Sun Bei also suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Feiyang pretended to escape in order to lure Mu Dehui. After all, everyone in the Mu family knew what Qin Feiyang looked like. They also knew Qin Feiyang's methods. If Mu Dahui saw Qin Feiyang's face in advance, he would definitely be vigilant. He might even turn around and run away. The seahorse and seal's ambush would naturally not succeed. Boss Qin, what do you think? Aren't we awesome? The seahorse and seahorse glanced at Mu Dahui in disdain, then ran to Qin Feiyang to ask for a reward. Awesome. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Mu Dahui. This voice, Qin Feiyang did not change his voice this time. Mu Dahui suddenly felt that this voice was very familiar. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. When he saw Qin Feiyang's face, he could not help but tremble. How could it be him? Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said playfully, your expression is exactly the same as Mu Xing and the others. You saw Mu Xing and Mu Sheng? Mu Dahui was shocked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where are they? What did you do to them? Mu Dahui said angrily. Do you still need to ask? They will definitely not have a good ending when they meet me, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed. You damned bastard. Everyone in the Mu family will not let you off. Mu Dahui roared. We should be the ones saying this. We will not let go of anyone in your Mu family. Gong Sun Bei's eyes flashed with killing intent. Gong Sun Bei. Mu Dahui's eyes trembled, and he said in a deep voice, you actually helped Qin Feiyang. Are you not afraid of the Chief Tower's blame? Gong Sun Bei sneered, sorry, but it was the Chief Tower's order to join hands with Qin Feiyang. What? Mu Dahui's face was filled with disbelief. The Chief Tower had joined hands with Qin Feiyang? Damn it! How could this be? How did Qin Feiyang convince the Chief Pagoda Master? Mu Dahui roared, did you forget that it was Qin Feiyang who stole your divine crystals? Stop pretending. Isn't your Mu family also eyeing the divine crystals? You despicable scum, even if you are cut into pieces, it will not be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. Gong Sun Bei's killing intent rose. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped Gong Sun Bei. What's wrong? Gong Sun Bei looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Let's kill him later. I have a few questions to ask him. Gong Sun Bei nodded and thought to himself, then ask. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Mu Dahui, and his Emperor's aura appeared, imprisoning Mu Dahui. Emperor's aura. Mu Dahui was shocked. He remembered that when Qin Feiyang left the Forgotten Continent, he was only a 4-star battle saint. How long had it been? He had already stepped into the Battle Emperor realm. This speed, even if he opened the door of potential, it was impossible to achieve. Just as Mu Dahui was shocked, Qin Feiyang formed a hand seal, and a slave seal appeared and swept toward Mu Dahui's head. Mu Dahui's expression changed again. His first thought was to kill himself. Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang before, Qin Feiyang's deeds had long been spread in the family, and everyone knew about it. Therefore, he knew that this was a slave seal. However, imprisoned by Qin Feiyang's Emperor's aura, he couldn't kill himself even if he wanted to. The slave seal sank into Mu Dahui's head and successfully controlled him. Qin Feiyang said, now answer me, how many false gods and 9-star battle emperors does your Mu family have? Other than the space-time gate, do you have any other divine weapons? After asking this question, he secretly peeked at Mu Dahui's inner thoughts. Because he didn't expect Mu Dahui to answer him at all. Therefore, he used this method to get the answer he wanted to know. However, he found that after hearing his question, Mu Dahui's heart was like a dead sea, without any ripples. It seems that the people from the Mu family are as difficult to deal with as the people from the Zhuge family. It's basically impossible to get anything out of them. Chapter 1311. However, he did not give up and continued, as long as you tell me the truth, I'll let you live. Do you think I'll believe your bullshit? Mu Dahui sneered. I swear in the name of my mother. You should know how important my mother is to me, so as long as you're willing to tell me, I won't go back on my word. Qin Feiyang said. In your dreams. Mu Dahui said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said, then let me ask you again. Is there anyone from the Mu family in the Endless Ocean now? The Endless Ocean? Gong Sun Bei was stunned. Why did Qin Feiyang ask this? Could it be that the mysterious madam was in the Endless Ocean? Mu Dehui said disdainfully, "Don't waste your breath. I won't say anything. If you want to kill me, do it." Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said lightly, "Brother Gongsun, deal with it as you see fit." Gong Sunbei's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "Gong Sunbei, let me tell you. You'll regret cooperating with Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Because no one in the main tower can beat him." Mu Dahui said contemptuously. "You don't have to worry about that. Go repent in hell." Gong Sunbei waved his hand, and a wave of battle aura swept out like a sharp blade. Mu Dahui's head immediately fell to the ground, and blood spurted out a few meters away. "Do you feel better now?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "How can I vent if I don't kill them all?" Gong Sunbei smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's go." "What about this body? If the Mu family finds it, it won't be good for us." Gong Sunbei said worriedly. "Don't worry. There are ferocious beasts everywhere here. Soon, not even a drop of blood will be left." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gong Sunbei nodded, and then continued to rush toward the mountain ridge with the 2 men and 2 beasts. On the way, everyone hid their aura and went around the 9-star monarch beasts. Along the way, there was no danger. Finally, the 3 humans and 2 beasts arrived at the foot of the mountain ridge. The mountains towered into the clouds, exuding a majestic aura. Mountain streams, towering ancient trees, and ferocious beasts. Moreover, they were basically 5-star to 8-star monarch beasts. There were also 9-star monarch beasts' auras on the peaks of the mountain range. This place was like a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. A moment of carelessness and you would lose your little life. The entrance to the Mu family's lair is right there. Gong Sunbei pointed at one of the giant peaks. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing raised their heads and looked over. They saw a giant mountain that was 50 to 60,000 feet high, like a giant sword that pierced the sky. That giant peak was also the highest peak in the mountain range. "Follow me," Gong Sunbei said in a low voice and flew towards the mountain peak. However, he did not fly in the air. Because they were flying at high altitudes, they were a huge target and could easily be intercepted by 9-star monarch beasts. Along the way, Gong Sunbei also skillfully avoided one fierce beast after another. Obviously, he was extremely familiar with this place. A moment later, under Gong Sunbei's lead, the group finally reached the mountain peak. However, the moment they reached the mountain peak, both Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng's expressions changed. Their faces were filled with horror. As for the seahorse and the seal, they immediately turned around and fled in fear. "Why are you running?" Gong Sunbei shouted in a low voice. The seahorse said without turning its head, "Nonsense, there are so many 9-star monarch beasts. If we don't run, we'll be waiting for death." That's right. On this mountain peak, there were fierce beasts lying everywhere. The mountain peak was not big. There were rocks and weeds everywhere. However, between the weeds and rocks, there were at least 100 fierce beasts. There were all kinds of beasts. They were all closing their eyes and taking a nap. The aura they emitted was, without exception, that of a 9-star combat emperor. 100 9-star monarch beasts. What kind of concept was that? Once they were awakened, it could be described as apocalyptic. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng also broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that these fierce beasts would suddenly awaken. Gong Sunbei looked at the seahorse and seal helplessly and said, "They're not real." "What? They're not real?" The seahorse and seal were stunned. They turned around and glanced at the hundreds of 9-star monarch beasts. Whether it was their appearance or aura, they were extremely real. How could they be fake? The seal said warily, "We're still young. Don't fool us." "Why would I fool you?" Gong Sunbei rolled his eyes. He took a step forward and landed next to a fierce beast. He kicked it, and the fierce beast immediately disappeared from everyone's sight like a bubble. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Zheng was also stunned. The eyes of the seal and the seahorse almost popped out of their sockets. "This is the illusion I told you about," Gong Sunbei said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and landed on the top of the mountain one after another. They walked toward Gongsun Bay while looking at the fierce beasts around them in amazement. The seal imitated Gongsun Bay and raised its paw to slap a few fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts immediately collapsed and disappeared. Amazing! Looking at this scene, the seal couldn't help but marvel. Qin Feiyang walked in front of Gongsun Bay and shook his head. I didn't expect the Mu family to set up such an illusion at the entrance. As you said, without someone to lead the way, it's really impossible to find the entrance. Lu Jing sighed. Even if you can find it, seeing so many vivid 9-star monarch beasts, you'll definitely be scared witless like the seahorse and seal. Hearing this, the seal and seal were quite embarrassed. Qin Feiyang looked at the other peaks and asked, "Are the 9-star monarch beasts on those peaks also illusions? They're all real. Don't mess with them. Follow me." After Gongsun Bay finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the other side of the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang and the others quickly followed. So, they came to the edge of the cliff and entered their sight of a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was bottomless and surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people an unfathomable sense of mystery. And within the sea of clouds, there were countless 9-star monarch beasts' auras. The group was looking curiously. Suddenly, in the distant sea of clouds, a fierce beast roared out. It was as huge as a mountain and exuded a monstrous divine power. Divine power? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There was a divine beast here. Gongsun Bay, is the Mu family under the sea of clouds? Lu Jing asked, his eyes full of nervousness. The seahorse and seal were so scared that they hid behind Qin Feiyang, trembling. Gongsun Bay smiled. Don't be nervous. The sea of clouds and the divine beast are also illusions. What? The 2 men and 2 beasts were shocked. There are a total of 3 illusions here. The first illusion is these 9-star monarch beasts on the mountain peak, and the second illusion is the sea of clouds and the divine beast. Gongsun Bay said. The 2 men and 2 beasts looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. It turned out that they were just scaring themselves. The divine beast did not exist at all. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "We've seen the first and second layer of the illusion. Where is the third layer of the illusion?" Gongsun Bay did not answer. "Hide your aura and follow me." After speaking, he took the lead to hide his aura to the extreme and then stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds. The moment he stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds, Gongsun Bay disappeared from their sight. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This place is too strange. Hurry up and follow him. Don't get lost. Lu Jing said. The 2 men and 2 beasts also hid their aura and stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds. They found that they had appeared in front of a canyon, and Gongsun Bay was standing next to them. The seahorse said in surprise, "Didn't we enter the sea of clouds? Why is it a canyon?" Didn't you hear Gongsun Bay say that the sea of clouds is just an illusion? I think this canyon is the real thing. Lu Jing said thoughtfully. The canyon was still surrounded by clouds and mist, giving it a mysterious feeling. Behind them, the mountain peak they were on before had disappeared and was replaced by clouds and mist. At this moment, it was as if they were standing in a fairyland. It was very unreal. Gongsun Bay said telepathically, "The third illusion is in this canyon." When they heard this, they immediately looked into the canyon and saw many beasts lying in the canyon. There was a giant python, a poisonous scorpion, a fierce tiger, and a dragon. In short, all the beasts they had seen before were here. The most shocking part was that all of them were actually 9th-star emperor beasts. Needless to say, they must be fake too. The seahorse smiled and strode into the canyon. However, as soon as the seahorse took its first step, Gongsun Bay pulled it back and said, "Do you want to die?" The seahorse looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang, Lu Jing, and the seal also looked at Gongsun Bay in confusion. "Do you know why I asked you to hide your aura? Because the beasts in this canyon are not all illusions. Some of them are real. If we don't hide our aura, we will be discovered as soon as we appear," Gongsun Bay said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the seahorse immediately jumped behind Qin Feiyang like a frightened rabbit. According to my investigation, There are at least 10 nine-star emperor beasts in these illusions. They are here to guard the canyon. And at the end of the canyon is the Mu clan's nest. Gong Sunbei said. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, 10 nine-star emperor beasts are nothing, but if they are alarmed, it is equivalent to alarmed the entire Mu clan. We still haven't figured out the Mu clan's background, so we can't be discovered by them. Yes, we can't be discovered by them. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, let's go to the castle. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the group suddenly disappeared. Not long after the group of people disappeared, a blood-red falcon flew out of the canyon like lightning and scanned the surroundings suspiciously. Strange. I clearly felt that someone broke in just now. Why is there not even a shadow now? Could it be an illusion? The falcon muttered, looked around carefully, and then turned back to the canyon. That was close. Fortunately, we came to the castle. Otherwise, we would have been caught red-handed. Inside the castle. Looking at the falcon that disappeared in the picture, Gong Sunbei was scared. He turned his head to look at the castle and said in surprise, is this the spatial divine item that you are hiding in? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then he piloted the ancient castle and flew into the canyon. Chapter 13:12. Inside the canyon. There were all kinds of beasts that looked very real. Some were lying on the ground and taking a nap. Some were looking around with disdain and majesty. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. What's going on? There are only these few people in the castle? At the same time, Gong Sunbei glanced at Viper, Dan Wangkai, Wang Xiaojia, Black Dragon Snake, and the other beasts. His eyes were full of suspicion. Was this Qin Feiyang's foundation? He originally thought that since Qin Feiyang was so arrogant in front of the Chief Tower Master, there must be a large number of experts hidden in the castle. However, he did not expect that there were only these few people. Moreover, their strength was not that great. In other words, apart from the 2 nine-star emperor beasts, the seahorse and the seal, Qin Feiyang did not have any powerful experts around him. This kid had been pretending to be mysterious. However, he's quite good at pretending. Even the Chief Tower Master and I were fooled by him. Gong Sunbei muttered to himself as he pursed his lips in self-mockery. However, he did not know that Qin Feiyang's true foundation was not in the castle, but in the tower. Wait. Gong Sunbei suddenly looked at Viper and Dan Wangkai. Both of them had their backs facing Gong Sunbei, but their backs were familiar to Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei asked suspiciously, you too, have I seen you somewhere before? Qin Feiyang unnoticeably raised his eyebrows. This was what he was worried about. If Gong Sunbei recognized Dan Wangkai and Viper, he would know that Wang Zicheng and the others were lying. Wang Zicheng and the others were now in the Chief Tower. They were his spies in the Chief Tower and could not be suspected by Gong Sunbei. It was also because he considered the safety of Wang Zicheng and the others that he did not bring Gong Sunbei into the castle even though it was very dangerous. Have we seen each other before? Dan Wangkai suddenly spoke, but his voice was hoarse. As he spoke, Dan Wangkai turned his head to look at Gong Sunbei. However, when he saw Dan Wangkai's current appearance, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. It was an extremely old face, covered with dry wrinkles. He then looked at Viper. Viper also turned his head. His appearance had also changed. He was now a sickly middle-aged man. You've changed your appearance so quickly. You guys are pretty smart. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Of course. Adaptability is the strength of the Qinghai 10 heroes. Viper smiled proudly. Then, he looked at Gong Sunbei and asked suspiciously, are you sure we've met before? Gong Sunbei glanced at the two of them and smiled bitterly. He clasped his hands and said, I mistook you for someone else. Sorry. The two of them smiled inwardly, turned around, and continued to cultivate with their eyes closed. Qin Feiyang also turned his head to look at the situation in the canyon as he flew towards the end of the canyon. The canyon was not wide, but it was very long. It was like a giant python, winding and stretching to the end of the sky. About a few hundred breaths later, the castle crossed the canyon and finally came to the end. What entered the picture was still a sea of clouds. White clouds rolled and fog lingered. It was like a fairyland. More than 10 miles ahead, above the sea of clouds, there was a behemoth floating. What the hell is that? Is it an illusion? Lu Zheng looked at the behemoth, dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was also in disbelief. It was actually a city. The city was very big, about a few hundred miles in diameter. In the city, there were majestic buildings, wide streets, rolling mountains, and all kinds of birds and auspicious beasts flying above the city. It was like a continent floating in the void. Every brick, tile, grass, and tree was full of a mysterious color. What you see now is not an illusion. That city is the Mu family's nest. Gong Sun Bei stared at the city, his eyes flashing coldly. I didn't expect them to live in such a place. Qin Feiyang murmured. What was the difference between this place and fairyland? Clouds lingered, auspicious beasts flew. These people really knew how to enjoy life. Gong Sun Bei said, although we found this place, there is still a problem. What problem? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The Mu family set up an invisible barrier around the city. If you want to enter the city, you first have to find a way to pass through this barrier. Gong Sun Bei said, Divine barrier? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the void in front of the city. Haven't you been here before? You should know how to break this barrier, right? Lu Zheng looked at Gong Sun Bei. Do you see that man? Gong Sun Bei pointed at the edge of the city. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a 10-meter-tall stone pillar at the edge of the city. A black-haired old man in a green robe sat cross-legged at the top of the stone pillar, resting with his eyes closed. Gong Sun Bei said, his name is Mu Yuan, the first butler of the Mu family. He is responsible for guarding the barrier. Anyone who wants to enter the city has to go through him. The first butler? Then isn't he an antique? Lu Zheng said. He has been here since the Mu family first came to the Forgotten Continent. Although he is only the butler of the Mu family, he has great prestige in the Mu family. Even the patriarchs of the family are very polite to him. Moreover, his cultivation is extremely terrifying. He is at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. When I first snuck in here, he was the one who almost discovered me. Gong Sun Bei said in a deep voice. The peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Then he is a difficult opponent. Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Gong Sun Bei and said, the Mu family is so heavily guarded. How did you manage to sneak in here? I am really curious. How did you do it? Why do you have to expose a secret that no one wants to talk about? Gong Sun Bei laughed and said, I was rude. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. He turned his head to look at Mu Yuan on the screen. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Viper and said with a smile, it seems that I need you to enter the city. Viper was stunned. He stood up and said, young master, please tell me. Qin Feiyang said, your cultivation is the same as Mu Xing and Mu Sheng. You are all 3-star combat emperors. You can disguise yourself as one of them and sneak in. Viper nodded. He took an illusion pill and disguised himself as Mu Xing. Then he found a set of clothes similar to Mu Xing's and put it on. This method won't work. However, at this moment, Gong Sun Bei shook his head and said, Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because Mu Yuan is a very cautious person. Even if the chief tower lord came to visit the Mu family, or if the Mu family's people came back from running errands, they would first use the Heaven's Eye Stone to verify their identity. Gong Sun Bei said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel angry. There were 3 layers of illusions outside. Was there a need to be so cautious? It can be said that for the past 10,000 years, the Mu family's base has never been discovered. It is all because of this Mu Yuan. Gong Sun Bei sighed. This is really a difficult problem. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If there was no divine force barrier, it wouldn't be a problem. He could easily sneak in. But now, even the ancient castle couldn't be used. What should he do? Lu Zheng's eyes flickered. He suddenly said, I think we can only take a risk now. Qin Feiyang and Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng pointed to Viper and said, he will use the identity of Mu Xing to tell Mu Yuan that Mu Dahui is missing. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He nodded and said, "This method is feasible." Immediately, he looked at Viper and the others who were suspicious and said, "Think about it. When Mu Yuan learns that Mu Dahui is missing, how will he react?" Viper thought for a moment and said, "He will definitely be shocked and immediately go to the top of the mountain to check." That's right. When such a thing happens, the first thing he will think of is to check the situation, not to verify your identity. And if he wants to go to the top of the mountain, he will first have to open the divine force barrier, and I can take the opportunity to control the ancient castle and sneak into the city. But this way, there will be a big problem. Qin Feiyang frowned. "What problem?" Viper asked. "When we leave the city, it will be troublesome. And during the time we enter the city, you can't go with us. Because when Mu Yuan confirms that Mu Dahui is missing, he will definitely ask you about the situation. And if he can't find you, he will definitely be suspicious. So, this is a very dangerous thing for you," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Viper pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid. I believe that I can deal with it." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Although Viper had not been with him as long as White-Eyed Wolf and Fatso, he had long regarded Viper as a family. Frankly speaking, he really did not want Viper to take the risk. "I'm sure." Viper nodded. "All right. Be careful. Also, I'll give you Chang Shui. It will definitely help you at a critical moment." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out Chang Shui and handed it to Viper. Viper was stunned. After following Qin Feiyang for so long, he naturally knew how important Chang Shui was to Qin Feiyang. Normally, he would never give it to anyone. But now, he was actually giving it to him? After regaining his senses, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Young master, you can't do this. Chang Shui is the only thing your mother left for you. I'm afraid." But before he could finish, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're afraid that I'll lose it?" Viper did not deny it. "Since you're afraid, then live well. After we meet, you can personally return it to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Viper was a little flattered. Since Qin Feiyang gave him Chang Shui, it proved that he trusted him 100%. However, Chang Shui was too important. He was afraid that he could not bear Qin Feiyang's trust. "Take it. Don't dawdle. If I hadn't broken through to become a 4-star combat emperor, you wouldn't have a share." Dan Wangkai said disdainfully. Ever since the time rule in the ancient castle changed, Dan Wangkai and Viper had been cultivating. Hence, their cultivation had undergone a huge change. Phew! Viper glanced at Dan Wangkai and took a deep breath. He knelt on one knee and received Chang Shui with both hands. He said solemnly, "Young master, don't worry. I will protect Chang Shui with my life." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he drove the ancient castle back the way he came. Chapter 13:13. Soon, the castle arrived at the entrance of the canyon. "Be careful," Qin Feiyang warned again. Viper nodded and looked at Gong Sun Bei, asking, "Do you know what the Mu family's disciples call Mu Yuan and Mu Dahui?" "Uncle Yuan." "Uncle Hui." Gong Sun Bei said. "Send me out." Viper looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper immediately appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Looking at the quiet canyon, Viper let out a long breath and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the canyon. Qin Feiyang also drove the castle and followed beside Viper, just in case. Not long after entering the canyon, the bloody falcon suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Viper. But when it saw Viper's face, it quickly retreated to the side. When it passed by the bloody falcon, Viper nodded at it in a friendly manner. Not long after, Viper panted as he rushed out of the canyon, heading straight for Mu Yuan. At the same time, Mu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and 2 sharp lights burst out. But when he looked at Viper, the sharp light in his eyes quickly disappeared. "How is it? Did you find any valuable herbs? And Mu Sheng? Why didn't he come back with you?" Mu Yuan asked with a smile. "Uncle Yuan, we'll talk about this later. Now I have a very important matter to report to you. Viper stopped outside the Divine Power enchantment and looked at Mu Yuan as he gasped for breath. Mu Yuan was slightly stunned and frowned. What important matter is it that made you so anxious? Uncle Hui is missing. Viper exclaimed. What? Mu Yuan's face immediately changed and he stood up, saying, What happened? Tell me. Not long ago, Mu Sheng and I were looking for herbs, but we suddenly heard the sound of fighting at the entrance. I hurried over to check and found that Uncle Hui was missing. Viper said. Fighting? Mu Yuan's eyes trembled and said, Could it be that some fierce beast accidentally broke into the entrance? I don't know either. Anyway, I've searched the area near the entrance, but I didn't see any trace of Uncle Hui. Viper shook his head. Mu Yuan's face darkened. Uncle Yuan, do you think something will happen to Uncle Hui? Snake asked worriedly. Mu Yuan raised his head to look at Viper and said in a deep voice, Don't panic, this old man will go and take a look personally. After saying that, he took out a golden badge from his chest and pressed it against the void of space. In the void in front of him, a golden light screen suddenly appeared. The golden token was embedded in the light screen, and a door of light appeared. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He immediately drove the castle into the light gate. Mu Yuan also put away the token and walked out of the light door. It could be said that the castle and Mu Yuan had almost brushed past each other. After the light door closed, Mu Yuan looked at Viper and said, Let's go. Viper glanced at the sky above the city as a glint flashed across his eyes. He then followed behind Mu Yuan and flew towards the entrance. Please don't let anything happen to him. Qin Feiyang looked at Viper's back and muttered. He then drove the castle into the depths of the city. Inside the city, the streets and alleys were filled with people. Not all of them were cultivators here. There were many mortals. After all, the ingredients for the potential pill were too rare. It was impossible to take care of everyone, and the good resources were naturally given to those talented disciples. Qin Feiyang scanned the huge city and asked, Brother Gongsun, are you familiar with the situation in the city? Gongsun Bei shook his head. Then it seems that I have to catch someone and ask. Qin Feiyang muttered as he drove the castle. As he sped along, he searched for a target. This target had to be someone who was timid and afraid of trouble, but at the same time, had a certain level of cultivation. Because ordinary mortals wouldn't know too much. A moment later, he drove the castle into a small alley. In the alley, there were more than 10 young men and women. They were surrounding a skinny black-clothed youth. That black-clothed youth had the strength of a 9-star battle king. As for the young men and women surrounding him, the weakest one was a 1-star battle emperor. One of the purple-clothed youth was about 20 years old. He looked at the black-clothed youth in an overbearing manner and shouted, Mu Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the white jade fruit immediately. White jade fruit. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he looked at the black-clothed youth in the image. This person actually had the white jade fruit? As for the youth named Mu Chen, he looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, I really don't have the white jade fruit. Can you believe me? You don't have it? Do you think we're fools? I saw with my own eyes that you found a white jade fruit tree in the training ground. And you, not only did you pluck all the white jade fruit, you even dug out the tree. If I'm not wrong, you should be planning to give the white jade fruit tree to the patriarch to receive a reward. Beside the purple-clothed youth, there was a white-clothed girl. She looked at Mu Chen with a cold smile. You must be seeing things. During this period of time, I didn't even go to the training ground. Mu Chen hurriedly said, but he looked a little flustered. Obviously, he was lying. Stubborn. Beat him up. I'll take responsibility for his death or disability. The purple-clothed youth roared. Hearing this, a few young men at the side immediately stepped forward and started to punch and kick Mu Chen. Stop beating me. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Mu Chen wailed. Stop. The purple-clothed youth waved his hand. You should have handed it over earlier. Why did you have to force us to beat you? The youths looked at Mu Chen with disdain and retreated to the side. One of them was even more outrageous. He even spat on Mu Chen's face. Mu Chen awkwardly got up. He glanced at the group of people and took out the cosmos bag. Give me the cosmos bag. The purple-clothed youth stretched out his hand in front of Mu Chen. His attitude was very domineering. Mu Chen's face immediately turned pale. In the cosmos bag, there were not only the white jade fruit tree and the white jade fruit tree, but also all his belongings. Didn't you hear? Give it to me now. The purple-clothed youth shouted. Mu Chen's gaze trembled. He quickly handed the cosmos bag to the purple-clothed youth with both hands. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly. He grabbed the cosmos bag and looked at Mu Chen with disdain. You want to fight with me? You're really overestimating yourself. Continue to beat him. Let him know the price of angering me. As soon as he finished speaking, the youths next to him swarmed up and beat Mu Chen crazily. You can't do this. I've already given you the cosmos bag. What else do you want? Mu Chen roared again and again. His face was distorted by the pain. The purple-clothed youth looked at him contemptuously and lowered his head to check the cosmos bag. Soon, his eyes were full of greed. He looked at the white-clothed woman next to him and smiled. The white jade fruit tree and the white jade fruit tree are really inside. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman immediately beamed with joy. However, at this moment, the group of people only saw a blur in front of them. The next moment, they were shocked to find that they had appeared in a strange stone room. What's going on? Where is this? How did we get in? The group of people turned pale with fright. Hearing the voices of the purple-clothed youth and the others, Mu Chen raised his head suspiciously. His face was suddenly full of surprise. Welcome to my castle. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded from behind them. The group of people suddenly quivered and quickly turned around. They saw a white-clothed youth with his hands behind his back, looking at them with ridicule. You are... The purple-clothed youth looked at the white-clothed youth in surprise. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly changed and he said in surprise, You're Qin Fei Yang. It seems that I'm quite popular in your Mu family. Otherwise, not everyone would know me. Qin Fei Yang said playfully. It's really Qin Fei Yang. Why are you here? The group of people suddenly panicked. Mu Chen curled up in a ball and trembled. Why was he so unlucky today? First, his cosmos bag was stolen. Now he met this fiend, Qin Fei Yang. Who in the world didn't know of this lawless and terrifying existence? Who didn't know of it? Encountering him was equivalent to encountering the Grim Reaper. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the group of people and then looked at Mu Chen. Finally, his eyes locked on the purple-clothed youth and he said, You looked quite impressive just now. Plop. The purple-clothed youth's legs went soft. He directly knelt on the ground and begged, Qin Dage, you and I have no enmity. Please don't kill me. The others also quickly knelt down in fear. He knelt down just like that? Humph, what a trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Lu Zheng despised. Isn't this the kind of person we're looking for? Qin Fei Yang chuckled and looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, I can spare your life, but it depends on your performance. Speak. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know, without reserve. The purple-clothed youth nodded repeatedly. First, give me Mu Chen's cosmos bag, Qin Fei Yang said. Yes. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly handed it over. Qin Fei Yang grabbed it in his hand and threw it to Dan Wangkai, saying, See if there are any white jade fruits. After Dan Wangkai caught the cosmos bag, he immediately lowered his head to check. His eyes shone with green light. So, Dan Wangkai looked up at Qin Fei Yang and nodded. There are 3 white jade fruits and a white jade fruit tree inside. Very good. Qin Fei Yang smiled happily. Not only did he get a stalk of xianyin grass and xianyin grass, but he also got 3 white jade fruits. More importantly, there was a white jade fruit tree. With this white jade fruit tree, it meant that he would have an inexhaustible supply of white jade fruits in the future. This trip to the Mu family was really a big gain. Qin Fei Yang looked down at the purple-clothed youth and said, Now answer me, how many false gods do you have? How many 9-star combat emperors? The purple-clothed youth's expression stiffened and he smiled bitterly. I'm just a 2-star combat emperor, how would I know these things? Qin Feiyang looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Then where do your patriarch and your great ancestor live?" "I know this. Patriarch and great ancestor live in the sacred mountain." Chapter 13-14. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is the sacred mountain?" 10 miles away from the south of the city, there is a mountain range. All the people above the war emperor are there. The purple-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang controlled the ancient castle and flew above the city. With a wave of his hand, the image in front of him began to move. The image locked onto the south of the city. There was indeed a mountain range there. The mountain peaks towered into the clouds, imposing and majestic. And in the mountain stream, one could vaguely see a magnificent palace, exuding an ancient aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountain range, then looked at the purple-clothed youth and asked, "Where is the training ground?" The white jade fruit was found by Mu Chen in the training ground, which meant that there might be other treasures in the training ground. The training ground is outside the north of the city. It is a place for us ordinary disciples to train. The purple-clothed youth said. North of the city. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and the image in the air began to move again, locking onto the north of the city. Outside the city, there was a dense forest, covering an area of more than 100 miles, with ancient trees towering into the sky. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are there many treasures in the training ground? For example, treasures like the white jade fruit?" The training ground is mainly to train our combat ability and cultivate combat awareness. There are not many treasures. But if you are lucky, you can encounter some. The purple-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked, "Is there anyone guarding the training ground?" The purple-clothed youth shook his head. In fact, thinking about it, not only was there a 3-layer illusion at the entrance, even the city was protected by a divine barrier. It was impossible for outsiders to sneak in, and the training ground was not an important place. Why would there be a need for experts to guard it? Qin Feiyang's mind became active. There were not many treasures in the training ground. If he specifically asked people to find them, it would be a waste of time. It would be better go directly to the Mu family's medicine field. The Mu family was isolated from the world and had mastered the alchemy scripture. They must have cultivated a medicine field. Moreover, after thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation, the Mu family's medicine field must be amazing. "Where is your medicinal field?" Qin Feiyang asked the purple-clothed youth. "Herbal field?" The purple-clothed youth was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this. I only know that it is indeed a medicinal field." "What's the point of keeping you if you don't know anything?" With a wave of his hand, Lu Jing sliced off the purple-clothed youth's neck, causing blood to gush out. Bang! The purple-clothed youth fell to the ground, dead. His eyes were filled with rage and fear before his death. Seeing this scene, the man called Mu Chen, the white-clothed woman and the others all turned deathly pale from fright. "We really don't know where the herbal field is. Qin Dage, please spare us." "If you really want to know, you can go to the sacred mountain to take a look. Because the herb field is most likely to be in the sacred mountain." The group of people were terrified. "Sacred mountain," Qin Feiyang murmured as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He turned to Dan Wangkai and said, "Bring them to the ancient pagoda and finish them off." "All right." Dan Wangkai nodded his head. The group of people suddenly collapsed to the ground in despair. 2 of them even peed in their pants. "Ancient pagoda?" Gong Sunbei's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Where is this place?" Mu Chen suddenly said, "Qin Dage, don't kill me. I know where the herbal field is. I can take you there." Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Mu Chen. Mu Chen said, "I don't dare lie to you. I really know." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Dan Wangkai, the white-clothed woman, and the purple-clothed youth's corpse instantly disappeared from the ancient castle. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Chen and said, "Tell me, where is the herbal field?" Mu Chen said, "The herbal field is not in the sacred mountain. It is deep in the mountains east of the city." "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang frowned. This person was only a 9-star battle king. In the entire Mu clan, he belonged to the lowest class. How could he know the location of the herbal field? There must be something fishy going on. Muchen said, I used to work as a waiter in a restaurant. I accidentally heard the young lord and a friend chatting. They happened to talk about the herbal field. Young lord? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Are you talking about Mu Qin? That's him. Muchen nodded, but when he mentioned Mu Qin, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. However, Qin Feiyang was able to clearly sense that hatred. He suddenly showed a trace of curiosity and asked, Is there any grudge between you and Mu Qin? Muchen was stunned and said in surprise, How do you know? Although you want to hide the hatred in your heart, you are still too young. When you mention Mu Qin, the hatred in your eyes can't be completely hidden. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Muchen's eyes trembled and bowed. Seeing is better than hearing. Qin Dage is really the #1 person among the younger generation. Muchen admires you. Qin Feiyang said, Don't think that I will let you go just because you flatter me. Muchen said, I don't ask Qin Dage to let me go. I only ask Qin Dage to do me a favor and kill Mu Qin. He is the young lord of your Mu clan. You want to kill him? Why is that? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Since I was young, my family was poor. In order to eat and wear, I had to work as a waiter in a restaurant. But once, when I was walking, I accidentally bumped into him. Because of this, he actually destroyed my qi. And he even asked the restaurant owner to drive me out. I am the only child in my family. My parents put their hopes on me. Since I was young, in order to train me, they desperately went out to earn money. They even exchanged all the valuable things at home for elixirs for my cultivation. But because of an unintentional mistake, all of this went up in smoke. Of course, I was not convinced and went to the patriarch to reason with him. Muchen said angrily. And the result? Qin Feiyang asked. In the end, not only did the patriarch not see me, he even asked someone to drive me out. Coincidentally, I met Mu Qin at the door. He knew that I went to the patriarch to reason with him, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He forced me to take the disaster elixir and turned me into a real cripple. The most outrageous thing was that he even spread the word that no one was allowed to give me the marrow cleansing elixir. Muchen roared, his eyes were bloodshot. Disaster elixir. Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. Interesting, he said, continue. Later, when my parents learned about this, it was like a bolt from the blue. They were depressed all day. Not long after, they both died. I lost my cultivation and my parents. During that time, I drowned my sorrows in alcohol, feeling that there was no hope in life. In the end, I chose to kill myself. I went to the training ground because there were many fierce beasts there. For a cripple like me who had no cultivation, once I stepped into the training ground, it was like stepping into hell. But when I entered the training ground and was ready to die, a miracle happened. When Muchen said this, a bright light burst out from his eyes. What miracle? Lu Zheng was curious. I suddenly heard the sound of fighting nearby, so I curiously ran over to have a look. In the end, I found 2 3-star combat emperors fighting over a purple spirit flower. Muchen said, Purple spirit flower. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not only was there the white jade fruit, but there was also the purple spirit flower. It seemed like the Mu family's nest was a big treasure. Lu Zheng glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Mu Chen and said, Let me guess what happened next. The 2 3-star combat emperors fought over the purple spirit flower, and in the end, you got the purple spirit flower. And you took the purple spirit flower and exchanged it with someone for a marrow cleansing pill. From then on, you started your cultivation journey again. Lu Zheng said, You guessed the first part correctly. They did die together, and I also got the purple spirit flower. But I also got their Qinkuan pouches. And in their Qinkuan pouches, there were a lot of qi gathering pills, body tempering pills, battle qi pills, 2 marrow cleansing pills, and 3 potential pills. At that time, I knew that the heavens didn't want me to die, so I immediately used the marrow cleansing pill to expel the poison of the spiritual disaster pill. Later, I used these pills to cultivate desperately, and now I have finally recovered the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Mu Chen said. Qin Feiyang asked, what was your cultivation before you were crippled? 8-star combat emperor. Mu Chen said. Not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise and said, what about the purple spirit flower? With the purple spirit flower, he could prepare to refine the great creation pill. This was because he had the most important herbs, the fruit of fortune, white jade fruit, dark yin grass, and dark yang grass. He only lacked the purple spirit flower. As for the other herbs, they were all ready-made. I gave the purple spirit flower to Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing and I have a deep hatred, I know that I can only be reborn by pleasing him. Mu Chen said. You're quite smart. As the young master of the Mu family, Mu Qing has a high position and power. Even if you got the marrow cleansing pill, he could force you to take the spiritual disaster pill again. Qin Feiyang said. When I gave him the purple spirit flower, he was very happy and never came to find trouble with me again. He even took care of me. On the surface, I also flattered him and said that I had forgotten my hatred, but secretly, I had been looking for opportunities. But I was too weak. In front of him, I couldn't find a chance at all. Mu Chen laughed at himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I didn't expect this guy to have such a side. This is a little different from the Mu Qing I know. Speaking of which, during that time, he was indeed different. In the past, he was very good and rarely got angry, but during that time, his temper was very bad, and he would fight without saying a word. Many of our clansmen have suffered losses at his hands, Qin Lai said. Mu Chen said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked doubtfully, when? It seems to be, Mu Chen thought carefully and said, yes, it was the time when demon child ancestor died. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then shook his head and smiled, saying, I understand. Of course, he remembered demon child. At that time, in Yen Wei's tribe, he did evil and was finally killed by the mysterious madam. It was also at that time that Mu Qing began to have a murderous intent towards him. If there was no accident, it must be because of the death of demon child that Mu Qing's temperament changed greatly, so he made a big fuss over such a small matter and destroyed Mu Chen's cultivation. In other words, at that time, Mu Qing was purely venting his anger on Mu Chen. Chapter 13:15. Because if he hadn't found the mysterious lady to kill the demon child, then Mu Qing wouldn't have vented his anger on Mu Chen. This was just to prove the old saying, I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. It was just that Mu Chen was lucky and didn't die. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly there was a flash of light in his eyes. He looked at Mu Chen and said, I can help you get revenge, but you have to pay the price. No matter what the price is, I'm willing to pay it. Mu Chen said without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, become my shadow and kill all those who come to offend me. This person's life experience was somewhat similar to his, so he couldn't help but feel compassion. This, Mu Chen's face changed. Becoming Qin Feiyang's shadow was equivalent to becoming a killing blade in Qin Feiyang's hand. In this way, wouldn't he be an enemy of the Mu family? Although he hated Mu Qing, hated the patriarch, and hated those who had bullied him, the blood of the Mu family flowed in his body after all. It was still difficult for him to give up the Mu family. I won't force you. Think about it yourself. But I can tell you very clearly that if you don't agree, even if I don't kill you today, you will never have a chance to take revenge on Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Mu Chen asked cautiously, if I don't agree, you really won't kill me? You don't think I'm such a kind person, do you? Qin Feiyang laughed. Mu Chen looked flustered and said with a wry smile, then do I have a choice? Either die or become a sharp blade in my hand. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Chen lowered his head, and his face was uncertain. You should be honored. You see, there are so many people around Qin Feiyang. Who is qualified to be his shadow? No one. You're the first. Lu Zheng said with an evil smile. Mu Chen glanced at Lu Zheng, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Finally, he gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, Mu Chen greets the Lord. Qin Feiyang smiled. What could be more interesting than using a descendant of the Mu family to deal with Mu Tianyang? I don't like the surname Mu. From now on, you will change your surname to Qin. You will be called Qin Chen. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both of his hands and an enslavement seal appeared. It entered Mu Chen's head and quickly took control of Mu Chen's soul. Qin Chen greets the Lord. Mu Chen said respectfully. That was not right. Now, they were already calling him Qin Chen. Qin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Wang Xiaojie. Wait for me here. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said to Lu Zheng and Gong Sun Bei. Then he led Qin Chen and Wang Xiaojie into the ancient tower and descended above the village. Wang Xiaojie looked at the village and asked suspiciously, Master, what are you doing? Qin Chen, on the other hand, looked around suspiciously. What was this place? Qin Feiyang did not answer and said loudly, Elder Wang, come out and see me. Sush. Before his voice faded, Wang Yangfeng rushed out of the village like lightning and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, Greetings, young master. Qin Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and Wang Xiaojie and said with a smile, These two people, I will leave them to you now. Wang Yangfeng looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, Why are you leaving them to me? To train them. Just like how the Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master trained you. I want to see them reborn in the shortest time possible. Even if they know that they are going to die, they will not hesitate at all. Qin Feiyang said. This, Wang Xiaojie's expression changed. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and said, Master, there is no need for this disciple to do this. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, It is because you are my disciple that I have to let you suffer more. Because I don't want to collect your corpse in the future. Wang Xiaojie immediately drooped his head, looking sullen. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said to Wang Yangfeng, Torture them as much as you want. Don't show mercy. Wang Yangfeng shook his head and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, This old man obeys. At this time, Dan Wangkai rushed out from the mountain stream below and came in front of Qin Feiyang. He looked at Wang Xiaojie and Qin Chen and asked in confusion, Why did you bring them here? Qin Feiyang did not answer and asked, Have you dealt with it? Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Dan Wangkai nodded. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Dan Wangkai back to the castle. Qin Chen, once a subject, always a subject. Little cousin, you are ambitious. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang appear, Lu Zheng said meaningfully. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, What ambition can I have? Still pretending? What does this subject represent? It represents the subject. You changed Mu Chen's name to Qin Chen. Doesn't it show that you are still interested in the throne of the great Qin Empire? Lu Zheng joked. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This guy's imagination was really rich. He had never thought about the throne of the great Qin Empire. And he changed Mu Chen's name to Qin Chen purely because the pronunciation of Qin was similar. He was too lazy to think about other names. However, he was too lazy to explain. He drove the castle and flew to the mountains east of the city. Mu Chen? Qin Chen? Dan Wangkai heard the conversation between the two and was stunned. Then he went to the side of the black dragon snake and whispered, When I left just now, did something happen? Boss Qin has recruited another subordinate. The black dragon snake secretly said, There are more and more people under the young master. You have to work hard. Otherwise, in the future, your status in front of the young master will be lower and lower. Dan Wangkai secretly laughed. Aren't you the same? The black dragon snake rolled his eyes. Dan Wangkai was stunned and secretly laughed. I am different from you. Because I am an alchemist, I am only responsible for alchemy. Killing the enemy is your responsibility. After saying that, Dan Wangkai turned and walked to the front of the furnace and continued to refine pills. The black dragon snake and the other beasts looked at each other and felt great pressure. Qin Feiyang grew too fast. They really couldn't keep up with him. Not long after, the ancient castle flew out of the city and entered the mountains. Lu Zheng looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. You don't want to rob the medicine field now, do you? Of course not now. Going to the medicine field now is just to find out the situation first. When we leave, we can find an opportunity to make a move. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, I think the medicine field is such an important place. There must be someone guarding it. Maybe there is even a fake god. A fake god is not invulnerable. We can always find an opportunity. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Listening to the calm conversation between the two, Gong Sun Bei's heart was surging. These two brats are too scary. They didn't even let go of the Mu family's medicine field. The ancient castle moved as fast as lightning. About 500 to 600 breaths passed. Finally, in the scene in front of them, a vast plain appeared. The plain was vast and boundless. And on the plain, the medicinal herbs swayed in the wind, exuding a hazy glow. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Lu Zheng's face was also filled with excitement. And Dan Wangkai was so excited that he almost couldn't breathe. At a glance, it was all medicinal herbs. It was impossible to count them. Moreover, most of the medicinal herbs seen so far were 10,000 years old. However, the medicinal herbs on the periphery of the medicine field were basically some ordinary medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and flew into the depths of the medicine field. And as they went deeper, such as blood ginseng, fire ginseng, 9 suns flower, dragon saliva fruit, red fireglass pill, these more precious medicinal herbs also entered their sight one by one. Unknowingly, they had already gone dozens of miles into the medicine field. Suddenly, Dan Wangcai's eyes widened, staring at a certain place in the picture, and said in surprise, No way, is that the Tree of Fortune? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked along, and their faces were full of disbelief. In the picture, there was a big tree more than 10 meters tall. The trunk of the big tree was as thick as 2 buckets, and it was dark all over. There were 3 thick branches on it, and each leaf on the branches was as big as a cattail leaf fan, emitting a hazy black light. It looked exactly the same as the Tree of Fortune. Zoom in. Dan Wangkai shouted. Qin Feiyang quivered and came back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the picture kept zooming in. When it finally stopped, everyone could see clearly, and even the lines on the tree could be seen clearly. What else could it be but the Tree of Fortune? And on the 3 branches, there were more than 3 fruits of fortune. 5, 15, 30, oh my God, there are a total of 30 fruits of fortune. Dan Wangkai stared at the Tree of Fortune, and the greed and desire in his eyes were undisguised. For him, nothing was more important than medicinal herbs, especially such rare treasures of heaven and earth. Young master, I beg you, you must get it, you must. He suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. His hands were clenched tightly together, and his breathing was rapid as he enunciated each word. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Putting aside the value of the fruits of fortune, this Tree of Fortune was more than 10 times bigger than the one in the ancient pagoda. One could imagine how terrifying the energy emitted by this Tree of Fortune was. If it could be transplanted to the ancient pagoda, the villagers would benefit even more. Because the energy emitted by the Tree of Fortune could change a person's physique and talent. Wait! Look at the back of the Tree of Fortune. There seems to be a person? Lu Zheng frowned. The person? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked over and seemed to be able to see the silhouette of a person, but because the Tree of Fortune was too thick, he could not see everything. He steered the ancient castle toward the other side of the Tree of Fortune. As expected, an old man sat cross-legged under the Tree of Fortune. He was wearing a snow-white robe. His body was hunched and his hair was white. However, he wore a mask on his face, so his true appearance could not be seen. His aura was as unfathomable as the ocean. To him, Gong Sun Bei's expression changed. Is he very strong? Lu Zheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang's expression also darkened. Very strong. It is said that he has stepped into the peak of the false god realm. He was no stranger to this white-robed old man, because this was the person who had chased him to the glacier forest. And the snow python had snatched the real space-time gate from this person. Chapter 13:16. The peak of the false god realm. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded. Didn't this mean that this person was only one step away from stepping into the true war god realm? Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled. With him here, it's impossible for you to rob the herb field. There's nothing impossible in this world. Qin Feiyang murmured. There's a purple spirit flower. Dan Wangkai suddenly roared again. He was so excited that his hands and feet were dancing. Calm down, calm down. Qin Feiyang patted Dan Wangkai's shoulder. There were indeed many precious herbs around the Tree of Fortune. For example, the various herbs of the Great Creation Pill and the various herbs of the Spirit Congealing Pill. However, most of the herbs were ranked at the bottom. There were not many rare herbs like the purple spirit flower and the spiritual infant fruit that were ranked at the top. But even so, it was still very shocking. Let's go to the sacred mountain. Qin Feiyang glanced at the old man in the white robe, then drove the castle back the way it came and rushed towards the south of the city. The most important thing now was to figure out the Mu family's background. As long as he figured out this, he could make a plan to rob the herb field. The sacred mountain. The mountain range was majestic and magnificent. On top of a certain mountain, there was a huge palace. The palace was more than 100 feet high, golden and magnificent, extraordinary. At this moment, in the main hall, a middle-aged man was squatting on the throne, wearing a purple and gold robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and he was majestic without being angry. This person was Mu Qing's father, the head of the Mu family. Below, Mu Yuan and Viper stood respectfully. The head of the Mu family glanced at the two and finally looked at Mu Yuan. He said in a deep voice, "Are you sure Mu Dehui is missing?" This old man went to check it personally. It's absolutely true. Moreover, this old man has investigated the area within a few hundred miles outside the entrance and finally found traces of a battle in a valley. I think not only Mu Dehui, but also Mu Sheng is probably dead. Mu Yuan said. Who dares to touch the Mu family? The head of the Mu family was furious. Patriarch, please calm down. Right now, the first thing we need to investigate is, did this perpetrator accidentally barge into the Fire Phoenix mountain range, or did he deliberately come here? Mu Yuan said. What do you mean? The Mu Jia's lord frowns. If it's unintentional, then it's fine. However, if it's deliberate, it means that someone wants to harm our Mu family. Furthermore, this person knows our Mu family like the back of his hand. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find our Mu family's entrance. Mu Yuan said. The Mu Jia lord's heart sank. Then, in your opinion, is this person unintentional or deliberate? This old man doesn't dare to speak carelessly. But so far, this old man has yet to discover anyone infiltrating this place. Mu Yuan shook his head. The Mu Jia's lord raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Viper. Mu Xing, tell me the details of the situation at that time. Yes. Viper replied respectfully. Then he used his silver tongue to weave an incomparably realistic story. And then there was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was already in the air above the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was huge. The mountains rose and fell, and the rivers surged. There were also many ferocious beasts in the mountain streams. Among them, there were 10 giant peaks that were particularly eye-catching. The 10 giant peaks were like 2 giant hands, standing in the middle of the sacred mountain. The lowest one was 50 to 60,000 feet high, and it was magnificent. And on top of the 10 giant peaks, Qin Feiyang could sense countless powerful auras. These auras were not the auras of ferocious beasts, but the auras of humans. And without exception, all of them were the auras of combat emperors. From 1-star combat emperors to 7-star combat emperors. At the top of each of the 10 mountains, there was an ancient stone tower. These 10 stone towers had 10 floors, and they were completely black. There was no sense of luxury, but they were like 10 ancient giant beasts lying on top of the mountain, giving people a heart-palpitating aura. Lu Zheng glanced at the 10 stone towers and frowned. They don't look like divine weapons. Gong Sun Bei, do you know what's inside the 10 stone towers? Gong Sun Bei shook his head. The 10 giant peaks can only sense the auras of 1-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors. Then where are the Mu family's 8-star combat emperors, 9-star combat emperors, and false gods? Lu Zheng frowned. Suddenly, his body shook, and he looked at the 10 stone towers again. He said in surprise, "They can't be inside, right?" "It's possible," Qin Feiyang thought. Lu Zheng said, "Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang controlled the ancient castle, cut through the sky, and landed in front of one of the ancient towers. There were no carvings or patterns on the ancient tower, and it was very simple. The tower door was closed, and there was no one guarding in front of it. There was not even a shadow nearby, and it was very quiet. "I'll go out and take a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "Don't." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Lu Zheng and Gongsun Bei quickly grabbed him. One had to know. This was the Mu family's sacred mountain. All the experts of the Mu family were here. What if they were discovered? At that time, they were afraid that the saying would come true, and even the heavens would not be able to save them. Lu Zheng thought for a moment and suggested, "Let the Spirit Snake Emperor go out. It can be invisible, so it's relatively safe." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Spirit Snake Emperor. But the Spirit Snake Emperor pretended not to hear. What a joke! Only a fool would go for such a dangerous thing. Ahem! Qin Feiyang of course knew that the Spirit Snake Emperor was pretending. He clenched his fist, put it to his mouth, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will come to your rescue." The Spirit Snake Emperor opened its eyes and said angrily, "Why do I have to go every time there is such a dangerous thing? It can't be helped. Who asked you to be so strong? Only you can do it." Qin Feiyang laughed. The Spirit Snake Emperor said angrily, "So, according to you, being strong is also a kind of fault?" No. Being strong means that you are powerful. Capable people do more work. Don't worry, I will be here to help you at any time. I guarantee that you will not be hurt." Qin Feiyang said solemnly. "My head hurts." The Spirit Snake Emperor shook its head and got up reluctantly. It rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, "Send me out." "Thanks." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Spirit Snake Emperor immediately appeared in front of the pagoda door. The color of its skin changed immediately, and it merged with the ground in an instant. Lu Zheng was amazed and said enviously, "How good would it be if I had such an ability?" "Then you should quickly go and report to the underworld. When you reincarnate, give the King of Hell some benefits. He will definitely satisfy you." Wolf King joked. "Get lost." Lu Zheng's face darkened. Wasn't this cursing him to die early? Then he looked at the Spirit Snake Emperor. It slowly approached the door of the pagoda, then raised its tail and tried to push the door. However, just as the Spirit Snake Emperor's tail touched the door, the entire stone pagoda buzzed and a black light screen appeared. It seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Not only was the Spirit Snake Emperor shocked, but Qin Feiyang and the others in the castle were also shocked. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and prepared to help the Spirit Snake Emperor. However, Lu Zheng suddenly stopped him and said in a low voice, "We can't let it in now. If someone appears later and finds that there is no one here, they will definitely be suspicious." "That's true." Qin Feiyang muttered and said to the Spirit Snake Emperor telepathically, "Quickly change your appearance and pretend to be a beast here and escape down the mountain." "Didn't you say that you would help me?" The Spirit Snake Emperor was furious, but it did not dare to hesitate. It immediately changed the color of its skin and turned into a half-meter-long green snake and rushed to the edge of the cliff. Right at this moment, the door of the pagoda opened and a burly middle-aged man strode out. His aura had reached the level of a 9-star combat emperor. His eyes were sharp as he scanned the area in front of him and quickly found the Spirit Snake Emperor. The Spirit Snake Emperor had just reached the edge of the cliff. "Damn beast, how dare you come here and cause trouble?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's face changed and he quickly controlled the castle to fly toward the Spirit Snake Emperor. At the same time, sensing the middle-aged man's terrifying aura, the Spirit Serpent Emperor hurriedly leaped into the underbrush below the cliff and disappeared. What happened? Just as the middle-aged man was about to chase after the Spirit Snake Emperor, another old man walked out of the pagoda. This old man had a hunched back and his long hair was messy. He was wearing an old yellow robe and there was no aura around him. He looked inconspicuous. However, when he looked at the old man, the middle-aged man, who was a 9-star combat emperor, had a respectful expression. A green snake just came in. It must have touched the door and caused the stone pagoda to sound the alarm. The middle-aged man said. The old man nodded and waved his hand. It's just a beast, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The middle-aged man nodded. At this moment, the Mu family head and Mu Yuan arrived in front of the stone pagoda. The Mu family head glanced at the stone pagoda in surprise and asked, "Why did the stone pagoda react?" "Nothing. It's just a blind beast that came to cause trouble, and now it has been scared away," the old man said with a smile. The Mu family head and the middle-aged man were relieved. "What's wrong? Why do you look so nervous?" The old man and the middle-aged man looked at the two in confusion. The Mu family head sighed. "Not long ago, something big happened at our entrance, so now I'm very uneasy." "What's the big deal?" The old man frowned. The Mu family head said, Mu Dahui and a child named Mu Sheng, who were guarding the entrance, met with an accident not long ago. "What?" The old man's face changed and said, "Tell me clearly." The Mu Jia's lord briefly explained the matter. "They actually hurt my Mu family's people. They're simply courting death." The old man was furious. He asked, "Did you find the culprit?" The Mu family head shook his head. The old man shouted, "Then quickly send someone to investigate. And you, Mu Yuan, be sure to keep an eye on the barrier. If you find anyone suspicious, don't say anything. Kill them first and report later." His tone was full of murderous intent. Mu Yuan bowed and replied, "Then go quickly, especially the main pagoda, focus on investigating. Because in the entire Forgotten Continent, only the people in the main pagoda know the address of the Mu family." Chapter 13:17. Good. Mu Jia's lord nodded and turned away. But suddenly he seemed to think of something. He turned to look at the old man and frowned. 8 days ago, Qin Feiyang entered the Central Divine Kingdom. Could this matter have something to do with him? "What did you say? Qin Feiyang is back?" The old man looked at him in surprise. At that time in the Pill Tower Square, many people saw it with their own eyes. Mu Jia's lord said. "Then where is he now?" The old man asked. "As soon as he entered the Central Divine Kingdom, he never appeared again. Now no one knows where he is." Mu Jia's lord said. "Why did this little beast suddenly return to the Forgotten Continent?" The old man lowered his head, his brows were tightly knitted, there was an indescribable irritation in his heart. If Qin Feiyang didn't come back, then this matter would be easy to investigate. But Qin Feiyang's return made the whole thing complicated. That's right. The old man suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the Mu Jia's lord and asked, "Did you find Qing'er?" "No." Mu Jia's lord shook his head. "Then what have you been doing all this time? Why can't you find a living person?" The old man was furious and fiercely reprimanded. Mu Jia's lord bowed his head. He didn't dare to refute. "And you?" The old man looked at Mu Yuan again and said angrily, "When Qing'er left, why didn't you ask clearly and then open the divine barrier and let him go? Do you know how important Qing'er is to our Mu Jia? Like this time. If Qing'er was here, even if Qin Feiyang hid at the end of the world, we would still be able to find him with the divine eye. We wouldn't be so passive." The old man was very angry. The two didn't dare to say a word. It seems that the old man's prestige in the Mu Jia is very high. The old man said in a deep voice, "I'm telling you, no matter what price you have to pay, you must find Qing'er for me, otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Get out." The two's body trembled. They quickly turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the two people, the old man snorted with dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man next to him retracted his gaze and comforted him. "Old Hai, don't worry. Although Qing'er is young, she's smart. There shouldn't be any accidents." "I hope so." The old man sighed. Back then, in order to investigate the whereabouts of Rin Duxing, Qin Feiyang entered the Forgotten Continent. In order to take revenge, Mu Qing used her all-seeing eye at all times to predict Qin Feiyang's location. As such, when Qin Feiyang had entered the Forgotten Continent, Mu Qing had immediately predicted his arrival and immediately headed to the glacier forest. At that time, the gate of time and space was robbed, and the second grandmaster of the Mu clan was killed. This caused him to almost lose his mind. Therefore, when he left, he did not tell anyone that he was going to find Qin Feiyang. Therefore, now, the Mu family only knew that Mu Qing was missing. They didn't know that Mu Qing had fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang. They also didn't know that Mu Qing was now by Lu Xingqian's side. In fact, they had also suspected that Mu Qing had gone to the Great Qin Empire to find Qin Feiyang for revenge. After all, when they were fighting for the divine crystal, Qin Feiyang had caused their Mu family to suffer heavy losses. Mu Qing definitely couldn't take this lying down. But there was nothing they could do. The gate of time and space was stolen. The teleportation altar was guarded by the snow python. They couldn't send anyone to the Great Qin Empire to investigate. So until today, the Mu family was still searching for Mu Qing everywhere in the Forgotten Continent. They were even wondering if Mu Qing had met with misfortune. Otherwise, why hadn't she returned for so long? At the same time, Qin Feiyang also found the spirit snake emperor in the underbrush at the bottom of the cliff and brought it into the castle. "What are you doing? Do you know that I almost died?" As soon as it entered the castle, the spirit snake emperor roared in dissatisfaction. "Aren't we fine?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "That's because I was lucky." The spirit snake emperor snorted. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "We've known each other for so long. Don't you trust me? If your life was really in danger, I wouldn't leave you alone even if I had to expose my whereabouts. Who knows what's in a person's heart?" The spirit snake emperor snorted and lay on the ground, closing its eyes and meditating. It would never do such a dangerous thing again. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He controlled the castle and flew to the top of the mountain. Immediately, he saw Old Hai and the middle-aged man entering the stone tower. The door of the tower slowly closed. However, it wasn't completely closed. Lu Zheng asked, "This is a good opportunity. Do you want to go in?" Gong Sunbei said, "But if you go in, it'll be difficult to come out. Think carefully. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go in." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and controlled the castle. At the last moment before the door closed, he flew into the stone tower. What entered his vision was a staircase that led to the top floor. Beside the staircase, there was a wide corridor. The floor was covered with gray stone tiles, clean and bright. On both sides of the corridor, there was a closed stone door every 10 meters. Just inside the stone door, Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly feel a terrifying aura. 8-star combat emperors. Obviously. Behind the stone door, there were many cultivation rooms. Lu Zheng said in a low voice, "The Mu family's 8-star combat emperors are indeed all cultivating in the stone tower." Qin Feiyang controlled the castle and flew down the corridor. Gradually, his expression turned solemn, because the first floor of the stone tower had 50 cultivation rooms. Moreover, there were people in each cultivation room. In other words, just the first floor alone had 58-star combat emperors. He controlled the castle and returned to the front door, flying towards the second floor. The second floor also had 50 cultivation rooms and 58-star combat emperors. The third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth and seventh floors were the same. In other words, there were a total of 358-star combat emperors on the seventh floor. Gong Sunbei's expression became extremely serious. Qin Feiyang flew to the 8th and 9th floor. These two floors were even more shocking. There were also 50 cultivation rooms, but the aura that came out from them were all 9-star combat emperors. "This is too scary," Dan Wangkai muttered to himself. One had to know. Now, aside from the 9-star combat emperors, there were only 18 9-star combat emperors around Qin Feiyang. And here, just in this stone tower alone, there were 109-star combat emperors, not to mention the 9 stone towers outside. There was no comparison at all. The Mu family's foundation was too scary. Phew! Qin Feiyong's heart trembled. He let out a long breath and controlled the castle to fly to the 10th floor. Elder Hai's cultivation room was on the 10th floor. But when they entered the 10th floor, Qin Feiyong and the others were stunned. There were 50 cultivation rooms here, but they couldn't sense any aura. If they hadn't seen Elder Hai enter one of the cultivation rooms with their own eyes, they would have thought that there was no one here. No! Lu Zheng suddenly thought of something and his body trembled. What's wrong? Qin Feiyong and Gong Sun Bei looked at him in surprise. Lu Zheng said, there are people in these 50 cultivation rooms, but their auras have all disappeared. We can't sense them. What does this mean? Gong Sun Bei said. I understand. Qin Feiyong suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing. What do you understand? Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyong said, the people in these 50 cultivation rooms have reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. That's right. Their goal now is to become a god. So now, they must be comprehending the ultimacy of becoming a god. Although I don't understand what's going on, when the elders in my clan are comprehending the ultimacy of becoming a god, their auras will all disappear. Lu Zheng said in a deep voice. Now that you've reminded me, I remember it too. The experts in my main pagoda who have reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm also don't have any aura when they cultivate. So they're comprehending the ultimacy of becoming a god. Gong Sun Bei said in realization. That's not the point. The point is, there are 358-star combat emperors, 109-star combat emperors, and 50 peak 9-star combat emperors in this stone pagoda. Do you know how terrifying this force is? They can destroy a super tribe with a wave of their hand. Lu Zheng roared. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, both Gong Sun Bei and Qin Feiyong fell silent. No one would have thought that the Mu family's foundation was so terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people despair. Don't forget, there are still 9 stone pagodas outside. If the situation in the 9 stone pagodas is the same as here, then I'll tell you that no one can shake the Mu family. Lu Zheng shook his head and sneered. Qin Feiyong and Gong Sun Bei looked at each other and felt bitter. If the other 9 stone pagodas were the same as here, then the peak 9-star combat emperors would be the same as the 8-star combat emperors and 9-star combat emperors. 10 ancient pagodas meant there were 500 of them. 500 super experts. This was not something they could handle at all. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and asked, Brother Gongsun, how is the main pagoda's foundation now? Gong Sun Bei smiled bitterly. The main pagoda doesn't have the potential pill, so it's definitely not as good as the Mu family. What about the specifics? Qin Feiyong asked. It's not convenient to disclose the specifics. I can only tell you that our main pagoda is not even 1/5 of the Mu family's. Gong Sun Bei sighed. Qin Feiyong's heart sank. After thousands of years of cultivation, the Mu family had grown to a point where no one could catch up to them. Gong Sun Bei asked, what about the Great Qin Empire? I don't know. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Lu Zheng said, the Great Qin Empire's foundation is similar to the main pagodas. If we really want to go to war with the Mu family, 3 forces must join forces. Which 3 forces? Qin Feiyong and Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng said, the main pagoda, the Great Qin Empire, and my Lu family. That's impossible. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Lu Zheng said, when it comes to a matter of life and death, nothing is impossible. That's not right. Your Lu family has also cultivated for thousands of years, and you also have the potential pill. Why can't you compare to the Mu family? Qin Feiyong frowned. Because my Lu family has no ambition. For generations, we just want to live a peaceful life. Otherwise, the Great Qin Empire would have changed its name. Chapter 13:18. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes. Changing his name? As long as he was here, no one would be able to take away the empire left by his ancestors, unless they stepped over his dead body. Wait. We only saw battle emperors, not false gods. Are the only false gods of the Mu family the white-robed old man and Yigleo? Gong Sun Bei was shocked. Definitely more than that. Lu Zheng shook his head. The Mu family had been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years and had given birth to so many peak 9-star battle emperors. How could they only have 2 false gods? Either these fake divinities were hiding in the other 9 stone towers, or they were hiding somewhere else. In this world, the most important thing is still the false gods. Because any false god is enough to kill all the 9-star battle emperors of the Mu family. So, we have to find out how many false gods the Mu family has. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Actually, we don't have to worry too much. Because even if the Mu family is a few times more powerful than the main tower still has the capital to fight against them. Gong Sunbei said. What capital? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at him in shock. I can't tell you. Gong Sunbei smiled mysteriously and said, I believe that the Great Qin Empire also has the capital to fight against the Mu family. I don't know. I only know that the Great Qin Empire has 4 false gods, including the national teacher. Qin Feiyang said. 4 false gods, Gong Sunbei murmured and smiled. I think it's more than that. Maybe the Great Qin Empire has something that the Mu family is afraid of. Otherwise, the Mu family would have done something. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. Lu Zheng said, We're almost done here. Let's go out first and find a way to check the other towers. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and controlled the ancient castle to fly to the first floor. So, the ancient castle arrived in front of the tower. Lu Zheng looked at the pagoda door and frowned. There should be a mechanism on this door. Let's go out and look for it. Did the sun rise from the west? You actually volunteered to go out and risk your life? Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. Lu Zheng pointed at his nose in astonishment. I'm going to have a whole new level of respect for you. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he sent Lu Zheng out. Bastard! Which year did you hear that I volunteered to come out? I'm calling for the Spirit Snake Emperor to come out. Lu Zheng was so angry that his nose was crooked. Although he was angry, he did not slack off. He vigilantly glanced at the cultivation room behind him and began to search carefully. However, he checked all around the tower door, but didn't find any mechanism. Try and see if you can push it away. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in his mind. It's not like you didn't see the situation when the Spirit Snake Emperor touched the pagoda door. Now you want me to push it away. Do you want me to die? Lu Zheng said angrily in secret. That's outside. And inside, there's usually no trigger mechanism like that. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and stared at the pagoda door. Finally, he raised his arm and carefully leaned toward the pagoda door. For you. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lu Zheng and Qin Feiyang in the ancient castle were shocked at the same time. They saw a middle-aged man standing at the staircase on the 2nd floor. He was thin and wore a long black robe. His aura had reached the level of a 9-star war emperor. Why am I so unlucky? Lu Zheng complained in his heart. He braced himself and turned to look at the middle-aged man in black. He bowed and said, Junior Mu Yijing greets Senior. Mu Yijing? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with shock. But soon he understood. It turned out that Lu Zheng wanted to pretend to be a disciple of the Mu family and get away with it. After all, there were many people in the Mu family. This middle-aged man might not have seen everyone. But will it work? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but worry. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Zheng and asked, Only those above the level of an 8-star war emperor can enter this place. Why are you here? Lu Zheng's mind was running fast. Suddenly, he had an idea. He cupped his hands and said, Old Hai asked me to come. This guy is quite smart. Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement. Although he didn't know Old Hai's identity, it wasn't difficult to see that Old Hai must be highly respected in the Mu family from the attitude of the Mu family's patriarch and Mu Yuan. With Old Hai as a backer, he might be able to get away with it. Old Hai. Sure enough. Hearing the 2 words Old Hai, the middle-aged man was very surprised and asked, Why did Old Hai ask you to come here? Lu Zheng hesitated and said awkwardly, Senior, It's really inconvenient to say more about this matter. I hope you can forgive me. If you really want to know, you can ask Old Hai yourself. Then forget it. The middle-aged man waved his hand and seemed to be quite afraid of Old Hai. Seeing the change in the middle-aged man's attitude, Lu Zheng was secretly relieved and then asked, "Senior, are you going out too?" "I'm going to the medicine field to find a few herbs." The middle-aged man smiled and walked down the stairs. "Senior, please go ahead." Lu Zheng's eyes lit up and respectfully retreated to the side, showing a very polite look. In fact, he wanted the middle-aged man to help him open the tower door. Quite a good little guy. The middle-aged man didn't think much about it. Instead, he praised Lu Zheng's performance and then took out a silver token from his arms. And Lu Zheng stared at the token and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, the middle-aged man grabbed the token and the battle chi in his palms surged into the token. Buzz. The next moment, a brilliant silver beam swept out from the token and merged into the tower door. At that moment, the tower door opened quickly. It turns out that the token is the key to opening the tower door. Lu Zheng muttered secretly, a trace of light flashing in the depths of his eyes. When the tower door opened, the middle-aged man put away the token and strode out. Lu Zheng hurriedly followed him out. Smelling the fresh air outside, his suspended heart finally settled down. Immediately, he looked at the middle-aged man's back and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The middle-aged man turned to look at Lu Zheng and asked with a smile, "Can you tell me, what is your relationship with Old Hai?" Lu Zheng was about to speak, but suddenly, he felt a mysterious force enveloping him. The next moment, he disappeared into thin air in front of the tower. And the middle-aged man also disappeared with Lu Zheng. At the same time, Lu Zheng and the middle-aged man appeared in the sky above a mountain range at the same time. "This is..." The middle-aged man glanced below, his eyes full of surprise. Lu Zheng also looked around suspiciously, but found everything in front of him very familiar. So, he smiled. Because this was the ancient tower. Since he and the middle-aged man appeared in the ancient tower, it meant that Qin Feiyang must be here too. He glanced at the mountain range below and the surrounding void, then looked up. As expected, Qin Feiyang was standing above the two of them. Lu Zheng grinned and said, "It seems that we have the same idea. Otherwise, how can we be cousins?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Who are you talking to?" The middle-aged man looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. "See for yourself." Lu Zheng pointed up. The middle-aged man looked up and immediately changed color. How could it be Qin Feiyang? The next moment, he glared at Lu Zheng and roared, "You actually colluded with Qin Feiyang." Lu Zheng smiled disdainfully, flew into the sky, and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He looked down at the middle-aged man and joked, "You don't really think that my name is Qin Feiyang and that I'm from your Mu family, do you?" The middle-aged man was stunned and immediately realized that he had been fooled. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "This young master will never change his name or his surname. I am Lu Zheng." Lu Zheng said proudly. Lu Zheng, surnamed Lu, together with Qin Feiyang again, still cousins, could it be? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his body trembled. "You're from the great Qin Empire's Lu family?" Lu Zheng said playfully, "It seems that my Lu family has not been forgotten by your Mu family." "How could this be?" The middle-aged man looked incredulous. "Why are you in my Mu family? How did you pass through the divine power barrier?" Qin Feiyang said, "This question, when you go to hell, someone will tell you." "Ha!" The middle-aged man looked up and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. "I'm laughing at your naivety. With your insignificant cultivation, you want to kill me?" The middle-aged man laughed wildly. The aura of a 9-star combat emperor erupted like a volcano and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "Is a 9-star combat emperor very strong?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and shouted, "All of you come out." Roar! Before his voice died away. Below the mountain stream, the roars of beasts were deafening. The middle-aged man hurriedly looked down and saw many ferocious beasts, carrying monstrous ferocity, rushing into the sky and surrounding him. The middle-aged man's body could not help but tremble. His face was full of horror. There were so many emperor beasts. And all of them were 9-star emperor beasts, a total of 80 to 90. Seahorses and seals were also among them. Lu Zheng sneered and said, "Now tell me, are you naive or are we naive? Why does he have so many 9-star emperor beasts around him?" The middle-aged man shook his head crazily, unable to accept this terrible fact. "Your Mu family has been in contact with me for so long, don't you know that I, Qin Feiyang, never do things that I'm not sure of? Since I dared to come to your Mu family, then I've never been afraid of anyone. Cripple him." Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent as he shouted, "Brothers, go!" Seahorses roared. A group of 9-star emperor beasts suddenly rushed toward the middle-aged man like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. "Little bastards, I'll perish together with you," the middle-aged man roared, his body filled with a destructive aura. Obviously, he wanted to self-destruct. He had no choice. Facing 80 to 99-star emperor beasts, even if he had the ability to defy the heavens, he would die sooner or later. So, instead of risking his life, he might as well self-destruct. And as a 9-star combat emperor, the destructive power of self-destruction was enough to instantly kill this group of 9-star emperor beasts, including Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng.